Yes. Good morning. Uh, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the day two of the conference. We have a very interesting day lined up today with some very important plenary talks and a very important keynote lecture and some interesting sessions lined up. So good morning and looking forward to the day today. And I hand it over to Dr. Plapalli to take it from here.
Thank you, Professor Tribhuvan, for starting off. And today, uh, we start off as the second day of RTDD 2022. And very good morning. And very importantly, today we are honored to have an illustrious alumni of the University of Allahabad, as well as a illustrious alumni of IARI New Delhi, as well as a illustrious alumni of the Ohio State University, amongst us. So he is Dr. Dharmendra Saraswat. He is a scientist, a very great human being, and he has greatly done lot of groundwork in Arkansas and Purdue areas on various aspects of information and communication technology integrated into food, agriculture, and biological engineering. So if we say what are his areas of expertise, we can tell that horticulture, field and nursery crops, management of natural resources, cloud computing, decision support systems, geospatial analysis, unmanned aerial vehicle technologies, sensing, all that intertwined into understanding the very basic nature of our soils. Soil land maps have been created and they have been effectively utilized and processed at very large scale levels as well as smaller levels for developing nations as well by Professor Dharmendra Saraswat. So it's an honor to have him today to speak to us on the very keynote aspect of information and communication technologies for plant disease management and development of early warning systems. We welcome you, sir, over to the podium. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you very much, Dr. Palapalli, for a very generous introduction. And let me upload my slide while I keep addressing the rest of you. So, is it visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just a second. And all right. So yeah, thank you very much once again. I am really honored to have received this invitation from Dr. Anand Palapalli. We had a few months that overlapped, and I got to know him good enough so that even when he returned to India, we still continued to maintain our relationship. I was very honored when he invited me to participate in some of the jointly written grant activities. We were not successful, but we did make an effort to work together, and the desire to be working together is still reflected in this invitation to interact with you all. Uh, it is a fact that I am a graduate of the Asia's oldest institution that started giving out degrees in agricultural engineering discipline. And then I had the honor to be part of Indian Agriculture Research Institute, which is India's premier research, education, and extension institution in the field of agriculture. And then I worked as an assistant professor in Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture and Technology at Kanpur, where I had the honor to be part of Upper Ganga Canal project that was sanctioned in early 1990s. And I was part of the team that looked at some of the irrigation management practices that farmers could adopt in the Upper Ganga Canal uh, catchment area. And after working for about 1.5 years at CS Azad University, I moved to Indian Council of Agriculture Research as a scientist, where I spent close to 8.5 years as a scientist at Central Institute of Agriculture Engineering, that I also refer to as CIA of engineering to my American colleagues at Bhopal. So I was really very, very fortunate to have been part of the great institutions in India. Uh, and that really helped me transition very smoothly to the US educational system. So I started off my uh, the professional journey with a faculty appointment at University of Arkansas, and after working there for almost close to 9 years, uh, I moved to Purdue uh, in 2015. So the backdrop of this particular talk is derived from both the theme of this conference and also the recent sentiments expressed by Prime Minister Mr. Modi when he was talking for a webinar after the budget presentation, where he was uh, very clearly mentioning that how artificial intelligence is being viewed as a change making technology for agriculture in India. And not only that, the Indian AI portal that was launched uh, uh, about a couple of years ago also features some other prominent news that clearly indicate that both the agriculture ministry and the state agriculture departments are embracing AI as a technology for transactioning various businesses connected to agriculture. Before I share my thoughts about this particular topic, let me give you a brief introduction about the activities that is being pursued in my research group. My research group has a very catchy acronym, which is easier for everybody to remember. The acronym is DAD. And this DAD has nothing to do with any fatherly figure. Rather, this DAD stands for Digital Agriculture Discovery. So if you try to Google search Dad Lab Purdue and my last name Saraswat or first name Dharmendra, uh, it is very likely that you will come across my web page. And in Dad Lab, we pursue research in majorly four categories. If I put them in that manner, uh, one of the category is the use of unmanned aerial vehicle uh, and the machine intelligence and artificial intelligence methodology. So we collect a lot of data, and most of the research is being done in the area of plant pests. Uh, and then Big data analytics is another component where we are dealing with both the temporally and spatially variable data that we acquire through sensors from both the nursery setup and also the open field crop setup. Uh, the third component is related to creation of decision support systems, or you can also call as web tools, where I work with some colleagues in the natural resource management area and do a lot of collaborative work uh, in translating uh, the outputs of simulation modeling work for better understanding by the policymakers and also the consultants and farmers and agencies who are interested in solving issues related to natural resource management. And finally, the Internet of Things for high value crops is another research area that I pursue in collaboration with my colleagues from horticulture. So there the interest basically lies in, again, uh, using sensors and the information and communication technologies tools in an integrated manner so that we can develop uh, low cost and efficient systems to bring efficiency uh, in say vertical farmings. Uh, Through my lab, I have the honor to have introduced some of the award-winning apps quite early on. From 2012 to 2015, a number of apps were launched through my lab when I was working at University of Arkansas. Uh, as you can understand that these apps needs to be updated from time to time, and once I moved to Purdue, had different kind of interest because of the requirements uh, of my position and also by the farmers. So I could not support these apps. So as a result of that, these apps have been retired, with the exception of one rice irrigation app that I developed in collaboration with an irrigation engineer. And since he still continue to work at University of Arkansas, so that app is still being actively supported. So coming back to the title of my talk today, the ICT for plant disease management and development of early warning system. And I would like to connect it with the needs in India that uh, as we see that when the Prime Minister is advocating and the other departments are advocating that newer technologies should be introduced in agriculture, then it becomes very, very obvious that uh, as a member of academia, we should also be paying a lot of attention on bringing these tools to the doorstep of farmers, and particularly Indian farmers uh, who who really need uh, solutions that bring science to their doorstep. So that is basically the motto behind uh, the type of research that we develop uh, or that we carry out in our lab. And having my initial exposure uh, in Indian conditions also helped me think about farmers and think about uh, the or rather make me cost conscious, so that the type of solutions that I encourage my students to think about should not be very, very costly. And as a result of that, uh, most of the times when uh, I'm thinking of providing solutions to farmers are based on sensors that are, number one, easily available, relatively cheap to procure, and uh, also uh, quite intuitive, so that when decisions are based on the data collected by those sensors, farmers can connect with the outcome. Uh, and as and then this is also reflected in my desire to be part of a major undertaking that is currently going on in India in the form of Nudge Award, where more than 800 startups were invited to provide their ideas. Uh, and out of those 800 plus startups, 24 were selected for the semifinal stage. And out of those 24, a few of them were mentored by me. And uh, there are now 8 finalists. Out of those 8, one will be selected and provided uh, uh, about a crore worth of support uh, by the Niti Aayog. So this final is going to take place sometime in the month of April, and I have had the honor to be part of it. And because of that, I could become aware of uh, the extraordinary work that is being taken up by uh, some very young and enterprising uh, people in India uh, in terms of infusing ICT based solutions in the space of agriculture. So, uh, please give me the opportunity to share some of my thoughts regarding the ICT for plant disease management. And the way I have organized is that I will provide you a brief problem introduction, and then why within the ICT framework I have decided to go uh, and use deep learning technology versus the traditional image processing is something that I will share with you. Then I will uh, share my perspective on where I see gaps in existing research, and then what steps we are taking in the DAD lab to fill those gaps. And then uh, I will talk about what efforts we have made for disease monitoring, and then what I intend to do in collaboration with my Indian counterparts for disease forecasting, and where I see the opportunity exist. Uh, in collaboration with IARI and other ICR institutions, I, I was also involved in organizing an international brainstorming session last year in September. It was a virtual session, and a lot of good ideas were brought forward as to how we can take forward the ICT for plant disease management and forecasting uh, and make it operational uh, in the Indian context. So this particular invitation to share my thoughts about this topic is very, very timely. And in couple of months, when I will once again be in India, hopefully if the situation remains rosy as it is at this point of time, then I would like to take forward the conversation that started off in September. So uh, plant diseases basically, as we understand, affect the growth of plants, and as a result of that, the effect is on the reduced yield. But for diseases to attack the host plant, the first step is for pathogen to come in contact with the plant, and then it starts affecting the host, and the time required for disease to spread through the whole plant and the rate of infection is controlled by favorable environmental conditions, and that's what I have indicated in this Venn diagram kind of a figure. But uh, if we are very, very interested in coming up with an effective and efficient disease management plan, it is very important for us to identify diseases early on, and therefore timing is crucial for identifying and managing diseases to limit their spread and minimize their impact on crop yield. For global yield production, management of plant diseases is very, very vital, and it is because of the fact that diseases are responsible for almost 17 to 30% of yield loss worldwide. And according to USDA, that is United States Department of Agriculture, corn production systems are one of the top 10 crops in the United States, and where corn alone accounts for 95% of wheat crops. And diseases are responsible for 15% yield losses in corn. So in addition to the economic impact of plant diseases, they also results in increased use of pesticides. So that is something that I would like you to be aware about. And that is why it is crucial to identify diseases early on and accurately to implement effective management techniques. However, traditional disease management approaches were not very effective. Uh, so that's why the discussion I would like to move from image processing to deep learning. So traditional image processing techniques, they required the identification of different plant diseases and accessing their severity by starting off with a workflow that involved data collection and then manual feature extraction such as the color, texture, and shapes in order to identify plants and disease uh, conditions effectively. But because of the manual intervention and also an expert intervention, this whole process is time consuming and a few times subject to personal bias. And finally, when these features are identified, they need to be fed into algorithm or into a classifier so that we have a system that help us uh, in using image processing for disease identification. To improve on this process, I teamed up with a group at University of Arkansas to come up with it, come up with an improved system. And this improved system was basically uh, smartphone based, where instead of one application, we developed two smartphone applications. One of the application would reside on farmer's smartphone, as you can see in the figure B, uh, and that is the interface on the farmer's system. And with this system, farmers can acquire geo-tagged images of weeds in the field. And then these images can also be annotated with text and audio comments and transferred to a backend server over a cellular or a Wi-Fi connection. And the second app, which was very similar to the app that is used by farmer, was also designed for an expert. And this particular app had some extra features. Uh, in this particular app, expert had the ability to identify uh, the weeds that were not possible to be detected by the algorithm that we implemented in the backend server. And then if the experts are also unable to find out the exact plant, they could also share it among other experts. And then the feedback from those experts would be weighed in, and then a kind of a, uh, a percentage, uh, what I would say, a percentage score would be assigned to a potential solution or a solution suggested by those experts and relayed back to the farmer. Uh, if you are wondering that what was the advantage of this particular system, the advantage was that what we found was that when the automated system was used, then the uncertainty that was associated uh, was less compared to when a crowdsourcing solution was acquired. So with crowdsourcing solution, the accuracy of identification was about 80%. Uh, and when the traditional image processing was used, the accuracy was 89%. And the important thing was that the latency in identifying the weed images was only about 3 hours. Uh, and I would like to explain that what is the significance of this 3 hours. in the real life context. Uh, and for that, I would share with you that how the wheat scientists used to interact with farmers in University of Arkansas. So the extension headquarter in the University of Arkansas was based in the state capital, Little Rock, and the state capital, Little Rock, was closer to the area where most of the farming used to take place. And based on my interaction with wheat scientists, it was very common that whenever the scientists would respond to call from farmers, they would be driving anywhere from 3 hours to 6 hours to reach to a farmer's place, and then take a look at the sample, and then provide them a diagnosis. The other option was that farmers could also submit the pictures to the disease laboratory in the university, and because they receive the data from a lot of farmers, so it used to definitely take more than 3 hours before an expert would return to the farmers. So with the launch of this type of system, uh, the decision making was possible within the 3 hours time frame. Of course, this was a research project, and then before it could be gone into the production system, uh, I had the opportunity to come to Purdue. So uh, this remained a research project despite the effort by uh, my collaborating scientist in computer science department and myself to take it forward. So that is sometimes uh, a drawback in the academia, that when the scientist concerned is no longer employed, or there is some position change, then it is not possible to find someone else who can take that kind of a research forward. But this was definitely a very exciting proposition that we came up with. But then, uh, 2012 13 time frame was also a time of big change, and that was because uh, the deep learning algorithms were also uh, starting to catch the fancy of researchers. And the reason was very simple, because with the launch of ImageNet in 2012, uh, the researchers were exposed to the power of deep learning that uh, helped in automatic feature selections. Uh, it was also possible to come up with generalized results. So that means when you train your model for a particular field, you do not need to retrain it to carry out similar kind of feature identification in other fields, although uh, more research needs to be done to improve on the generalization aspect. And then the training of the model was also possible because more and more researchers started to come up with uh, the large data sets of the kind of object features that are of interest. Uh, and this deep learning became a very hot in the field of agriculture with the launch of plant village dataset in 2015. Uh, if I summarize that, what I see as benefit between image processing and deep learning, it becomes very obvious that in order to implement image processing, one needs to involve an expert who will assist with feature extraction, and then it has to be uh, passed through a classifier with a shallow structure, and then the output will come out. And many a times, the the generalization ability of image processing models is not as great as is being reported for deep learning model. Plus, the advantage is that the end-to-end learning is possible with deep learning models. And this is basically a timeline of how deep learning techniques have grown over a period of time. And as you can see that beyond 2015, a number of new algorithms have come out in the market. Uh, and these algorithms are continuing to grow, and as a result of that, more and more researchers have started exploring the application of deep learning for a number of applications in agriculture and then also for plant disease management. So as I indicated earlier, that timing is crucial for identification and management of plant diseases and their severity. So that brought my group to take a lot of interest in applying deep learning technique for plant foliar disease identification and management using both the handheld and UAV imagery. So the workflow that we follow in our lab is basically we acquire data using unmanned aerial vehicle and then also uh, by sending scouts in the field, and then once the data set is acquired, uh, then we train different models. Sorry, I think it just got, yeah. So then we train different models, and then once the models are trained, we implement it on an unmanned aerial vehicle using edge devices, and then we also use some kind of a threshold in order to determine that how good the models that we have trained are going to perform under the field conditions. So there was a study conducted by Harty et al. In 2016, where they suggested that if the algorithm can provide us with a detection accuracy of more than 94%, uh, that could be considered as a performance that is beyond the human capacity. So when we are working with different models, we are always interested in finding out those that could help us find out the accuracy beyond 94%. Uh, so let me switch gears and talk about where I see the gaps in the existing research area. Although from 2015 onwards, plant village dataset became very popular, but then it also had some drawbacks in the sense that most of the images were acquired under the lab conditions. So, and the early papers that came out were mostly using the under lab condition data set, but when some other researchers started validating the models that were trained on lab data sets by bringing in the field acquired images, they could see that the model performance was dropping severely. So just to give you an idea that the models trained on the lab images were reported to have an accuracy of up to 99%. But then when those models were validated against field acquired images, many of the times the accuracy would drop to about 30%. So the accuracy could range between 30 to 40%. So that very clearly indicated that we need a better way of training our models so that their generalization abilities could be improved, and there is no need to retrain the model for every field situation. Uh, Another aspect where I see that there is some gap in the research is about the severity estimation of diseases in plants. So this, based on my conversation with plant pathologists, this is an aspect that is not having a very objective criteria. It is still subject to human bias. So there we felt that there is a need to integrate the human subjectivity with technology based solutions so that we have a better and a more objective based estimate for determining how severe a disease is uh, for a particular plant. And if the long-term goal is that if we can develop an end-to-end automated disease management system, then it could be really something very, very uh, helpful to farmers. And not only developing an end-to-end disease management system, but also an affordable end-to-end automated disease management system. That's where uh, we are aiming to move towards. When we look at the data set availability, we find that there are data sets such as Plant Village, Digipathos, then there is a data set available from Cornell, Plant Doc is another data set, Steward data set is another one. So there are some data sets available, and that may give you the impression that we have enough images available to develop deep learning based solutions. But once you start using them for training your own models, you realize that many a times the data sets are not annotated. So that means the diseases are not identified, or there is error in the annotation process. So lot more works need to be done. And if you want to train it only on the leaf images, you may find that uh, the data set size seems to be big, but then it also has images from leaf, it has some stem images, it has the whole plant images. So there is a lot of variability that exists in these data sets. So compared to general data sets such as image net data set that has uh, a large number of images available for categories such as cats, dogs, planes, cars, etc., etc., we still need to be working on uh, developing large data set under very, very different atmospheric conditions uh, that could cause differences in the outcome of trained model in the field of agriculture. The plant village datasets, as I indicated, mostly contains the images acquired under lab conditions. And when you contrast the lab condition images with the field dataset, as is evident on this particular image, on this particular slide, you will see that the lab images do not mimic the real field conditions. And the generalization, as I was saying, that you are training the model, and then when you are providing it with a different type of images, the accuracies are dropping, and that is a problem that we are looking at, and we have some initial successes, and then we are working more towards that, and I hope that in the near future I could share a better story with you all. So the disease identification generalization, the same data set that when you test, then the accuracy is 99.48%. But when you provide a different data set, the accuracy drops to about 33.27%. Similarly, when we look at the disease severity estimation, what we find is that most of the deep learning based severity estimation studies have defined a very different criteria for identifying severity. Some say that uh, the data reflects not severe or severe disease conditions on plants. Some provide some categories such as low, medium, or high severity. Some rank them on a scale of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., etc. So there is no standard defined severity rating criteria that is in use. And that is something that needs to be improved on. Uh, and these are some of the results that researchers in the recent 3 to 4 years have reported as far as the severity rating criteria is concerned. And then because the severity scales that is being used by them is very, very different. So it is hard to come up with a very, very standard way of implementing it for most of the studies. When we talk about the disease forecasting system, the current research uh, basically use the deep learning based image classification, object detection, and semantic segmentation type of models. And then they also used severity estimation models to identify the severity part after the disease identification is done by either using image classification or object detection or semantic segmentation. And then in my view that these three techniques have very, very different applications. So if you are interested in developing autonomous solutions where not only the type of disease is identified, but also at what location it is happening, what is the number of plants that are affected by it. If you want to have an estimate of the density of plants that are affected by it, and there you can send some kind of a device to autonomously treat it, then you have to rely more on the object detection and semantic segmentation part. Uh, and that is what is needed for also developing a real-time identification and localization system. So for the kind of research gaps that I have talked about, I will very briefly discuss that what efforts we are making in the DAD lab to fill those research gaps. So we use a publicly available plant village data set, but we also custom acquire corn disease data sets in our lab to help overcome some of the gaps in the research that I talked about. So in one of the studies where we looked at the northern leaf blight, gray leaf spot, and northern leaf spot in corn, we wanted to identify that what size of images we should use uh, in order to train the deep learning models. And then in addition, we also compared the testing accuracies when different data set sizes were used. And what we observed was that the image size uh, that that resulted into the best testing accuracy comprised of 299 by 299 pixels. And it is very common for us to hear that a large database is needed when we want to make some determination using deep learning models. But for this particular study where we were focused only on these three crops, we noticed that uh, having 700 images that correspond to each of the diseases would still allow us to train a model with a very acceptable testing accuracy, and in this case it was 94%. Then we also started to look at the generalization uh, problem as to how we can improve on the generalization accuracy. So we first trained deep learning models to identify corn disease images from the plant village dataset. And as I already indicated earlier, that when you train your data on lab acquired images and you provide field data, the model accuracy drops from 99.5% to 52.5%, and there are some reports that indicate that it also dropped to closer to 30%. But when we provided uh, the testing images, then what we did was that we trained models using the custom data set with field conditions and achieved up to 99.62% accuracies. However, when the testing accuracy was only 54% when we used testing images from different backgrounds. So we are still uh, nowhere closer to getting the kind of testing accuracies that we were expecting uh, uh, with the field data sets. Uh, one, I would say, one newer result that we recently obtained in identifying weed images was that we trained our model on images acquired from, say, field 1, and then we also uh, used a few images from another field that had a very different background but the same crop that we wanted to identify, and that led to a very high level of generalization accuracy. So the same has not been tested out for uh, the the disease part, and this year, in the upcoming production season, we will try to acquire some of those type of data set and test out that how the success that we achieved for weed identification, how well that can be translated for disease identification and management too. Then we also wanted to test out that how the different backgrounds affect the accuracy of training and also obtaining the output from the models. So uh, we uh, we changed the background deliberately by using 9 different backgrounds, and then we tested uh, the model and obtained about 85% accuracy, uh, and which was I would say acceptable, not very great, and still, if we want to make it field worthy uh, and field acceptable kind of a model, then more works need to be done. The other aspect that we also wanted to find out was to have a very clear understanding of uh, the the diseased areas on a particular leaf, and for that we looked at another technique, and this was a segmentation technique, slick segmentation technique, uh, which allows us to create superpixels. And then for this, we use plant village dataset. We experimented with different parameters, and finally, what we found was that up to 94.5% of accuracy could be achieved. So using this technique, we went ahead and we have also developed a web application as well as a smartphone application where a user can upload the images of diseased plants, and using the trained models that we have, uh, they will be provided uh, with the identification results that will come to them with probability estimates. And finally, we also developed a deep learning based two-stage semantic segmentation approach. And in order to identify corn leaves and segment different corn disease lesions accurately, and by using a two-stage approach, we were able to calculate the area of disease lesions with respect to the area of the leaf in order to estimate disease severity. And this study and experiment is the first of its kind, as pixel-wise annotations are limited and time-consuming techniques. So still working with the plant pathologists uh, and helping it uh, become production ready uh, technique before we can launch it for public use. And because our long-term goal is to develop an autonomous disease management system, so we are also looking at the use of edge devices on unmanned aerial systems or unmanned aerial vehicle, so that uh, on the fly we can identify uh, disease plants. We have successfully implemented this for identifying weeds in real time uh, by training our model on a data set that was acquired in 2020 production season, and then while the vehicle was flown in 2021, it identified weeds with a very high level of accuracy. So the same type of optimization approach that we experimented with for making edge devices compatible to be used with UAS will be tried out for disease identification in the upcoming season. I will move on. Yeah, so this is the result that I was talking about that we achieved with the weed identification. So as you can see that this is a UAV flying at different speeds, and it is finding out where the weeds are present and where the corn plant is present. We achieved very high frame per second rates using the edge devices, and we use two different object detection models such as YOLO V4 and Tiny YOLO V4 in order for an edge device to help us come up with real-time identification. Some past studies indicate that the frame per second rate that is needed is about 25. And as you can see here, we could achieve frame per second rate of 32 and 182 frames per second, which is very, very high. So this was very encouraging result for us. And this is another results that you see. Excuse me. Yeah. We also conducted with another study with 5 meter per second, and it was very dizzying. So I just skipped that part so that I can talk about how this whole thing can be utilized towards developing a disease monitoring and forecasting system. So it is not that we are the only ones who have such kind of interest. There are a number of other research groups from different parts of the world who have targeted different crops and came up with IoT and sensor-based solutions. So we have taken a look at those solutions to learn uh, from their approaches, and then decide that what approach we would like to have. So in this particular case, uh, a system was developed for potato and tomato crops where a number of IoT sensors were used in the field to collect environmental data. And then the artificial intelligence algorithms were used for making for predictions about the diseases. And then by integrating it with the environmental data set, the early warning systems for disease outbreaks were issued. And the results indicated that the use of the expert system in the case of potato and tomato uh, resulted in reducing the fungicide application from 75% to about 86.4%. So there was a huge reduction in fungicide application. Another deep learning based solution has been developed for mango, groundnut, grape, and tomato crops, where uh, deep learning based image classification identifies diseases. And when the detection accuracy is greater than a threshold, then more geotagged images are added, and also those images are stored, and the retraining of the learning model is done. Or if the deep learning model based identification is not able to reach the threshold accuracy, then an expert is engaged to take it forward. So in summary, forecasting systems have been developed that uses IoTs, field sensors, and artificial intelligence. And the smartphone applications have also been developed, uh, and they use a variety of the data acquired from the UAV, and using different kinds of sensors such as RDB, multi-hyperspectral sensors, for assessing the crop health and making predictions. Uh, for Indian conditions, the uh, the NCIPM, the National Center for Integrated Pest Management, that is located in IRI campus, has developed some forecasting systems, but they are not necessarily based on the artificial intelligence and as far as my understanding goes, they may not be integrating the weather forecast uh, into making those predictions. Uh, but please don't hold me to these impressions, as I may not have come across uh, all the details that they have done. But uh, my conversation with colleagues clearly indicate that there are a number of field crops where there is a possibility to develop uh, deep learning based uh, disease monitoring and forecasting systems for use by farmers in India. And rice among them is one of the crops that is of interest to me. Similarly, wheat uh, and corn and soybean are the ones that I'm already working here. And not only these field crops, if we extend developing these kind of systems for some of the vegetable crops, where the losses could take place at a much faster pace, uh, then having a system like this becomes very critical and very important for farmers in India. So just to summarize about this kind of a system, uh, 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 the typical systems that are available at this point of time, they use data from different sensors and then analyze favorable conditions for different diseases and their spread. And then they also use deep learning solutions to help create fast, accurate, and more generalizable solutions. And then multiple smartphone application and web tools have also been created for monitoring plant diseases. So what challenges are mostly encountered by these disease monitoring systems? Uh, as I have indicated multiple times, that uh, if we want to use these disease monitoring systems under field conditions, then it is very important that we train the models using images acquired under the actual conditions. And then once we train our models using that type of data, it is very likely that the generalization accuracy is going to be much higher. And then when we are developing a disease forecasting system, then we need to have some past data set that is acquired for forecasting disease formation, progression, and severity. But we also know that agricultural data varies from year to year due to climate change conditions, and that brings some challenge in developing an accurate forecasting model. But if we have a publicly available data set that consists of both field weather information and images from different fields, then it is very likely that uh, we may be able to uh, come up with some more accurate forecast. So what remains to be done? It is again my own impression based on the studies that we have conducted so far, that we still need a complete disease management system that is capable of forecasting the progression of diseases, provide recommendations to farmers, and monitor the state of fields throughout the season. Then a real-time disease monitoring and forecasting solutions using UAV needs to be developed. And this becomes very timely for India, as Prime Minister uh, in the budget has made a big outlay for the use of drones uh, for uh, for agricultural purposes. So this kind of research is very timely for India's need, and it also going to be helpful to farmers quite a bit. Then the third aspect that I see something that needs to be done is that we need to improve the deep learning models, or we need to come up with either a modified model or newer models with missing capabilities, so that the detection and classification of diseases uh, are possible during the complete cycle of occurrence. We also have to prepare data sets under different environmental conditions, and also uh, use them in a manner that we are able to have a better way of detecting plant diseases, uh, and also uh, take care of some of the challenges that are imposed by elimination conditions also. Uh, there is a scheme, the All India Coordinated Research Project scheme in India on disease and pest monitoring, forecasting and management system. Uh, this scheme could become a vehicle for coordinating the efforts that are spread across different crops, multiple universities, and multiple environmental conditions in India. And eventually, what I see is an artificial based system that help us identify disease, track disease spread, estimate the severity of diseases using the cheaper sensors. And when I say cheaper sensor, it is the RGB cameras because they do not cost a lot. Uh, the solutions that we are developing in my lab involves both the unmanned aerial system based and also the ground robots. Some efforts are underway to develop swarm algorithms and also using the uh, uh, some of the deep learning based techniques to come up with better ways of navigating ground robots based on instructions received from UAVs so that they can go and perform a spot treatment or use the arms on the ground robots to actually pluck the weeds from those areas. But those are the things that are still under development. And I hope that at some point in the future, I will be able to share the evaluation results of the efforts that are currently undergoing in my lab. So with this, I would like to thank the great work that is done by my research team, comprising of Anis Ahmed, Varun Agarwal, Ankit Saini, who was a visiting scholar last year in my lab from a private university in India, Hugh Fan, who was an undergraduate research intern uh, from a US university, Divyant, who was an undergraduate research intern from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and a programmer in my team, Ben Hancock. And this kind of work would have not been possible without generous funding support from different agencies. And Wabash Heartland Innovation Network is one such agency that helped me with keeping my research team together for this kind of research, and also the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, which is part of United States Department of Agriculture through the Hatch project number. So with this, thank you very much for listening to my ideas about how I see ICT could help with the plant disease management, and what type of systems exist for developing the early warning forecast, and how that is so timely for India given uh, the 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 understanding by the government to take agriculture forward with the infusion of artificial intelligence technologies. So thank you very much. I will stop sharing and briefly come online to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Professor Saraswat. The session is open for questions and discussion.
Good morning, sir. This is Varun, and I am from Rajasthan. We are closely working with so many cotton farmers across the India, especially the Gujarat, Rajasthan, and MP. And as you are already, mentioned so many things which is related to pest control and how we can do that. This year, almost 60% of the cotton crop was lost due to number one, delay in monsoon, and delay in monsoon and more due to the pink bollworm.
Oh, okay.
Okay. And I have interacted more than 5,000 farmers in a span of 2 years, and farmers are crying. They said earlier they are growing the traditional cotton. So traditional cotton has inherent, resilience capacity. So even during erratic monsoon, they can have a 3 picking or 4 picking. But this time what happened is many literate scientists promoted BT cotton. So their entire crop is washed off. And now BT is not giving any solution. BT is said ki now you need to buy BT4, which is a new variety and which is most costly. Now, being, this is a very good platform, and we are also closely working with IIT Jodhpur on different technology. I am just requesting you do something for these kind of, issues of farmers also, because I have witnessed many marginalized farmer in Maharashtra are almost on the edges of suicide. And we are basically the responsible. Those are, doing varietal changes, shifting them from their conventional variety to more, hybrid and new kind of variety. And right now we are not providing any solution to them. So I just want your thought on this, and later on I will flag this issue in front of a larger our expert panel also. So we need to do something because it has a huge impact from Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat and Maharashtra, which is growing more than 53% of the country's cotton.
Yeah, thank you, Varun ji, and I really feel very sad for cotton growers. I have been reading news of farmers' plight from the cotton belt in the past, and what I can say is that uh, I have very good working relationship with Dr. Anand Palapalli at IIT Jodhpur, uh, and I'm also very pleased to note that you are working with IIT Jodhpur. So this provides us with a good channel to continue working together with IIT Jodhpur and your group to come up with some practical approaches that farmers can utilize. And as I indicated that I am working with IRI and some of the other ICAR institutions to launch a project with the support of ICAR for developing early warning system for some of the field crops. So I was joined by a number of directors from the rice institutions as they were very interested. But during my next visit, I would also propose that we invite cotton and other commodities to be part of that early warning system development too. So please share your contact information via chat, and that way, we will be in touch directly.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I will also share because I have a small note also based on my visit. So some pictures, notes also I can share with you. I will send my email on the chat.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saraswat, for this. I would request now, we are having a very great relationship of Rotag IIT Delhi with Purdue and also the the PSA's office. Professor Ketki Bapat is here, and I would like her to give some comments on her thoughts as how we can integrate that relationship much more stronger with you coming into picture. Over to Professor Ketki Bapat.
Yeah, thank you. Let me congratulate Dr. Saraswat for providing us the insights and your work done. So we are really very thrilled to do this. So 2 questions for you, sir. One is that you were mentioning the successful apps you have developed, and you have also done the field testing, and they are very this thing. So if it is, as I am understanding, they are developed taking the data or the other details wherever at the selected geographical area at Arkansas or any Purdue or those. So if somebody wants to do it in India, if you would like to try out this app, whether we can try it out, number one. And if it is to be done, any modification or adaptation is required, then how should we do it? And another thing is, as Varun Sharma was also telling about this BT cotton and traditional cotton or so and so forth. So it is also the app, whether it has the provision for early warning system depending on the climate change, so that the proactive measure, maybe it is a traditional one or chemical one, the steps can be taken. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As I indicated, that the app that we have developed has been tested only for corn crop. So we need to develop models for other crops that we want to adopt this system for. And that is something that we can always pursue collaboratively, as people like Varun Sharma ji can generate data from farmers' field and share it with us, so that training of the models can be done. And then when it comes to early warning system, we may need to launch some projects in some partners field in India to generate that type of data, because early warning system development is more involved project compared to training deep learning models. So and then that is why, I am working in collaboration with other ICR institutions to write a grant proposal and get people on the ground, get equipment on the ground to collect the required data set.
That corn app, the app for specifically designed for the corn crop.
Yes.
Whether can we try it out in our Indian thing, because we are also, India is also a corn grower. So do you think it is possible? Because if it is a ready app is there, and if it is so, then how? At least for one single crop, one can try it out.
That's a very good question, and I think I'm going to have a conversation during my forthcoming visit to IRI in April to see if any of the ICAR scientist is willing to test it.
No, here I think our RUTACs are there. They are also having regional agriculture universities, or they can work out, or that kind of possibilities. We can try it out. And certainly after our pilot studies or something, maybe the concerned department or the things can be. So that would be easy to take it, means quickly if you want to try, and that could be the exploratory kind of an effort. Because so I think that also will be maybe we can think
definitely. I mean, the 3 diseases that we have trained our model for, we can certainly try it out for those, and then if we find some traction on that, we can definitely train models for other diseases, so that it becomes a useful tool for farmers. Yeah, why not? Thank you very much for that offer.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I would like to quickly answer Pramod ji's question, that from a traditional technology based approach to how I ended up using high-end approach. Uh, uh, High-end approach I used to think when I was part of the Indian system in up to early 2000. Now, we are talking about drones use, we are talking about AIs, and there are a number of efforts uh, by companies such as Tata, by the ITC, uh, that even by Reliance, that they have come up with high-end solutions that are being used by farmers in India. So what is used to be perceived as a high-end approach in India way back in 2000s may not be considered as high-end, become a very common theme in the near future. But for US conditions, as farmers have not been able to attract young people to come for farming, there is a need because of the large land holding and also the lack of young people being attracted toward farming to rely on technology based solutions. So it is not perceived to be a high end. Yes, farmers have some reservation about the cost of the system, and being someone who is little cost conscious, having raised in India, my focus is to really encourage my group to come up with uh, a kind of system or a solution in the cost range that I can also take to countries like India, countries like Peru, countries like Colombia, with whom Purdue University collaborate quite frequently, and recently with African countries, so that they also find it affordable.
Okay, great, thank you. So one last question from Pankaj. Pankaj, can you please ask?
Good morning, Dr. Dharmendra ji. I am on behalf of startup in Jodhpur, and we are trying to provide solution in the field of sustainable agriculture, non-energy based education systems. And the most important point of your presentation was about the pest problem, identification of pest problems through IoT. Basically, as we are moving especially in Western Rajasthan, we are moving from cash crops to kind crops to have higher income, and we are facing multiple problems in the field of pests and diseases. And as climatic and soil conditions vary too much here in India, especially in Rajasthan, also in 10, 20 kilometers, we have different soil and climatic conditions bit with change. And diseases also, wheat problem also change. So we will like to include your thoughts in our future work and our future work. That's it.
Thank you, Pankaj. Yes, I completely agree that there is lots and lots of variability, and that's what make uh, things challenging in India. Uh, if you don't mind, please share your contact email or contact cell number in the chat, and that way I will add you to my WhatsApp, and we can have more conversation. And the reason I want to include you is so that in my next visit to India, I can have more detailed discussions with you. Okay. Yes.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Yes.
Great. Okay, great. Thank you, Professor Saraswat, for a very informative lecture. The talk was paradigmatic in terms of introducing and also implementing innovative thinking in solving traditional problems. With acceleration in climate change, diseases in plants, in horticulture as well as agriculture is an imminent threat, even in those places where traditionally plant diseases were not an important phenomenon. For example, in the Himalayas. In such a scenario, your work gains immense importance, and we are thoroughly grateful for sharing it with some of us. Thank you. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, and all the thanks go to Dr. Anand Plapalli for his uh, pursuit of me. I was traveling a lot, but he did not leave me without a response, and then finally I said yes, I will definitely participate. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you all very much.
Request Professor Shobna Singh to please come forward and take it over from here. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Prasanajit. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Shobhna, and I would like to once again welcome all the speakers, dignitaries, and faculty, students, including in the audience. Personally, I would like to thank Professor Dharmendra for a very informative lecture on the use of ICT and deep learning solutions in the agriculture. I would now like to invite Professor Sashendra Kumar Kakuti for its plenary lecture today. Dr. Kakuti is a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Guwahati. He completed his master's from IISc Bangalore and completed his PhD in Mechanical Engineering Tribology from IIT Kharagpur. Professor Kakuti is here today with us, and his research spans from hydrodynamic lubrication, mechanical systems, duct acoustics to rural technology. Currently, Professor Kakuti is a Dean of Research Generation and a coordinator of Rural Technology Action Group at IIT Guwahati. He has been very actively involved with RUTAG by developing number of low-cost, easy-to-maintain machinery for rural areas. Welcome, sir. We are pleased to have you today. The platform is all yours now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Already given a brief introduction. Just to update, I was in Resource Generation and Finance. But last year, I have been given the responsibility of Deputy Director of IIT Guwahati. So that is how somehow the way I was involved in rural technology related work, I am not that way involved presently. So I'm sharing some of my thoughts and some of my work, which was done in recent past. So I'll first share the slide. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my today's talk is on appropriate rural technology for masses, local issues for research and development. I have chosen this topic because I have been involved with local issues for research and development for past so many years, starting from 1993, perhaps. So, as I already introduced, my basic specialization is in tribology, particularly in hydrodynamic lubrication. Also, I worked in aeroacoustics. Presently, also working on mechanical systems design. I was working in new and renewable energy earlier. Presently, I am focusing on rural technology. So, how I was motivated to get involved with this type of work? In fact, my background is from a rural interior village. However, I realized that research projects in other specializations, it benefits mostly industry. When I'm doing something on bearings, hydrodynamic bearings, it is mostly for the industry. Even though there may be some benefits coming out of the industry, it is not directly going to the rural people. So we started one rural technology center when I was working in Assam Engineering College in 1993. So I have a zeal to serve the society in general. So we started this RUTAG Northeast from 2006, April. And I was instrumental in starting a new center in IIT Guwahati, Center for Rural Technology, which is now upgraded as a School of Agro and Rural Technology. Now, I will just hammer out different types of, definitions given for appropriate rural technology. This appropriate rural technology is something very generic type of area. We can refer it to as a technology which makes the rural life comfortable, also as a technology which improves rural economy, also as a technology which is frugal, also technology which creates opportunity for development, which is adaptable, which is sustainable, which is user-friendly for rural masses, and easily maintainable. This easily maintainable is very, very important, because we have seen many times we are providing different machines or introducing new technology in rural areas, but because of lack of maintenance, these do not sustain. So it should be developed as an easily maintainable one. So there are again the issue of sustainability. There are numbers of concerns. So there is a exponential rise of resource consumption in the names of so-called development, which hinders the social development at some point due to scarcity of available resources. Most development practitioners contemplate economic aspects of the issue only, which is a deterrent actually. Much attention has been given on the environmental impacts like energy efficiency, low carbon prints, etc., ignoring the social dimensions of the issue. I am not downplaying the issues like energy efficiency, low carbon prints, etc., but what I am trying to emphasize is social dimensions of the issue also should be incorporated. So what is the need? The need is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs as per Brundtland Commission. It is a very complex process and multidimensional concept. So integration of 7 pillars of sustainability, namely technical, economic, environmental, social, cultural, judicial, and political. This is shown in this diagram. This was presented by M. Sainapar and his group. Fundamental aspects in community problem solving. So if we can connect all these 7 issues, then it is possible to have a sustainable rural technology. Then role of appropriate technology in sustainable development. Technology has a power that may change every sphere of life in a society. Engineers who actually bring the real sustainability to the society, all technologies carry with them some risks. It may be foreseen or it may not be foreseen, or it may be little understood also. Conversely, the benefits of technologies may be far greater than we can foresee. We respond to these uncertainties by attempting to maximize the benefits and minimize the risk of technological changes. This is as per Zelenica. Then need-based appropriate technology intervention improves productivity, reduce drudgery, and optimize cost of energy. In fact, in my team's work, we are emphasizing on all these 3 issues: improving productivity, reducing drudgery, and optimizing costs of energy. So stress should also be given to develop technology locally. A technology developed elsewhere, many times it is seen, it is observed that these are not easily customized, not customizable locally. So that is how many technology transfers fail. So limited purchasing power, lack of education, and working in unhygienic conditions without any skill development training are the issues to be addressed. Now, because I have a limited time, I will just go to some of the things which we have been involved. When we were working on different rural technology, we realized that anthropometry has a definite role in design and development of the products or technology for the rural masses. So because societal conditions pertaining to location-specific change in human body dimensions that everybody knows, that should be considered. Ergonomic factors related to farmers or artisan safety is an important area where we need attention. Now, it is also observed that very little attention has been paid to these aspects in developing countries like India. Since people in different regions exhibit difference in nutrition, lifestyle, ethnicity, body dimensions of the people living in different countries and different states of a country differ from each other. Exporting technology from outside the region without considering the local condition is one of the major problems in developing countries like India. So in ergonomics, actually, there's a combination of man, machine, and environment. So if these three globes are separated out, then the product developed for man, the machine developed for man, may not be good one for use. But if we combine them together, if we pursue the concerns of those issues, then we can integrate it, and also we can develop technology for comfort, safety, and performance, which also results in increase in productivity with decrease in injuries. So these are some of the photographs. So same work has been done by two persons of different ages. Then same work has been done by two persons of different height. So design, whether you will design for extremes or whether you will design for an adjustable range, whether you will go for a design for an average. These are the issues a designer also should think about. There are many acceptable and unacceptable work positions. These are also should be looked into. Which movement is comfortable one and which movement is not comfortable and should be avoided. So there are comparison of body dimensions from different parts of India is shown in this table. So you'll see every body dimension has some difference. It is shown in northeastern India, southern India, central India, northern India, western India, eastern India, like that. And if we consider simply northeastern India, you will find there are so many castes and creeds. Among them, again, there are a lot of variations. So these are some of the unhygienic work stations where people are working, and which results in not only injuries, also the life is threatened by different diseases. It may be eye disease, it may be body pain, many other things. So this is a representative photograph only. You will see these type of activities, particularly where traditional practices are being adopted by the people for different product development. So this is one potter's wheel, which was developed by Rutag IIT Kharagpur. And we have procured it from Rutag IIT Kharagpur. And we field tested it in 17 different clusters of Assam. And when we took the feedback from the artisans, we found many of them are reluctant to use this. So what are the reasons? There are many reasons. One, the major reason, that was a social reason. That was by the women and artisans. They are very, sort of conservative, because this particular machine requires them to pull their makhala sadar or sari up to the knee. They don't want to do that. That was the problem with the lady artisans. So like that, we got many different feedback and we started modifying it using anthropometric data. So different anthropometric data we studied for different communities, 5 different communities: Boru, Garu, Hira, Karbi, and Tea Garden people. Out of these 5 communities, the Hira community is traditionally doing this type of art and work. And we have found a lot of difference in the anthropometric data. So based on this analysis, we came up with our design. So we had taken average somewhere, we have taken some median value somewhere for comfort of the artisans. So in fact, when we started doing this, we thought that this anthropometric data for different communities of Northeast or Assam are readily available, but we have discovered that most of the data are secondary data, or these are interpolated data or extrapolated data rather. But it was not a raw data. So we decided to collect actually raw data from these 5 communities and did all the statistical analysis. So that was the result finally we got about the potter's wheel, which is now being implemented in many clusters, and it has been found very satisfactory, even though we are always in contact with these users to find out if further improvement is required. Then another example I will give you. This is the bell metal industry of Assam. The word industry does not fit here because actually these are traditional artisans who are working on bell metal. So we have done a field study in a cluster which is very well known for bell metal products. So I've given some background here. It is actually found that from 7th century AD, during the time of King Bhaskar Burman, Hortal was used, which is made of bell metal, and he gifted it to King Harshavardhana. Then brass and bell metal industries in Assam and India are intermingled with social and cultural heritage, geographical background, and mode of living. The cluster where we studied these things are known as Severity. This is the oldest metal industry, one of the oldest metal industry in India. So traditional practice of making these antique pieces going on for generations. So about 40% of the population in Severity area are engaged in bell metal works. Traditional domestic products made of bell metal industries are these: cup plates, hotal, bota, karahi, choria, hoti, etc. So the processes and tools used are also listed here. The raw materials are melted, then it is casted, then filing is done on rough edges, scraping of burnt layer is done, then carving imprints on bell metal ware, and carving rings on bowl type of products. Then tools used. Tools used are hammer, siny, tong, traditional spinning tool, locally it is known as kundasal, sharp edge instrument twisted at the tip called loal, dhanukar as it is shaped like the traditional bow. So these are photographs from that Severity cluster of bell metal artisans. You see the conditions. They are sitting in a very awkward position and working on a very hot environment. So see the posters. These posters are actually resulting in body pain or backache, headache, and also some eye-related problems. So these are some more photographs. How much force is required in certain operations, how they are doing these things. But they make these type of products, you see, very attractive type of products, right? So what we did, we started studying about the chemical composition of some artifacts. And we have found that there are different types of compositions for bale metal. For commercial bronze, there is a one type of composition. For high twin bronze, there is a different type of composition. But for bale metal, there are different types of composition when we have studied about the compositions in some artifacts. So these are some of the microstructures we have studied. And then we have done some mechanical tests to ascertain some properties of these metals, bale metals. And based on that, we have developed a new process of production of bale metal products. And we have recommended that, we have published those papers, and also we have trained some of the artisans in Severity, which not only helps in improving the quality of the product, also it requires, it also ensures safety and comfort of the artisans, which is very, very important. Here also we have done anthropometric study, and we have used those anthropometric data for development of a workstation. Our target was to develop a workstation such that the new generation are attracted to take up this type of bale metal products. So it should not be actually, our idea is it should not be confined to a cluster. City-based industry also can be developed. And with that goal, we have developed this workstation. Now field testing is planned. We are going for the field testing of the workstation. Also, we have discovered that damages, particularly cracks in bale metal products, can be repaired using a type of welding, and we have patented it. So many times what happens actually when you are producing bale metal products, if there is a crack, that piece is considered as waste. So that is thrown for recycle. So now the welding process, what we have introduced, that will help the artisans to repair the product at that stage itself. And those users, if they have a crack, they can also go for a welding, and they can, that is a TIG welding actually. Once TIG welding is done, that crack will be not there. So what is the need of the time actually? The need of the time is scientific and engineering characterization of bale metal, S&T intervention for workstation, design and process development, product diversification, attempting wider international market, branding, skill manpower development through training and awareness program. These things we have been doing. Now I will give you an overview of Rutag products. So this is a bicycle, which is, we named it as a heavy duty bicycle. The male version can carry 200 kg or little more than that and can be driven. The ladies version can take 150 kg plus it can be driven. So these are in use, and now we are working in another project from DST, that is on Actually, Panchayat Raj is also involved. That is on vending card, bicycle as a vending card. We are working on that. Then we have one eddy cocoon opener. Eddy is a silk. There is a different type of silk, the worm silk. It is also known as a vegetarian silk because the worm comes out of the cocoon, damaging the cocoon actually. That is how it is different from the cocoons of mulberry silk or muga silk. So you do not get a continuous thread out of this cocoon. And so the processing is very difficult. So we have intervened here. We have developed one eddy cocoon opener. We have also modified a power loom for weaving of muga silk. Muga silk, you know, this is called golden silk. Its cost is also like gold. Its color is also golden. And we have 4 looms where we are producing muga fabric in power loom. And there we have also developed 3 different machines. One is your hand to bobbin winding machine, that is in the top. One is your palm winding machine, and the other one is your sectional warping machine. These 3 machines are actually available. These are developed by people in Madurai, Ahmedabad, and other places in Gujarat and Banaras. But their technology is different from what we have developed. What we have developed is particularly very important because it can be easily maintainable. The artisans, the users, they themselves can maintain this. Then you don't have to call a fabricator or a supplier for its maintenance. That is the beauty of these 3 products, and it is locally developed with local materials. So these are very useful, and these are actually impeding through the artisans at different places. Some. And also we are working on this for a power, solar powered machines. Same machines we are trying to convert as a solar powered one, and under a DSIR project. This is a betel nut cutter. You know that super industry is very big nowadays. So we have developed initial betel nut cutter, then we implemented it under a DST project in a ST cluster, and taking feedback from them, we have redesigned and developed a betel nut cutter and implemented it in different clusters. This is a feed block machine originally made for yaks in Arunachal Pradesh, but these are now used for mithuns also. There are one National Research Center for yak in Dirang in Arunachal Pradesh. Looking at their use, National Research Center in Dimapur in Nagaland, they also adopted this machine, and these machines are in very much use. This is another variety of the same machine. So this is a shaft cutter, which is very much required for those who are developing mushroom. Okay. For shaft cutting operation, is a tabletop one only, very small. This is a bamboo charcoal and bamboo vinegar production technology. Within a room, in a room of say 12 by 12 size, you can produce both vinegar as well as the charcoal. This is the modified potter's wheel I was talking about. This is in use. This is an artisan who is using this. So there are different types of projects, student projects we are taking. We are supervising. We are taking them to the field. They are talking to the end users. They're finding out the issues where intervention can be made, and accordingly we have been doing all these projects. So with this, I conclude. If you have any worries, any questions, you may please ask me.
Thank you so much, Professor Kakoti, for this elaborate, amazing work that has been done at the Northeast RUTAG. And it it's amazing to see that you have, taken time to define appropriate technology, and you have also provided hinted on the social demerits as well as deterrence of economical backgrounds or economic, support. After seeing the Erika Kuhn power loom and the Pern winding, I have, is seen that a lot of work has gone into textile aspects. Also, the power loom that has been developed, it's going for helping the silk, industry. The other aspects that you said, it's very interesting, and I would like to know a little bit more about the cycle development.
So that bicycle, we have used actually rickshaw tire,
Okay. Yes.
rickshaw frame,
Yes.
which is bigger than a normal bicycle. And also we have, as an implement, we have added some points where load can be carried. And now as a vending cart, what we are doing, we are using some bamboo and cane baskets,
Yeah.
bags, etc.
Thanks.
And the vendors can carry any type of material. It may be vegetables, it may be grocery, it may be stationery, and they can go from door to door in the villages. That was the concept.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Kakoti. Thank you for such an informative lecture. I do have one quick question, just for the sake of information for everybody here.
Yeah.
Is there any particular generalized framework that one should follow to design a technological solution for rural community without hindering their social traditions or practices during the development process? Like maybe you can enlighten us with some of your experiences.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
one should, yeah.
So
Thank
what
you.
I will tell you actually, when you think of designing something, first the need should come from the people who are supposed to use this. So that is why what we do, we go to the villages, nook and corners of Northeast. We interact directly, not in meeting mode, but in interactive mode. We interact with them. We see how they're doing the things, and we ask them some questions. What are the issues they are facing difficulty? And based on that, we formulate our policy. And doing that, say for textile, I'm not a textile man. I do not know much about textile. So what we do, based on the type of the problem, we develop a committee. We form a committee by developing synergy. We bring if it is textile related problem, then we bring textile related experts, textile related artisans, textile related social scientists. Like that, we coordinate and we have some brainstorming sessions with them. We take them to the field, and after that, we come up with a solution framework. So this is an example. If it is a pottery, then again we involve pottery related people, art and product related people. So like that.
All right. Thank you so much for your answer to this question. I am sure a lot of people will benefit and maybe venture new technological solutions for rural community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Kakoti.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Moving ahead. We are going towards the first session for today, that is technology intervention for rural artisans. The chairs for this particular session are Dr. Prasenjit Tribhuvan and Dr. Shobna Singh. I will Dr. Prasenjit Tribhuvan is a professor at our Humanities and Social Sciences Department, and he's also affiliated to Center for Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development. He likes to study anthropology, sociology, youth subcultures, and he is also the nodal officer of the Swurti scheme at IIT Jodhpur, which serves as a technical agency. While Professor Shobhana Singh is the professor in the Mechanical Engineering Department and also affiliated to Center for Emerging Technologies for Sustainable Development. He works in the areas of solar trias, electrochemical carbon capture, heat and mass transfer, renewable energies for food processing, and other energy storage devices. It's all yours.
Thank you, Dr. Anand, for a very nice introduction. Now it's time for our next session on technology intervention for rural artisan, as Dr. Anand has already mentioned. We all know that in India, we have a very culturally rich environment with amazing artisans around. But many working artisans in rural areas are in the need of technological interventions, either to enhance their skills or to find a right marketplace for their livelihood. This session basically focuses on the development of innovative technologies which are related to societal development. We have 4 presentations today lined up that will address the technological improvements to overcome the challenges of working artisans and to show how technology helps ease the existing processes in the villages. So we have the first presentation today on conceptualizing product success for designing for base is Pramod Khadilkar and Monto Mani from IISc Bangalore. So we can move ahead to the video of the presentation.
Good morning all. I am Pramod Khadilkar, a faculty at Department of Design, IIT Delhi. I am presenting a work that tries to understand how the conception and measures of product success affect the design of technology that intend to achieve human development. This work is done at Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, along with Professor Monto Mani. Design is goal-oriented and purposeful activity. The conception of product success leads to conception of design scope and specifications. Thus, conception of product success directly affects the extent and direction of a designer's efforts. This paper conceptualizes the success of the products targeted at the resource-constrained poor populations, commonly referred as designing for base of the economic pyramid or BOP. This is a conceptual and discussion paper intended to help designers in understanding how to decide the project scope to achieve the final goal, the human development that we want to achieve at RTDD. This work used 2 instances of literature review. First instance used papers that discuss the prevalent measures of product success, and second instance used papers that discuss what affected the product success at BOP, both positively and negatively. The insights are synthesized to understand what should be the scope of design to ensure the human development. To understand product success, we need to understand the 2 main approaches towards product development in the design for development context. One approach is to develop products through the finances provided by philanthropy or through governmental or international aid. The funders expect the outcomes in terms of human development. The second approach is the market-based approach proposed by C.K. Prahlad, where reducing poverty through profits was the goal. So here, in addition to human development, profits, sustenance of the firm producing the products is also a very important goal. So we looked at the prevalent product success measures in industry and in the new product development literature. These measures are from the perspectives of for-profit companies. The measures span to different aspects, majorly discussing financial measures like profits generated, return on investment, break even as financial measures. The investment required is factored in terms of measures like ease of automation, asset growth, use of current infrastructure, etc. Measures are also related to non-financial aspects like match with the company strategy, customer satisfaction, intellectual property generated, number of design awards won, and so on. We then went to developmental economics, which tries to measure the impact of developmental interventions from an economics perspective. We will just discuss one notable normative framework here, the capability approach by Amartya Sen. He argued against income as a measure and means to achieve development. Income is a means to achieve ends like safety, equity, respect, joy, etc., but not ends in itself. Measuring our technologies only in terms of income generated is not sufficient, but we must understand how it affects the ends these people want to achieve. A relative concept to this is also that means in itself are not sufficient to become capabilities. For example, improved income may not result in improved health or capable of taking care of his or her own health if the healthcare system is incompetent. Similarly, our technology is working well in our labs does not ensure that they will work in the same manner in the field. It needs efforts to translate the technological means to achieve capability of using it successfully and sustainably. So this capability approach affected how business successes are measured at BOP as well. The earlier conceptions related to success were only market driven. One author, Ted London, mentions that they judge their success at alleviating poverty on the basis of tasks completed and milestones achieved, like amount of money invested, quantity of products distributed, and so on, rather than how well their activities translate into changes on the ground. Ted London created a framework we will discuss briefly here. So he looked at three main stakeholders: buyers, sellers of the product, and community as a whole, and the changes the business or product brings at three levels: economic level, capability level, and relationship or network level. So economic measures included aspects like income generated and stability for both buyers and sellers. So this is if product is made and it is sold by the people, then it kind of tries to cover what measures we discussed earlier. So opportunity cost of selecting or not selecting the new product business, access to credit due to new economic activity due to these businesses, and ability to deal with financial shocks. The changes in capabilities are linked with new skill development, access to new information, and improvement in aspects that increase self-worth and happiness, that I have earned new skill, I am running my own business, and those sort of things. The changes in relationships deal with how the social and economic networks change, like changes in the gender dynamics at household and community level. If a female is doing a business using some of the technologies developed, then how the other gender in the household looks at her, social cohesion, relationship with the natural ecosystem, and all those things. After understanding the measures, we search for the literature that try to understand why product interventions succeeded or failed at BOP. We have gone through multiple papers but decided to freeze on 23 papers to analyze in detail. The papers were carefully selected because they originated from the first-hand experiences of the researchers as well as from the analysis of multiple cases and studying other literature. So most of the papers are selected from journals and are very well cited. The papers also represent multiple domains like design for development, management, information and communication technology for development, and engineering. So the outcomes of this review are not presented separately, but they are coupled with the review of measures presented earlier, and which resulted into extension of scope for design. So the extension of the scope is summarized in this image. The first and the driving extension of scope that arrives from the measures of product success, that is, design should not target just means but ends. So research shows that people are interested in achieving ends. So it is used in theory of goal systems that shows that people adopt means if the ends are valuable. They are not interested in means as such. Designers must try to trace what ends the given product fulfills. The practice literature also highlights this point. So along with the economic factors, products that add respect, reduces boredom and brings equality are preferred by the users. However, translation of means to ends is complete only when the outcomes of the product are achieved. So ends are achieved in the field, not only in the laboratory. This leads to 4 more extensions in the scope. So the second extension is fulfillment of ends require that the product must lead to successful life cycle of the outcome that is desired through the product. For example, a cook stove must be made, it should be used, and it should be repaired if there are any minor cracks appear in the same time. Another example is a Tulsi Mala bead making device will be valued if the increased production is consumed in the market. So it demands market linkages also. So the whole life cycle. The next extension is the practice literature shows that the BOP markets have needs, but they do not have markets. This essentially means there are no avenues for the buyers and sellers of the product to meet and then exchange the value. This means that either multiple stakeholders that deal with multiple life phases of the product do not exist yet, or they are not in communication with each other, or they are not reachable. In case the BOP market exists, it is very sparsely populated, informal, and it lacks infrastructure. So this essentially demands the product designers must take the responsibility for ensuring manufacturing, service, end of life in these absent markets, which means this needs developing the designs by talking with multiple stakeholders that deal with marketing, sales, manufacturing, service, and end of life. So this leads to the fourth extension where the designers has to understand the ends of the different stakeholders and what they want to achieve through it. This is equivalent to understanding how a given product business affect the networks associated with it, as elaborated by Ted London earlier. The last and important extension is about the context in which design decisions are taken. The context should consider social, cultural, environmental, and economic aspects along with technical aspects. This often means that we have to sacrifice technical specifications to support the specifications that come from cultural or environmental context. So the definition of optimization will change from very technical optimization to social and socio-technical optimization. So in conclusion, this paper helps in understanding the measures and determinants of success, and it results into the expansion of the scope of design. RUTAG as an organization that offers funds and manages the development related projects must scope their projects to fulfill these extensions. This essentially means that ends behind any technological means should be understood through field work. All the stakeholders should be consulted and should be made capable to deliver the successful life cycle. Now this will affect the planning of resources like human resource, time, money required to finish the project successfully. And authors understand that this might not be feasible within the current mandate of a single organization like RUTAG. Then multiple organizations must collaborate to support this extended scope while visualizing the same developmental ends. So we at RUTAG thus should think and plan for such extensions, and collaborations should be worked out to fulfill our vision of development at BOP. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you. Now I would request the presenters present in the session. The session is now open for question and answers. And speakers may come forward for the answering the questions. Okay, I can start. Let's say thank you, Dr. Pramod, for such a wonderful work that you have shared with us. I just want to know, you have talked about two approaches, right, to conceptualize any technological interventions which might be in the practice. In India is so diverse, right? Every region has its own craft, weaves, or anything for that matter, which they want to, proceed further to the marketplace or anything like that, or to develop further. So, which approach would you think would be the best suited for our environment, for the development and adaptation, let's say, for the technologies which we could use to improve the quality of life of these artisans? Do you have any comment in that regard?
Yeah, so mainly I looked at two approaches: market-based approach and the philanthropy-based approach. So
Right.
I feel philanthropy-based approach is very difficult to sustain in long term. It has to have some kind of the economy or exchange. So in our older Indian villages, the exchange used to happen, but not in terms of money. So how far is the boundary of that exchange might differ, but some kind of economic or value exchange must happen rather than depending on external source to fund or create these. But initially, yes, definitely philanthropy is important, because unless and until we create some technological advances, then its value is seen and perceived. So initially, you need some kind of philanthropical push or governmental push. But at the end, the same philanthropical end or supporter should ensure that very important stakeholder or the market has to be created through that push. Once the market is created, it is self-sustaining. So it is not one or another. We need both, because unless and until we don't see a value, people will not start, or the market generation has to happen through some kind of external push or support. And then once that is done, it can sustain on its own through economical exchange. So I think that's how I think.
Right. I think I agree with that point. But sometimes what happens, let's say we already have a technology existing, right, but we want to utilize it for these rural artisans. So sometimes adapting those technologies to a contemporary design or a technological solution for them, it's also a challenge. So what do you think about that? How can we conceptualize those things also into picture rather than
Yeah. So
developing something from scratch? Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
yeah, so technologies, if you say solution, it will always have two aspects. One aspect is which uses physical laws and effects, like forces, gears, and some machine doing something. So that is one part of solution. But another part of solution is mobilizing the stakeholders which actually adopt and use it. So the human connect of that technology is also we should consider as a part of design, and that is the whole thing which I'm trying to say in this. We have very limited understanding of what design means. We means the RUTAG, or what I'm seeing in IIT Delhi, is much broader, and I'm very grateful that I'm what I've seen with Professor Kapoti just sometime before, or what Dr. Chidambaram said in yesterday's talk, that it is not only about the machines or the hard parts, but it is about how it gels up with the stakeholders. That also should be considered as part of design. And we need different type of designers there. They may not be engineers, they might be economists, they might be from management side. And then only the technology is wholesome. So when we say that technology is, we have to adopt technology, we should think from designer perspective in ensuring that we are looking at the full life cycle of the technology and the adoption. And if we look at that, then the challenges are converting this very engineering means to very social, cultural, and environmental means, and make it part of that. So it is definitely that effort we have to take at good time.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Pramod, for your presentation. Yeah. Now it's time to move to our second presentation of the session. Yes. So our second presentation is on automation of Tulsi Mala bead making device using ergonomic handle. The work is authored by Venkat Boka, Shri S.S. Katta, Raj Kumar Gupta and S.K. Saha. We can have the video.
Hello everyone, this is Venkat from I Have Foundation for Cobotics, and I have here with me Shri Rajkumar Gupta and Professor S.K. Saha from IIT Delhi. Today we are going to present our work on automation of Tulsi Mala bead making machine using ergonomic handle. In this, we will be showing you the journey of the mission, as well as we discuss the problem, why we are proposing a ergonomic handle, and the motor automation we have done with a small video demonstration, and we discuss about the finally we summarize and give this a work in progress and some acknowledgements. So let's see a short video where how the Tulsi Mala bead making machine has started. Here we can see the craftsman is making the beads using a manually operated. He rotates the stem using his mechanism here, where he in a linear motion he rotates the stem, and on his right hand side he uses the tool to cut them. From hand driven to motor driven. Now after that they have innovated and taken a motor and they try to rotate the stem. This prototype is being done in Rutag lab at IIT Delhi. So to understand how it works, then using this one, they have made a proper DC motor version with switch on with a platform rail rods where the motor can slide, motor setup can slide. Here we can see a lady operating, and this during an exhibition, and there is a switch provided to switch on and off the system. Here a little bit upgraded system with a limit switch. Here we can see a fully finished product. There the motor has a palm rest and a limit switch where we can operate this one with our tips of the fingers, and the beads are made like this. And the current one, the AC motor operated by leg. So this is used for making bigger beads. So this is the journey of the Tulsi Mala bead making. Now we come to our problem statement where we see that the palm in the DC motor, especially the palm is placed on the surface of the motor platform, and moving for longer operations, placing our palm continuously and movement would be very difficult and discomfort, and also continuously pressing the switch. There are possibilities of slippage of the hand onto the rail during operations, and added to that, if the hands get moisturized or wet, there is a possibility of contacting the metallic parts where some DC power is given. So to solve this one, we came up with a handle inspired from the iron box we regularly utilize. In this one, we replaced the limit switch using an IR combination transmitter and receiver. Let me use the pointer. Transmitter and receiver underneath the above the motor platform. So I will show you in the short this thing. So here we can put an array of IR sensors, but in this demonstration we have used only one couple of IR, one set of IR sensor, and in this the block diagram is very simple, where we use a controller like Arduino to detect the signal, and the motor relay is switched on to turn the motor on. Here, this is the combination of IR transmitter receiver. Whenever there is a obstruction or this one, the signal between these two cuts, and this is being detected using an Arduino, and this Arduino is embedded on the PCB where the IR detection and relay are being utilized. So let us see a short video where we can see the operation here. See. So so in this work, we summarize that the equipment is having a ergonomic handle, and automation is being done using a simple IR combination, and the handle is inspired from the iron box setup, and this improves the comfort during longer operations. And the IR sensor automation, IR sensor is used for automating the motor switching on and off. And we expect that sustainable usage of this for productivity of bead making. And the work is still in progress, where we are planning to incorporate IoT-based solution for asset tracking and condition monitoring of the motor. So this is especially not at the end user level, but this incorporating this module can bring this entire system into a business model where the person who is in charge can track the utilization as well as the uh, 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 entire setup, as well as he can look at the motor whether it is in working condition or not, with simple techniques implemented on this one. So these are some of the references we have utilized to bring out this work, and we acknowledge the RUTAG team, especially Mr. Mangal Sharma and Yashwant to help us, and Mr. Utkarsh Bajpai from IHFC. Any questions? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So now the session is open for questions and answers. I request the speakers, whoever is present, to come forward to address. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. So I hope you can hear us.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you for sharing your work with us. So do we have any questions from audience? All right, I can start very quickly with a very small query, of course. I think it's a very wonderful device that you have created to help the artisans making Tulsi Mala. I just want to know, like, are you also controlling the speed of the process itself? Like how you can make it convenient for the artisans in that aspect?
Right now, we are not controlling. There is a manual control which is available on the device. So uh, we can incorporate in the same handle as we for we can place this. We can replace the handle like a bike throttle handle where we accelerate the vehicle. Handle in, we have different what is it structure for the handle. So we are testing that one on a pilot base at IIT Delhi. And we'll consider that point also. So to see that we can control the motor speed so that it gives different sizes of the beads or different shapes can be the artisans can easily accommodate uh, while designing these beads. So that is possible. That is definitely possible, but right now it is not. This, thank you. This is a good suggestion. We'll look into this.
Yeah. I think I was wondering regarding some elderly artisans, for example. For them, maybe they would like to tune the speed according to their convenience in order to produce these beats for them.
Manually it is available. Manually you can like we do the fan regulator. There is a knob available on the device where you can adjust the speed of the motor.
Okay. Interesting, I think. So that would be much of help, I would say again, although it's anyway very useful. For how long does this device can operate, let's say, in a continuous mode? You're using batteries, right?
In continuous mode, this can be used by batteries, and the current version we can use it adapter like for laptops. So it's an adapter which gives DC output. Uh, so it can be in continuous operation if you have a AC supply. So no need to use a battery because from a previous survey we found out that uh, the power outage in villages is very less nowadays compared to the older 10-15 years back. Fortunately, we are most of the there will be a continuous utilization of the device.
Okay. All right. I think I just have one quick question, last one also. Have you brought this product to the market? Is it available for other artisans as well? Or is it only available in the region where you are working?
Right now, one NGO in Rajasthan, they're taking care of this one as well as in uh, the place near Mathura and other places. NGO is taking care of it, and Rotag team from IT Delhi is developing and supplying the um, device. But with this incorporated, like this automation and ergonomic handle, this is still in testing phase. So we are testing 2-3 handles with different sizes and widths of this one. So with this handle, it is not available, but with the flat platform which we showed in the earlier demonstrations, they are in usage right now.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. This is all from my end. I would just once again quickly check if audience has a question.
Yes. So,
All right.
thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So
You're welcome.
look forward for
Okay.
such wonderful conferences ahead. Thank you.
Our pleasure. Our pleasure. Thank you so much. Now we are heading towards our third presentation in the session, which is on rejuvenation of art and craft industry as an augmentation to the rural economy, a case study of an aspiration for the upliftment of Kutch's absolute art culture. Our speakers are Neelkanti Vinayak Gurav, Shivani Kulshrestha, Dr. Chetan R. Patel, and Dr. Krupesh Chauhan.
Do you aware of the major losses that occur when a catastrophic event such as pandemic, earthquake, tsunami, or flood strikes any place? Loss of life and economy, right? But certain regions rise to the occasion in such a way that the rest of the world is taken aback. So without any delay, I, Nilkanti Guru, with my co-author Shivani Kulshrestha, presenting our paper, Rejuvenation of Art and Craft Industry as an Alimentation to the Rural Economy, a case study of an aspiration for the upliftment of Kutch's absolute art culture.
Development. When we talk about development, we usually picture this: a densely settled place with skyscrapers, all the basic amenities, smart services like Wi Fi, smart transportation. But is it so? Now, we all are aware of 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by United Nations in 2015. It was designed to be a blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. All these goals are integrated, means action in one area will affect outcomes in other. And that's the real meaning of development, to balance social, economic, and environmental sustainability. On the other hand, talking about rural people, they generally have less access to education, health, and other essential services, as well as they face poverty, hunger, and inequality. Therefore, to achieve sustainable development goals, rural development is essential as it reflects the agenda's guiding principle of leaving no one behind. Considering India's present condition, there are 69% of people living in rural area and only 7 states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Punjab and Mizoram have percentage of urban population above 35. Now rural areas in which people are working are cultivation and agricultural laborers and in traditional industries related to manufacturing processing. These traditional practices and technologies have been influenced by all geographical conditions. The key players are climate, natural resources, socioeconomic conditions, and demographic features. All these facets are frugal and are high on indices of sustainability.
Do you aware of the major Do you aware of the major losses
Services as well as they face poverty, hunger, and inequality. Therefore, to achieve sustainable development goals, rural development is essential as it reflects the agenda's guiding principle of leaving no one behind. Considering India's present condition, there are 69% of people living in rural area and only 7 states like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Punjab and Mizoram have percentage of urban population above 35. Now rural areas in which people are working are cultivation and agricultural laborers and in traditional industries related to manufacturing processing. These traditional practices and technologies have been influenced by all geographical conditions. The key players are climate, natural resources, socioeconomic conditions, and demographic features. All these facets are frugal and are high on indices of sustainability. However, even good principles need continuous upgrade based on the current knowledge and market demand. It is thus important to deploy available technologies in rural area.
From this, we draw a need of study as first, to understand how important is the role of governmental and non-governmental organizations to promote local heritage. Second, to realize the need of preserving the cultural heritage of any region to use it as an economic resource. Third, to motivate rural areas in other parts of the world to use technology aspect to showcase their talent. Also, to analyze the methodologies which can attract tourists who could thrive in any region socio-economically, and to study the various aspects of rural area that could help to achieve sustainable development goals.
The study area of the paper is Kutch in the state of Gujarat with population of around 2 million as per Census of India 2011. It is situated on the western end of the state and forms part of Saurashtra region. High saline unproductive deserts known as Great and Little Run of Kutch covers 51% of the land of Kutch, while agriculture covers only 34.73%. The region has a high aridity index of over 40%, which basically indicates a severe lack of soil moisture.
Background. As we know, a catastrophic earthquake hit Bhuj and region around it in 2001 and destroyed it to the ground. As the total rural area is 47.68%, rural development became necessity to restore the economy. The communities are mainly nomadic settlements which have their own art and craft and have home-centered craft industry. But due to advancement in textile industry, the handicraft industry was on the verge of obsolescence. The reason the art had been passed orally to the next generation and its uniqueness was not in any recorded form.
The handicraft industry in Kutch is highly unorganized. There are around 30,240 artisans from various talukas, with roughly 9,500 handicraft artisans residing only in Bhuj, which is accounting for around 29.7% of the entire handicraft population. These crafts are closely associated with Kutch's village, Bhujodi, Ajrakpur, Konka, Dharang, Sumbrasar, and Ludia are few of the cultural villages that are located near the city of Bhuj. Irrespective of religion or occupation, embroidery is an integral part of women's life in all communities. Each of them has its unique embroidery techniques. Bhuj being Kutch's main administrative center, the state administrative activity takes place here. It has a good road network that provides easy access to various places of Kutch. Now, the villages that are uplifting cultural aspects are located along major routes and are in close proximity to Bhuj, thus providing easy access to raw material. People can easily reach manufacturing areas and, of course, good market. Some villages have NGOs that have painstakingly built working spaces with architectural significance, museums, workshops, entertainment, and recreational spaces, all of which promote tourism and draws travelers' attention to village cultural legacy.
Technological interventions. We all know India is culturally rich country and has high potential of employment. The roots of culture always resides in rural regions and they have been passed on from one generation to the other orally. If we preserve it digitally, then it could reach to the people all around the world and that's where the technological interventions come into picture. Now what does digital platform do? It reduces the transport cost of people and things. Now how? You can put up something so that people can check from anywhere and if we provide marketing access, then not buyer and seller need to travel every time. Now these develop more scattered production structures and working practices and makes rural area more competitive on a global scale. Now what happened? This advancement would help the area moved to a low carbon economy by improving service quality access, increasing political engagement, boosting entrepreneurship and local markets, and assisting in the transition to a low carbon economy. Now what happened in Kutch? Various NGOs like Living and Learning Design Center of Srujan, then Khamir, which went to the artisans, record their techniques like weaving, pottery, printing, etc. Then they preserved it digitally and started research on how they can add some innovative techniques to it. Also, they start arranging training programs for the rural artisans. Now to aware people and attract tourists, organizations like LLDC and Kalaraksha built museums with international standards. The main attraction of these buildings is their passive architecture. Then Gujarat government created a tourism website where they have mentioned each village separately with its own cultural importance. Many organizations create their online shopping platforms where people from anywhere can directly purchase the work from artisans, which would help artisans to become self-reliant. Also, if we see innovative techniques, then the Khamir organization has been using recycled plastic waste to create plastic textile by using traditional weaving technology, which will also create an employment generation opportunity for the rag pickers, industries, schools, and area committees.
So, the conclusion drawn by the paper is that Enhancing the relationship between socioeconomic condition and cultural components will help group act and perceive in ways that would make them stronger and mentally armed to survive in face of natural disaster or climate change. Leveraging technology and working with local community will function as a key for rural region to contribute to the global reduction of poverty and transition to a more sustainable society. Thank you.
I now invite the speakers to come forward, whoever is present in the session, for the question answer session. Who do we have today in the session? Shivani Kulshrestha, are you present?
Morning, ma'am. Yes, I'm Shivani Kulshrestha.
Okay, thank you for your work and sharing with us. I just have a very quick question to you. You have specified so many technological interventions that are being going on in the Kutch region, right? Can you specify something that you have brought into this case study in terms of intervention, or maybe you plan to implement that?
So, ma'am, actually, the artisans over there, many of the like we went to Khamir especially. So the artisan over there, they are not very keen that to incorporate any new technique in their working method. So basically, how we can intervene techniques is that through NGOs. So the NGOs maybe they could enhance their productivity by by going on the social media aspect. So
No,
promoting
my
that
question.
particular technique, they can intervene the technology into their day-to-day life and improve their production and market.
All right. Actually, I wanted to ask you your intervention, basically your contribution to this case study. Maybe at your institute, if you are planning to come up with some sort of technological intervention which you would like to test and maybe use it in the rural areas. Okay, we would be.
Actually, we as an urban planner, what we feel that looking into the social infrastructure, we can do this. Like in Kutch, we took at as a case study that how a social infrastructure helped the artisan in Kutch to enhance the production. They were facing problem. They were not getting market. So similarly, as an urban planner, we can analyze various areas and how that particular social infrastructure with the help of the technologies, because the people over there, the villagers, are not so well off, they can themselves can't go there. So this the infrastructure can help as can act as a catalyst doing so. So we will be doing that the study how we can make a land use plan regarding that.
All right. Thank you, Shivani, so much. Okay, now we are moving forward to the last presentation of the session. Yeah, so the last presentation we have today is scenario-based selection of Tulsi Mala bead making devices. The presenters are Suraj Bhatt, Yashwant Prasad, S.K. Saha, and Vinay Gupta.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suraj. I'm a PhD student at IIT Delhi, and the work I'm going to present is scenario-based selection of Tulsi Mala bead making devices. My co-authors are Yashwant Prasad, Professor Subir Kumar Saha, and Professor Vinay Gupta. The Tulsi Malas are garlands of beads made out of Tulsi stems, and in the areas around Mathura, Vrindavan and Bharatpur, over 2000 families are involved in this bead making process. And generally in a family, women, men and also children, they make beads using different devices. So these are some of the Tulsi Mala bead making devices available for the artisans. So on the top you can see this is a traditional hand operated device which is being used for many years now, and this is a handheld DC motor device where the woman holds a DC motor in her hand and the beads are made using her right hand. This is a sliding DC motor device which was an intervention done by Rotag IIT Delhi, where a support is provided for the DC motor along with a switch and a speed regulator. On the left hand bottom, you can see an improvised traditional device. This is a field innovation where the artisan, they have used AC motor. They have used the AC motor in the traditional version itself, and the AC motor is moved with the legs of the artisan. This is one more intervention done by RUTAG IT Delhi, where a pedal operated DC motor device has been developed to make Tulsi Mala beads. So 5 different devices are currently available to the artisans, and these devices can produce beads of sizes 2 mm to 5 mm in diameter, and the cost varies from 800 rupees to 15,000 rupees. So additionally, the skill set required and the effort required to operate these devices, they vary from each device, and the bead sizes as well. They vary from each device, so not all devices can produce beads of all the sizes. So the problem here is the selection of appropriate Tulsi Mala bead making device for an artisan, and this can be posed as an MADM problem, that is multiple attribute decision making process. And for this we have used Topsys approach to carry out the selection procedure. And in order to apply Topsys approach, attributes have to be identified. So these attributes have been identified here on the basis of various socioeconomic factors which are applicable to the bead making artisans. And to assign weights to these attributes, we have used design tools known as scenarios. So these are the attributes which have been identified in the case of Tulsi Mala bead making artisans, and they have been classified in 4 different classes. There is a financial attribute, consists of the price, the purchase model of the device, and then the maintenance cost, accessories, etc. Then there are contextual attributes which are specific to the user context. For example, the skill set required to operate the device, what is the footprint of the device, how easy is it to maintain, what are the materials used to make a device. Then comes the performance attributes which evaluate the performance of a device. So these are basically performance metrics such as the bead finish, the size of bead, what is the material usage, material wastage, etc. Finally, we have ergonomic attributes. Here we have considered comfort, noise and vibration, what is the effort required to operate, so on and so forth. So this is the overview of Topsys approach, where initially a database of the available devices is created, and then an elimination criteria, if present, is applied, and then the remaining alternatives, they are converted into a decision matrix. Then for the attribute weights, we develop scenarios, and based on these the weights are derived, and then the weights are multiplied to the decision matrix to obtain the weighted normalized matrix, and then the benchmarks are created, the positive and negative benchmarks, and then finally C star scores are obtained based on which the ranking is done. So the mathematics behind this has been explained in the paper, which I'll not be explaining in detail in this presentation. As you've seen in the list of attributes, so not all attributes are can be quantified directly. Only some attributes such as the price, weight, so they have quantitative data, whereas other attributes such as time to learn, the comfort, so these are qualitative in nature, so they have to be quantified before making the decision matrix. So here we have an example where a time to learn, a user will prefer he'll be able to learn it quickly. So highest scale is given to quick time to learn, and lowest is given to in case the time to learn is very long. In contrast, for the comfort, user will prefer that very high comfort is obtained to the user, hence highest score is given to this. Next, this is the database which has been used in this study. We have 5 different devices, and the prices, the operating speed, bead size, time to learn, skill set, effort, and comfort are used as attributes. You can see the values of different attributes for all the devices. So this is the decision matrix which has been obtained from the database. So you can see the range of cost is different, and here the attributes they are in a different unit. So in order to achieve the uniformity, the matrix is normalized by taking the second norm, and this is the normalized matrix which has been obtained. Now to assign weights, scenarios are created. So in this study, we consider three factors to create scenarios. One is the type of beads, type of artisan, and the skill level of the artisan. So type of beads, you can see there are four different types of beads which the artisans make. One is the kanthi mala, which is the smallest bead. The size is 2 mm to 5 mm. Next size is the matardana, 5 to 8 mm. Then comes the jap mala beads, 8 mm to 10 mm, and then the larger beads. So not all devices can make all of these beads. So it is essential that we consider the type of beads which the artisan makes. Then we consider three different categories of artisan: men, women, and children, along with different skill levels of each artisan: beginner, intermediate, and expert. So 4 into 3 into 3, we totally get 36 scenarios. For example, a beginner man who has to make matardana. So what kind of device is suitable for him? A woman expert who has to make japmala. So what kind of devices is suitable for her? So these are some of the things which we'll be seeing in the results. So this is the first scenario which we have considered: beginner man. The priorities for a beginner man will be obviously time to learn. That is, he'll have that a minimum time is required to learn to operate this device. He'll also need that the skill set is minimum, along with the price. So these are the highest priorities being set. Next comes the operating speed. And effort and comfort, a beginner man would be willing to sacrifice because he's just a beginner, and he'll be more focusing on learning the device. So we have split the results in three different categories here. One is the kanthi mala. So you can see the handheld DC motor scores better as opposed to the hand operated traditional device. Next, for larger beads, we have the pedal operated AC is marginally performing better compared to other. Similarly, in the case of larger beads as well. Second scenario here is the expert man category. So as opposed to the beginner men, the expert men will be given lower priority to time to learn as well as the skill set required, whereas his higher priority would be price and comfort. So you can see in the case of Kanthimala, both the alternatives have been given approximately a similar score. Because hand operated traditional device requires higher amount of skill which the expert man will possess. In the case of larger beads, again the hand operated device is preferred because the price is very low, and same in the case of larger beads. In the case of women, the higher priority is given to effort and comfort. This is due to the physical limitations which we have observed in the field, that the woman will not be able to impart more effort while making the beads for a longer duration. So in this case, a handheld DC motor is given higher priority, gives a better result in Kanthimala. Whereas in larger beads, we see that pedal operated device is marginally higher. Next, in the case of expert women, again, the priority is higher for price comfort, whereas the low time to learn and skill set is given low priority. So again, you can see the handheld DC motor is scores better as operated to traditional device. Whereas in the case of larger beads, the results which we have obtained, it shows that hand operated traditional device scores better, but as we have seen in the field, the women are reluctant to use these hand operated traditional and the improvised AC devices because of the high effort required to make beads. So this can be considered as a limitation of this study, and sensitivity analysis has to be done so that we can interpret the result better and see what can be done or what improvement can be done in other devices so that we get the correct result. So as you can to summarize the results, The Kanthimala can be produced only using two devices, hand operated traditional and then handheld DC device. And for medium and larger size beads, pedal operated AC motor is preferable for the beginners, whereas traditional hand operated is preferred only for expert men. As I mentioned in the previous slide, it should be noted that women do not use this traditional device due to the limitation of physical strength. So to conclude, a selection methodology has been demonstrated to select appropriate technology, and attributes were identified based on the socio-economic considerations. And then scenarios were created based on type of artisans, type of beads, and the skill level of the artisans. Devices were ranked and compared across various scenarios. However, sensitivity analysis is recommended where the rankings are very close or if the rankings are contrary to the field observations. So these are some of the references. Thank you.
Yeah, so I would now invite the presenters who are present in session today for the question answer session. And I request the audience to please ask questions if they have any. I can start with a very quick question. So who do we have here today?
Yeah,
Can
Suraj.
Okay. Okay. Welcome, Suraj, to the session. I see that you have identified some attributes, categorically, of course, to design these devices. I just want to know, like, how does the finance actually varies when you are identifying some solution for a certain attributes? So, is it like too much difference in the cost, final cost, or is it like meager? Can you comment on it?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. Like, what do you mean by finance vary?
No, no, you have actually designed different solutions based on different attributes. Am I correct?
No, the solutions are existing. So we have just analyzed for which case scenario which device is to be used.
So when based on a certain scenario, when you make a selection of a device,
Yeah.
okay, that has to be used. Does it cost the same amount for other scenario, or is it the different cost for the product? This is
Yeah,
what I'm.
cost is different. That is why we have given the priorities. So whatever the priority is for a current scenario, the price will definitely be different for each device.
Okay, so can you just tell us how the price varies based on different scenarios, the three scenarios that you have visualized?
Yeah, four scenarios. So for instance, if you can go back to the results, I can explain it better.
We can just see, like, I see that you have couple of scenarios based on comfort level, for example, or
Yeah.
maybe skill of a person who is going to use it. So let's talk about the person who is very skilled and take less time to learn the device and use it.
Yeah. So in that case, the highest score was given to traditional hand-operated device. So that is one of the low costing device that costs around 1,000 rupees. So whereas if the user wants to learn quickly, then he'll have to invest more. So a pedal operated AC motor device was scoring better in that case. That costs around 15,000 rupees. So there is a kind of a sacrifice which the user has to make.
Okay, so comparison between 1,000 and 15,000 is, I would say, too much, and people has to make a choice, an alert decision which device they want to purchase.
Yes, and an alternative thing here can be the price currently is 15,000. So maybe we might have to rethink about the price as well, because that is what we are getting in the results, that the price, the users are not able to see much of a benefit in investing that much of amount.
All right. Thank you, Suraj. We have a question from Pramod Khadilkar.
Yeah.
He's asking, how can we use the subjective attributes like perceived usefulness? Followed by another question, do the original methods suggest of use of any such subjective attributes?
Yes, like right now we have only used objective here. For subjective, there's one more method, like we can use fuzzy attributes. So we will be using fuzzy numbers to give to quantify the subjectivity, to take care of the subjectivity. So that is a kind of a different approach. It is called fuzzy topsis. So that also can be done.
So he's also asking, do we need some base study to arrive at the values of these attributes?
Yes, most of these we have derived from field observations. Like Yashwant was my co-author, he was very much in the field most of the time. So whatever the attribute observations values we have taken from the field, so that is an important thing, I'd say.
All right. They are conveying thanks to you, and thanks from all of us, of course, Suraj, for presenting and sharing your work with us. I think
Yeah.
that's all. And now I would like to thank all the presenters once again for their participation and sharing their work with us. Now I request Dr. Prasannaji to take the stage and conclude the session.
Thank you, Dr. Shobna, and thank you all the panelists and all the everyone who presented for presenting such informative and innovative work, and and also being present to answer the questions. All right, so we shall now move on to next session. The next session is chaired by Professor Ravindra and by Professor Bhadoria. Professor Ravindra is an associate professor in the mechanical department at IIT Jodhpur. He completed his PhD from IIT Kanpur. His current research area focus is on solar resource assessment, energy harvesting for Internet of Things, thermal models, and IR thermography for solar PV plants. Some of his projects carried out in IIT Jodhpur are rooftop solar PV plant and performance assessment, forecasting solar PV plant performance, using neural networks and deep learning, and impact of dust storms on solar PV performance. Professor Bhadoria obtained his PhD. Yes.
Yeah, it's fine. We go. Let's start.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So please can take over, Professor Bhadoria and Professor Ravindra.
Thank you, Professor Prasenjit. Professor Bhadoria, please take over the session. You need no introduction, obviously. You've been in the area of rural technology and a familiar name for everybody. Welcome, Professor Bhadoria. We take this opportunity to take the first paper, an approach towards designing a Bhilwara decorticator from IIT Delhi, team from IIT Delhi. Anushka Arya is the presenter. I think we have a recording. Can we present the recording?
Greetings to everyone. So this is the video presentation for the research paper titled An Approach Towards Designing a Bhilwa Decorticator. I'm Anushka and I'm one of the authors of this research paper. The basic aim of this research paper is to define an approach which can be used to solve problems that that extensively involve the societal aspects as well and don't just address a solution with a technical solution. For this purpose, we took up Bhilwa decortication in the Betul district of Madhya Pradesh as a case study, just to design an approach. Moving ahead, in order to give a little background about what our case study is, it's basically about the practice of Bhilwa decortication in Betul. Decortication is the opening or the removing of the outer covering of a nut or a fruit in order to obtain the seed inside, and Bhilwa is a fruit. So Bhilwa decortication might make sense now. Betul is one of the marginally located backward southern districts of Madhya Pradesh, and the community there, which is the Nahar community, they practice Bhilwa decortication, and around 100 to 125 families, they are solely dependent on this practice for their livelihood. The fruit basically is the seed that's obtained. It's used for a lot of medicinal applications, and The problem with the traditional method of decortication is that the oil which is present in this fruit, it splashes when it's decorticated traditionally, and it causes a lot of blisters in the hands, which cause a lot of social as well as health problems. And one important aspect is that this practice is generally followed by women of the family. Men are generally not involved. They're involved in drinking and other activities, not contributing to the financial aspects of the family. That was just a little background. Moving ahead, we'll be working on the principles of design thinking for building up this approach, which involves empathizing with the stakeholders, defining a rigid problem statement, ideating upon solutions which address the problem statement, prototyping, and of course, finally testing our prototype. And this is iterative, so we keep doing this until we reach to a perfect solution. For this paper, we'll be dealing with the first three aspects only, and we'll be making up an approach and building up an approach based on these first three aspects. Moving on to the first aspect, and that is empathizing. Empathizing is done best by going to the field and really interacting with the stakeholders that are involved in our whole project. But because of COVID, we were not able to do that. We had planned a trip, and for that trip, we had made a field visit guide, a list of questions which were very strategically divided into different areas, or should I say sections, that would help us in really understanding the society, understanding our stakeholders. So the first thing that we really, the first principle we applied was the life cycle analysis. That was to understand for anything that we're solving, what's the start, what's the end, what are the different processes involved in between. In our case, it was the practice of traditional Dhilva decortication. The first step that it involved was the procurement. How are the people who are practicing Dhilva decortication procuring the Dhilva seeds? The questions related to this were, for example, where do you get it from? At what cost do we get the Dhilva? The second process was the pre-processing stage, which is do we do something with this with the seeds that we've obtained, with the fruits that we obtained after our procurement? Is there some sort of drying? Do we sort out? What is it? So questions like, are they not sorted according to some criteria? These come up in our mind. Decortication, the main process where we're actually removing the covering and obtaining the seed. Questions like, what kind of orientation do you use? Or how do you decide this orientation when you're breaking the seed? Something of this sort comes in our mind. The processing after the decortication, is there again some sort of drying? What is it? So how is the efficiency impacted with the drying, right? So is it more efficient? Is it not that efficient? Post-processing, which involves packaging, which involves different kinds of divisions of these things. So is the packaging possible maybe at a lower level of the supply chain? That can also act as maybe, it's important to understand the supply chain at least. So that's part of post-processing. And then finally, how it's sold, how it's reaching the market. So what is the gain in selling cost due to the intervention of middlemen? If there are middlemen involved, are they really getting a lot of money out of it? Are they not? What's the cost difference? So this was all about life cycle analysis and the questions related to it. Secondly, move on to the stakeholder analysis, which is also an equally important part of empathizing. We need to understand what are the stakeholders involved at each of these processes. For example, for the main process of decortication, we have women involved. Along with the women, we also have their families involved, because the effect on the activities of the activities of the household or the household members, they also affect what the woman of the house who's practicing Dhilva decortication is doing. So identifying all the aspects and all the people who might actually affect the activities of our main stakeholders also act as stakeholders, because they have some say in the, they hold some stakes in this whole entire project, right? So this is basically stakeholder analysis, identifying the stakeholders at each of these processes. Moving on, so as I mentioned, we would have gone to field and interacted with all the different stakeholders, but we couldn't do that. So we organized an online meet with Ms. Geeta Hurmade, who's actually been part of an NGO which is very active in the Betul district, and they deeply know the problems faced by people who are practicing Bhilwa decortication. So we gained a lot of insights, and those insights included insights in procurement, um, 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 that how do they procure. So we got to know that they get it from some agents who are involved in giving these seeds to the people who are actually decorticating the Bhilwa fruit. A lot of insights on the procedure of Bhilwa decortication. That they orient it in a particular way along the weak point of the nut, so that we can break it easily. So insights on procedure, insights on what all factors actually affect the quality of Bhilwa decortication. The social observations, that why only women are practicing. Do they practice in a group? Do they not practice in a group? So it turns out they don't. They practice it individually until now. And what are possible solutions, which is going to be further discussed. But then this was one aspect that was also discussed with this meeting. So basically, gaining insights from the people who actually have experience, who have seen this problem, and can actually give us very valuable insights is very important. And it's a very important aspect of empathizing with the community as a whole. Then in order to gain some practical experience and to empathize properly, we need to understand what's exactly happening in our problem. What is the root cause of the problem? And for that, we ordered some Bhilwa seeds, and we ourselves tried decorticating it, tried breaking up the seed. So how exactly did the oil splash, and how does it affect, how far is it splashing, what kind of effects does it have on, you can see the gloves have all gone black. So it definitely has a strong effect. We try to break it in different orientations. Which orientation does it break the best in? We tried to break it with the help of a bench press. We tried to break it by impact. We tried crushing as well, both sharply, bluntly. We tried different aspects and tried to see what all is happening, what kind of oil is splashing, what is its effects. Everything was analyzed. So this is getting practical experience. This also gave us some insights about the mechanical properties, like the weak point, where are we easily able to crack open the fruit, the rupture force. So these were the things that actually that you can gain only when you actually do it yourself, which is the practical experience, and it's an important aspect of empathizing. Secondly, move on to a second aspect. After empathizing, we need to define our problem statement. And in order to define, that's basically defining what we aim to achieve, what are our goals of this whole project, of this case study over here, which is Bhilwa decortication. So we concluded that there were two factors that we aim to tackle. And that was, first was the income, because the income that was generated to this practice, it was not enough. It was not enough for a family to run. And second was workplace safety. By workplace safety, you mean that the oil shouldn't cause a lot of harm, there shouldn't be a lot of health repercussions, the posture should be right. So these two aspects were what we decided to work upon. We clearly defined our problem statement. If we're not going to go haywire, it's just these two that we need to address. And then we decided, we tried to define a lot of possible approaches which could achieve these goals. So first, I'm going to talk about the approaches that were going to help us achieve the goal of increasing the income of the people who are practicing Bhilwa decortication. So the first was that maybe we could increase the efficiency of this process. What could we do so that the efficiency is increased, so that more Bhilwa is produced, so that more earning is there? The second was quality. Maybe if we improve the quality of the Bhilwa that's being produced, we get more money for the same amount of Bhilwa being produced. And the third was, maybe there's some raw material in this entire process that's actually being wasted that can be converted to a new product and can generate a new source of income. So these were just examples of 3 approaches that we came up with. There can be many more, but these are what we came up with, and to achieve one of our goals, which was income. Moving on to our second goal, which was workplace safety. What can we do so that we have workplace safety? And for that, we need to work on actual decortication process. And for that, we were trying to figure out maybe we could make what kind of principles can be. There are various. We went through a lot of literature. We tried to understand what kind of decorticators are used for different kinds of nuts. For that, we understood what kind of a nut is Bhilwa like. we concluded, we understood that it's going to be a very strong, it has a very hard shell, and it has properties which make it flat. So we can't go for a decorticator which is suitable for a round or a spherical kind of a nut. And basically understanding each aspect of this problem very well, so that when we define, so that after we've defined a problem statement and we're defining the approaches are not haywire. So we went through literature and we got to know about the different kind of decortication principles which would be appropriate for a seed like Bhilwa, and for that we had to also understand what Bhilwa is like. And we concluded that a peg and drum decorticator, a jaw decorticator, and a shaw decorticator, these are going to be suitable for our Bhilwa fruit. So this was the approaches we came up with for workplace safety, for a safer decortication process. Moving on to a last aspect, which is ideation. Ideate. Based on the approaches that we built upon in the defining stage, we need to know on how can we implement those approaches. How can we achieve more efficiency for this? For example, how can we achieve more efficiency? How can we incorporate the principle of a shaw decorticator in whatever we're trying to design? So the possible models that we could work upon also are a part of ideation. And those models were that maybe we could design a common machine which has a very high capacity, and it can be installed by the NGO which is present in the Patan village, and it can serve as a hub where these women can actually come every day. They can work together, and they can work on a pay-per-use basis, and a solution could be built upon with this idea in mind. A second idea could be to design small scale machines which can be used by individual women, and it can, a lot of SNGs and cooperatives could also be inculcated in an approach like this. So the women might come together, get their own machines and work together at a common place, or they might use it individually at their homes, but designing a small machine, right? And the third was maybe provide users with improved tools. So as discussed by Ms. Geeta, as I told earlier, she told us that special tools which are used by people who practice in a Kola district. So the stone that they use, it's actually so perfect that the decortication process is really smooth. So maybe we could provide some similar improved tools to the people who practice Bhilwa decortication, which might actually improve a lot of factors that we discussed in the last slide. So this is how we built upon our ideation stage. So in conclusion, what we're trying to say is that our approach should actually not just involve a technical solution, that is just to give a machine which can act as a decorticator. We need to understand if it's going to be accepted by the society as well. So the approach should have two factors. One is the society, the second is a technical aspect. So a socio-technical solution is what is the need of our society right now, and not just throwing away technical solutions, right? So this was the main gist of the paper. We'll be defining the approach more constructively, more extensively in the research paper. And I think that's it from my end. Really, thank you so much. Thank you so much for listening to us. Yes, hope everybody has a good day.
Are there any questions for Anushka? Thank you for your interesting presentation. You're around, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please. It's an interesting presentation. I'm sure somebody will have some questions.
Sure.
Maybe I start the first question. You're using the design thinking as a paradigm to present the work. Design thinking also has one aspect of co-creation. That means you involve the user in the design process. Are there any efforts here to involve the women in designing? You mentioned about the process you watched, but then a solution part of it. You talked about the common versus small scale. What is their preference?
Definitely, sir. I think one of our main aims is to actually co-create this whole solution. So we've unfortunately not been able to do a field visit yet, But once we do that, and once we are almost in the prototyping stage, I think the involvement of women and the actual stakeholders will be very high. So yes, we do intend to do that.
Thank you. Professor Bhadoria has...
Yeah, I have something to say. Yeah, okay. Arya, please, it's a good proposal, and I'm happy that you are taking up this proposal. What I suggest, please talk to the NGOs or people who are working on this problem, actually, because they know the real problem. Because before we design any product, we should talk to them in details. What are their problems if you're designing the product field condition? At least you develop one or two prototypes, give them free of cost, let them test under field conditions, and then there may be some feedback which you can modify. Similarly, we at Kharagpur we developed one cashew nut decodification. You know, apple is difficult to crack it because to get a full fruit size is difficult to. You have to roast it, and then it has a lot of oil which is burnt, and then you are losing good quality of oil which is cost you 3,000 rupees per liter. So we have developed a machine which can just crack that apple and you can take out the seed. So similarly on that concept, you can also use this make the decodificator for your this fruit, and that would be nice actually. And then I would suggest to discuss the problem with the actual users. Really, they are really need it, or they need it at what size they need it, and test them with them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, definitely, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for your insights. And cashew nut is actually from the same family as marking nut, that is bilwa. So I think we'll gain a lot of insights from the machine that you have also developed. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? If there are none, then shall we move to the other next presentation? Yogesh? It's also a video, right? Thank you, Anushka.
It's development of pomegranate seed extraction machine.
From IIT Roorkee team.
Good morning, everyone. Myself Vijay Saini, Project Associate at Rotec Center, IIT Roorkee. Thank you for giving me opportunity to present my paper titled as Development of Pomegranate Seed Extraction Machine. Under the present paper, details of the machine, experiments carried out to determine the performance of the machine are presented. So to begin with, first discuss background of this study. While we are surveying in different hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, we found that in mid-altitude of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Jammu and Kashmir, wild pomegranates cultivated in abundance by local farmers. They used to extract aerials and dry them in the sun for sale. But unfortunately, no efficient aerial extraction technology is available with them. So much of the harvested fruit remain unutilized because the pomegranate have very short shelf life, and during the harvesting season, near about September, October, rains are also there, so they are not able to dry them in the sun properly. Hence, the most of the stored fruit is remain unutilized, and it get perished. So in order to improve the local extraction process, IIT Roorkee Rotec Center has taken initiation, and with the Association of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering Department of IIT Roorkee, we have developed a machine which is electrically operated and very light in weight. The development of machine was undertaken in two phases. Initially, we started with a hammer mechanism, which is manually operated. We just cut the fruit in two parts and kept on our machine. And with the manual operation, a hammer mechanism is activated, and it is sort of tapping mechanism only, and which seeds are extracted. but we found that further intervention is required to make the time of deseeding, decrease the time of deseeding. So we have introduced a new technology by using a rotating mechanism. And we found that after development of this machine, that this machine is able to completely extract the aerials up to 50 to 60 kg in 1 hour. And if we compare it with the local machine which was developed in Himachal Pradesh, that is capable of only extracting 10 kg of aerials per hour. Let's discuss some of the problems related to the conventional method. As we can see in the first image, this is the most common method which is used by the local farmers of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh to extract the seeds. They generally cut the fruit in two halves and used to tap it with the help of a sticks or with their hands to extract the seeds. So this process is actually very tedious and time consuming. And as we discussed, there is one machine also developed in Himachal Pradesh, which is also not much efficient. Most of the seeds are trapped inside it, and the rate of seed extraction is actually very low. So the proper efficiency, the efficiency of this machine is also not that much good. So in order to provide the solution of these problems, we have developed a new technology, and we believe that this can provide new avenues of livelihood to the rural communities. The operations are very simple. The basic process of extracting the seed is that we have to put a fruit on the top of the cutter. A cutter is comprises of 4-blade cutter, and then we have to pull a lever. The fruit itself gets cut into 4 pieces and will fall gently over a rotating impeller at the bottom of the cylinder. And due to centrifugal force, it will strike to the side walls of the cylinder, and the seeds will be extracted. And these aerials will fall out of in the collection tray, which can be later on taken to the drying process. As discussed earlier, in the first stage, we have developed a manual operated machine, which consists of a handle and 2 balls on which we place the fruit, cutted pomegranate fruit, and a hammer mechanism used to extract the seeds. But in the second stage, a new technology is developed, which is power operated, and we use a centrifugal mechanism. And it also consists of the shape we have converted to cylindrical now for placing the fruits. These are the few of the technical specification. It's very simple machinery and equipments we have used. We have converted the shape to cylindrical, one outer cylinder and one inner cylinder for placing the fruits. The size almost is of 2 feet, and we have used a motor of half HP, which is operated on AC. This is the schematic diagram of the final design. We have installed a motor inside which with the help and uses an impeller. Along with that, we have a holes in the tray so that the extracted areas can fall down. And as I said earlier, it is comprises of 2 cylindrical jackets, one inside for placing the fruits and one outside, in which the extracted aerials are collected. Here is the developed machine. In this photograph, we can see this developed machine. First of all, there is a lever which we pull down, and the fruit is kept already kept on 4-blade round cutter, which is cut into 4 pieces and fell down inside this green cylinder, and which is rotating, which has a rotating impeller. And the seeds are extracted and come in collection tray, which we can later on taken down, and we can dry them in the sun or in with any other technology. After development, we have performed certain tests on the machine so that we can have a performance testing. For this testing, we have used fruits of different diameters or different sizes, and we place them over the cutter. Just simply pull out the lever and cut it down. And we have actually weighted the fruits and the seeds and noted down the time of extraction. As we can see in this table, we started with 250 grams of fruits, and time taken to extract the seed is just a 10 seconds. And weight of the seed we achieve in 250 grams is 130 grams, and rest of the peel is 115 grams. Similarly, we have conducted a test with different weight of fruit like 500 grams, 700 grams, 1000 grams, and 1 kg and 2 kg. And time taken by machines for extraction is approximately 24 seconds, 24, 25, 25 respectively. So we found that from 1 kg to 2 kg, the machine is able to extract only the seeds only in 25 seconds. And then in 2 kg of fruits, we get up to 1 kg of seeds. Rest is the peel. Now, if we see the graph between the weight of the fruits versus time taken in extraction of seed, we can simply see that time taken from 1 kg to 2 kg is almost 25 seconds. So this machine is capable of extracting 2 kg of fruit at a time and extract their seeds completely in 25 seconds only. These are some of the general processes which we can do with the help of this machine. As we see that in the first photograph, we have a pomegranate. Once we have used this machine, we can simply get arrays and we can crush them to get the juice. And these crushed seeds can be, residues can be dried up and be sold. And rest peels can also be sold because they are also used for dyeing purposes in some of the states. And here is the images of the arrays which we have extracted during our experimentation processes. So under this present study and experiment and results, a new design of processing seed extraction machine was analyzed, and we have used different sizes of pomegranate fruits which are grown locally for deseeding experimentations. We have found that to extract the areas up to 2 kg, the machine took only 25 seconds and with minimum wastage and damages. Time taken to develop machine by this developed machine to extract seed is 4 times faster than the conventional machine which was already there. The machine was designed at a small scale for processed for locally grown pomegranate fruits of seed extraction, and these machines can really provide new avenues of livelihoods to the rural communities. With this, I would like to conclude my paper. Thank you very much. If you have any queries, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting presentation. We have moved from Vindhya Mountains to Himalayas. That's nice. Is there someone to take the questions? I think Vijay Saini ji, are you around?
Yes, sir. Is it I'm audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Yeah. If there are any questions, please put them forward to Vijay Saini ji.
Hello. Hello.
Professor Bhadoria, yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Vijay, it's a good proposal, but again, I have the same thing that please discuss with the stakeholders. That's very important because they are the one who have been working in areas for last several years, and they know the problem, and so you should discuss with them. And also, I think you should have shown the video of your seed extraction machine because that gives you a clear picture that how you are dropping and then you are getting. And but as you have told that you get 5 times more yield, more, yeah, 5 times more efficiency. That's very good, ugly. So please go ahead with this proposal and discuss with these stakeholders before you decide the design and the other things. Okay, thank you.
Vijay ji, Himachal is known for its apple juice also, right? HPMC, a well-known cooperative movement in Himachal.
Correct.
Are you involved with any of them? They have so much experience, right? It is running for ages actually.
Sir, we have involved with a few of the NGOs at Himachal Pradesh. Even we have, as sir says, we have discussed this proposal with some of the NGOs and we have demonstrated to them. And they have given excellent feedback. And last time when we go for demonstration, we have also include government agencies. We have gone through district collector of Sirmaur and we asked them to arrange our training and to provide us maximum help and exposure to this training because it is helpful for the local farmers. So the program was excellent and we already have in due consultation with the users, villagers who are actually cultivating these pomegranates, and we have given demonstration to them and they have also appreciated this effort and given some wonderful feedbacks also, sir.
What about... Yeah, please.
Sorry, I have a question to Vijay Saini. Can I ask?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Vijay, first of all, congratulations. I know this proposal, as Dr. Baduria rightly said, you have to discuss with NGO, and I think you have already discussed, and from that only you have taken this problem. Now, my my suggestion, I would not ask the questions, but suggestion would be, since you have achieved so much, you have also depicted very nicely in a tabular form that almost around 49-50% you are gaining it back, the product as such. So now we need to popularize it. And why have you also used the social media or the small video as it was suggested by Dr. Baduria is a very valid suggestion. Can you connect it to JK or some other states also where the same fruits are grown? Have you tried?
Ma'am, surely we are in process of making some nice video of the product with some professional photographers, and soon we will find out some NGOs in JK also, as per your suggestion.
नहीं एस्पिरेशनल को छोड़िए, पहले आप सिंपल एक सोशल मीडिया पे भी डालिए, वो प्रोफेशनल की आप बात छोड़ दीजिए. See, the information should reach first, as fast as possible. And social media जैसे कोई यही नहीं है. You may like to also, there are so many organizations or NGOs. Why don't we also talk? You can talk to them through webinar or something like that, because ये product ऐसे है. And if they are showing interest, and just one more query, traditional method say what is the seeds, how much they are getting, percentage seed?
Ma'am, they are getting 25 to 30%.
25 to 30%, and yours is 50%. And one suggestion is, you have just standalone one figure you have shown, it should be in always ranges. How many times you have taken 5 kgs, 2 kgs, whatever you have shown, how many times you have said there could be a variation also, no, not exactly 230, 270, that figure won't be there. So you may like to say the range, I feel, when you are showing it in a scientific this thing. So these are all from my side.
Right.
We'll discuss offline. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other questions? If there are no further questions, again, thank you very much, Vijayji. We move forward to again another paper by you. That's on development of aloe vera processing machines for natural cosmetic products.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Vijay Saini, Project Associate at Rotec Center, IIT Roorkee. Thank you for giving me opportunity to discuss my paper titled as Development of Aloe Vera Processing Machine for Natural Cosmetic Products. The major objective of this project was the utilization of underutilized natural plant aloe vera, which is in abundance in Uttarakhand and hilly areas of Himachal Pradesh. The local people generally develop cream with the help of aloe vera, and they have, in making this cream, there are different operations like grinding of aloe vera pulp, mixing, blending, and certain critical parameters are associated with each of the operations, which has to maintain during the operations, and their demand was to make to complete all these operations in a single unit. Although there are some units already in the market, but they are not in a composite form. For each operation, there is a different machines, and none of the machine is available on a small scale. Let's discuss problems with conventional method of aloe vera processing machine. At present, local people use conventional method in which they use different operations like grinding, blending, and heating of aloe vera in different stages to make cream from this. And for this, this is very tedious job actually, and they use a local made machines for each operations. So their most demand is that they want a single unit for every operations. Some other problems associated with their machines is that they don't have a proper grinding function which is required in this process. Also, the machine runs at a single speed, but variable speed is required in different operations of this machine. Also, the cost of existing machine is very high. So in order to solve this problem, IIT Roorkee has taken initiative and to develop a new technology for processing aloe vera for natural cosmetic products. We definitely believe that this machine will enhance income for local rural groups and provide them a new avenues of livelihoods. We have developed a schematic diagrams which show a single unit which comprises of a heater, blades, shaft, water jacket, outlet inlet water taps, motor, and a hopper. The main challenge in developing this product is to combine all the units. As we discussed earlier, different operations are required for making a cream, like crushing, which is operated at normal temperature, a blending unit, which is operated at 40 degrees centigrade, and mixing, which is continued over 40 degrees centigrade. And also, we have to minimize the cost of the machine so that local farmer can take advantage of it. So to keep the design simple, we decided that we will keep a heater as an external unit. Initially, we developed different type of concepts. Then we reach out at the final concept, which we have just shown in the schematic diagram, and we design the product in a advanced software SolidWorks, and we make the drawings which we have given to fabricators. The details of every portions was defined in the SolidWorks so that there is ease of manufacturing. Some of the different components and their materials are discussed in this table. Since this is a food grade item, so we have used stainless steel 316 because it is food grade stainless steel. For the outer body rod, which is inside the chamber, blades, and clamps, the base support legs, circular base stand, bush are these are standard and make it of mild steel. Motor is used for one quarter HP motor is used, which is 2800 RPM, which is a standard product. Heating element of 2000 watt is used. 1-inch output taps are used, and hopper of stainless steel again of 316 food grade is used. The basic aim was to for selection of material was to keep the product at minimum cost, and also to maintain the quality of the product. These are some of the detailed drawings which we have supplied to the manufacturers, showing some of the components of the aloe vera processing machine which we have developed using SolidWorks. And here is the photographs of developed aloe vera processing machine which we have developed in our laboratory. After development, we have conducted certain tests to test the performance of the machine, in which we have peeled off the aloe vera leaves and taken out the pulp for the grinding purpose. Once we pour the pulp inside the machine, and after starting the machine, a nice juice has been prepared, which is very much required in the process. After that, mustard oil is indirectly heated through a water jacket up to 40 degrees centigrade, and then natural beeswax is added to melt in it, and then mixing process is initiated at lower speed. After that, once the temperature is 40 degrees centigrade and we found that beeswax is mixed with properly mixed with mustard oil, aloe vera juice is poured inside the mixture, and again at low speed the mixing is continued and temperature is maintained at 40 degrees centigrade. After blending for a few minutes, the moisturizing cream was ready. Here are some of the photographs of performance testing. As we can see that we have aloe vera fresh leaves, then we have peeled off. In the second image, we can see that we have peeled off to find the pulp, to get the pulp of aloe vera. Then we pour the pulp in the machine, and you can see the juice of aloe vera after grinding. The proper measurement was taken for the oil and beeswax before pouring in the machine. Then we have poured the oil and the beeswax at 40 degrees centigrade. After that, aloe vera is poured, and then final is the image. This is the final product which we obtain as a moisturizing cream. As a result, we see that if we add 200 grams of aloe vera and 400 grams of mustard oil, 100 grams of bee wax, and temperature is maintained at 40 degree centigrade, almost 650 grams of cream is obtained. Here are some of the technical specification of the machines, like motor of quarter HP at 2800 RPM, heating element of 2000 watt, and cylinder diameter of the machine was 305 mm. It was observed that processing time of cream making process is almost 50% less than the conventional method which was used by the local farmers. Once the product is ready, training was provided to the one of the NGO at Nagaon district Mandi. Name of the NGO is the Society of Farmer Development. Different officers of NGOs and their employees attend the training, and we have shown the functioning of the machine. They have done hands-on practice on the machine, and since they are in this business, they are really curious to know how the machine is working. As you can see in the photograph, the society worker itself trying to operate the machines. And this is the final product which we have obtained at the training. And we have got some wonderful feedbacks during the training. They have says that the blades are working extremely fine, and they are getting very good aloe vera gel after grinding, which was one of their major requirement. They also tell us that there is a proper blending of the mixture. Generally, if speed of rotation is not controlled, there is no proper blending. But the machine was blending it properly, and they found it that the operations are very simple, and so unskilled labor can also operate it. So I would like to conclude this paper by saying that in India, a major part of aloe vera production is utilized for juice and cosmetic product, but there is also scope for making creams by small villagers. There is a high potential of aloe vera in various value-added process, and we know that lots of companies is also making beauty products also. Because we found it there is a lot of demand at cluster level to process the aloe vera for making juice and other cosmetic products. We have developed and designed and developed a small scale processing machine for locally grown aloe vera and making cosmetic products, which could provide new avenues of livelihood to the rural communities. The machine was developed and tested successfully. After that, training and demonstration was conducted with local farmers, and they found the machine is extremely useful. By this, I would like to conclude my paper. Thank you for giving your valuable time. If anybody have any queries, we are most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Vijay-ji.
Thank you, sir.
So there are some questions. Congratulations on developing interesting machine. I have a question. You said that you're combining multiple functions in one machine. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you patent this? Is that a part of the agenda of your project? Of course, you're letting your farmers use it, but is there any need or possibility
We are
of doing that?
already in a process of patenting this, and we have initialized the process for patent. We are hoping to get a patent for.
Okay, so the novelty is combining multiple functions into a single machine.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. I'm sure Dr. Professor Bhadoria has some other suggestions.
Hello, what was the cost of this machine? How much it cost it?
Sir, we are expecting it for 20,000.
What was the cost?
Sir, 20,000, sir.
Huh?
Sir, 20,000.
Then okay, very good. Because Professor Rao of IT Kharagpur has also developed a similar machine, but which is costing 1.5 lakhs. So okay, good.
Are there any other questions? Vijay-ji?
Yes, from Aishwarya, sir.
Yeah,
go ahead.
please. Yeah, it says, is the aloe vera processing machine targeted in peri-urban areas to increase its user base in flats kind of houses? So Aishwarya ji has a question. Vijay ji, you can see in the chat box. it's possible?
I think it is possible, sir. We can study the case, and it is not much complicated that we can't modify according to the conditions. So in this, I think it is possible for peri-urban areas also.
Vijayji, one question I have is, because you're talking about pharmaceutical applications other than cosmetic, aloe vera is considered as a panacea, but then I'm sure there are some quality control issues. Have you looked at that, or from the approval
Sir,
authorities?
as far as it's a pharmaceutical processing machine, we can say it's a food processing kind of a machine. So we have used the material especially which is can be approved by such nomenclatures. And we are
You only talked about the food grade steel, right?
Yeah. Vijay, sorry to interrupt. Vijay, what Mr. Ravindra has asked, it is a very valid question, and that is what is the very cautioning also. It is not for consuming or something else, because you are generating the new product here. So my suggestion also, I am completely in agreement with the Professor Ravindra. We need to also find out the according to the Cosmetic Act or something, what are the steps to be taken. And this cream, whatever we have as a product, what we have made, aloe vera and all these things, whether it is already been made and being used, and it is for what. So all those things, I think it is a different domain we are entering. It is processing is fine, device is fine, but I think we need to take care of that. And I think certainly we will work it on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Vijayji. I think the next presentation is also yours. You're moving from aloe vera to wool. So please go ahead, Vijayji.
It is from my colleague, Mr. Imtiaz Ali, sir.
Yeah, it's from your colleague, Imtiaz Ali. We have a wool research institute in Jodhpur. Are you working with them for that?
No, sir, no, not right now.
So it's independent. In Jodhpur, we have a wool research institute. I thought Professor Saha earlier worked with them.
We will
So I thought
definitely contact them, sir.
Yeah. Professor Saha has a lot of experience with them. Yeah, maybe we'll go to your presentation and then we'll come back.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Imtiaz Ali, Project Associate from Rotag IIT Roorkee. I'm going to present my paper, A Study of Small-Scale Wool Processing Unit Round to Fabric. Sheep rearing and wool processing is a traditional occupation of the rural community in hilly areas. Most of the time, wool shared from the mountain areas and remote villages lies scattered and dumped in the forest. Due to extensive cost of collection and transportation, it is the main reason it deteriorates the quality of the wool with time, and it is like a waste. Basically, local wool is used for making the various products like carpet and floor shed by the local community. So only a small quantity of wool is processed by the traditional method, because traditional method has the various type of drudgery and labor intensive as compared to readily available synthetic fiber in the market. So based on the survey of Uttarakhand, Himachal Pradesh, wool and other woolen industry of Punjab and Haryana, Rotag IIT Roorkee has decided to develop a small scale wool processing unit which can process the locally growing wool in the state. It is a process of which is used in the wool processing. It has the various like sorting, dusting, scoring, drying, opening, carding, and some other process is felt making, combing, spinning, dyeing and drying, and weaving. When the wool is sheared from the sheep, it is need to be dusting, where dust is removed from the wool, and then it is scoring, and it needs to be drying in the open areas. After drying, it need to be crushed in the teaser willow machine for opening. After opening, it need to be carding. After carding, it is used for making the final product like felt by the felt making machine, and it need to be further by the combing or making sliver, which is used for spinning by the spinning wheel like charkha, and then it is dyeing and drying or weaving for making various products like cap and sweater etc. It is a traditional analysis of the wool processing. Basically, wool is processed manually in the village. They use eco-friendly technology. and wool is sheared from the sheep. It need to be drying and then beaten by with the stick for removing the dust from the wool. And after that, it need to be washed. So hot water is required for removing the greasy and fatty from the wools. So basically, in village, wool worker use the simple soap and Rita soap for washing the wool, and hot water is required for removing the grease and dirt from the wool. When the wool is washed, it need to be dry and it is hanged on the bamboo mats for drying. After drying, it is carded by the hand carding tool and for making the sliver. Sliver is used for making the yarn by the drop spindle and modified spinning wheels. Most of the time, the white yarn is dyed by the natural dyes and vegetable dyes. Some vegetable dyes extracted from the locally available plant and species like akharot and indigofera species. So around 30 to 100 liter water is required for 1 kg of wool. So in the village, Perennial River is the best source for washing the raw wool. Washing the raw wool. Here, the various type of dye is used for coloring the wool, like acid dyes, metal complex dye, chrome dye, and reactive dye. For vibrant color of the wools, or which has the great impact in textile and fashion industry. So in view of high pollution from chemical used in modern wool processing industry, it is necessary to restrict the use of environmental damaging chemicals and introduce eco-friendly and vegetable dyes. Vegetable dyes or shape and reactive dye can also be used for coloring. So a large scale processing wool can be scaled down for microprocessing unit to mitigate drudgery and reduce the labor and time. Scale down the machinery of the wool processing. We have scaled down the various machinery like dust willow machine, wool opener machine, and carding machine. Dust willow machine with the 1.6 meter length and 2 HP motor, and wool opener machine with 3 HP motor and 40 centimeter diameter, and carding machine with the 5 HP capacity and 60 centimeter in width and 60 centimeter is central drum dia. And the output of the carding machine, around 1 kg wool can process in 7 minutes. And under this unit, we have developed washing tank around 300 liter capacity in 360 grade stainless steel, which can process 10 kg of batch in a one time. And it has a heating heater with 4 kilowatt, which is supply the hot water for washing the wool. Here are some photographs of the dust throw pillow machine, which is developed by the RUTEC IIT Roorkee. It is used for remove the dust from the wool. And it is the photograph of the teaser machine, which is developed by the RUTEC IIT Roorkee. It has a power consumption around 3 HP motor. And this is the wool carding machine developed by the RUTEC IIT Roorkee. So these machines can be used as a small scale wool processing industry. After the processing of the wool, it can be used for spinning the yarn, because Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh have the various traditional spinners which spin the yarn of diameter of 25 microns. So local community can produce local community produce the non-woven product like felt and other products. So locally wool processed wool by these industry is used for making the various products like rugs, floor spreads, and insulation and felting products. So people can be used these products for dine and rest and sleep and for floor covering. And felt is also a other option for making the various decorated fabric which does not require to any spin and weaving. So it can be directly felted by the simple felt making process and make a attractive fabric. So this proposed micro wool processing unit uh, can process local wool for making yarn and for felt making and utilized by the local industry. So our plan is that the micro processing unit can be powered by the micro hydropower for eliminating carbon emission from this unit. Here is the detail and power consumption of the small scale wool processing industry. Here some machines are dust willow machine has a capacity of power consumption 2 kilowatt, carding machine has 5 kilowatt, wool opener has 3 kilowatt capacity, and water heater 4 kilowatt. This is the economic study of the wool processing industry and value addition. Cost of the raw wool in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh around 60 rupees per kg, and it contains around 60%, 40% dirt and 60% finally wool. So processed wool has the worth around 350 per kg. So processing charge for the raw wool around 150. If a person process 30 kg of wool per batch, then the worth around 4,500. If 10 kg of wool is dyed and the cost of the dye wool around 1 kg, 200 per kg, then the worth will be 2,000. And spinning charges 200 per kg. And if the estimated 10 kg wool is processed, then the worth is also 2,000. And felting charge for 1 kg is around 500 per piece. Then the worth will be 2,500. So the total worth of the processing batch around 11,000. So after the discussion, conclusion is that there are various opportunity creating livelihood in mountain areas by scaling down the micro wool processing unit, which can process the local wool, which is waste and dumped in the forest. So after processing the wool can be used for making the various product like carpet, wall hanging, floor spreads, and other fabric, which are in highly in demand. So these scaling equipment can be designed and fabricated easily, and the environmental concern can also be and can also addressed and resolved with the mixing of traditional and modern technology, and promote the non-hazardous dyes and chemicals. So it is also enhance the livelihood of the local community. Thank you everyone for listening me, and I welcome your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Imtiaz Ji. You're around to take questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Imtiaz Ji? This interesting presentation. I start one question. You said you need process heat, water heater, 4 kilowatt for supply of hot water. So for process heat, can you not use solar thermal? Why do you need to go for PV, photovoltaic? So solar thermal is abundant. It's quite easy, right? You don't need anything. You can just take a flat plate collector or evacuated tube collector and get plenty of hot water. And they've been installed at many places. Unfortunately, in recent times, government has taken out subsidy, but I think they are still accessible and affordable. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It is affordable, and it is another option that we can keep it for water heater. Solar collector is a good option, but right now we are using electric heater for warming the water for washing the wool. But
especially, Himalayas, Ladakh, and other parts of Himalayas are abundant in solar radiation. Though you said PV, but definitely solar thermal also one can keep in mind. Process heat, it is very efficient. You don't have to convert anything there, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Are there any other questions?
Sir, can I add a small thing in this?
Please, welcome.
I'm Yogeshwar Kumar. I have been associated with this wool processing project, and I have worked extensively in the Himalayan region. I agree with you. Ladakh has a lot of solar energy, and then clean open sky, and then you get a lot of heat from this source. But in other areas where you have a lot of cloudy days, we need to have a small electricity input also in this. For instance, we also have a dryer, solar dryer we have for wool, because we realize there's so many sunny days, so many cloudy days in Roorkee also. So we had switched over. We had added something to the solar drying unit. Some inputs, electricity inputs, and that. So it's a good idea to use solar apparatus, but you definitely need some electricity input in that, because sky cannot be taken, sun cannot be taken for granted. That is available.
Yeah, there is variability of, that's
yes.
right.
Yes. Sometimes wool is available, then it takes very long time for drying, unless we have proper mechanism for it. If solar is working, if sun is there, it's fine. Otherwise, we need a backup for this.
Backup, yes. How do you determine this batch size? You selected 10 kg batch as your input, 300 liters and 10 kg batch.
Sir, it's according to the utensil size that we have. They are 300 liters utensil size, and wool normally requires 30 liters of water per 1 kg of wool. So, one container can take about say about 10 kgs of wool. So we have 3 containers. We can say 10 plus 10 plus 10, 30 kgs of.
Again, going back to the design thinking kind of a strategy. What about the supply chain of
these are portable units. If you make large size drums, then it's very difficult from shifting one place to another place. And there are a lot of people who would like to work at home, for instance, so that small unit is good enough for them to work at home in case they are not, not working in the unit. They want to work separately. It's open to them also.
This just reminds me of yesterday I was reading about elderly in 70s. There used to be Professor Amulya Reddy, from founder of Astra at IISc. When these biogas plants were introduced, he was not in favor of the policy which was for promoting family-based approaches. He said community-based approaches for biogas is a better strategy. People argued at that time, and I'm sure even today one can argue whether we should centralize and have a community-based solution or a family-based solution. So what kind of suggestions you have for this?
So we would definitely like to have a community-based solution, but sometimes people are reluctant. They can't come because of a lot of other jobs at home. So keeping that in mind, we restricted our size, the utensil size, to 300 liters. We have tried in a number of cases. Actually, we ran a felt program through IIT Roorkee also, training program, and we found that it's very convenient to have 300 liters tank. It can be transported very easily, and then you can easily heat water. You require about 40 to 50 degrees centigrade, temperature. It can't be more than that. Otherwise, you will spoil wool. So it is just to melt the, squint and some other fat that is there on woolen fibers, and that temperature is okay, about 40 degrees, and you can maintain it also easily. So if you have a large drum, then you have a problem maintenance of temperatures. You get into a lot of complicated technologies. It is better to avoid complicated technologies when you're going to community. You can't expect, very skilled supervisors to run the equipment. It's fine. They have some few years of experience of washing wool, but for that, for high technology system, then we have highly skilled people, and they rarely stay in remote areas.
What about the demand side? Who purchases this?
So, sir, it's very interesting actually. It has been, after setting up wool boards, it has been assumed that all wool has been collected, but it is not true. They actually, because of climate change, shepherds have started going higher up, higher up, higher up, and they sometimes get stuck in a place where to return very fast, and they tend to shear wool immediately. Professor Saha, we worked with Professor Saha also on their shearing.
Exactly, I know that work. Yeah, yeah. He worked with Jodhpur wool board.
We have an experience of that, and in a number of cases, people have just about 40, 50 sheep, and they've gone in remote area. Returning back becomes a difficult, and they have a particular day when they want to shear. This is according to lunar calendar. They decide to shear, and some people are able to reach, some people can't reach to the shearing point, and all the places don't have shearing machines also. So a lot of people shear at home and then just keep wool. They're expecting somebody will buy. People don't turn up, so it goes waste. And like that, you have a lot of wool lying all over, which is not utilized. So we thought this could be a very good livelihood practice if you are able to process wool locally in small quantities. And 330 kgs is good enough. And as we have shown, in 30 kgs also you can do so many things. You can make yarn. You can do also felt making. You know, felt making is a very interesting fabric that we can in Kashmir it is already there, but in other cases we can introduce this, and it can be used as floor spreads and other things. People need thermal insulation in the houses and can do a job, and you don't require too much of effort in making felt. You require a lot of effort in making yarn and then weaving a yarn. In felt, it is avoided. All spinning and weaving is avoided. So right after carding, you can use it for felt making. So you decrease number of processes in felt making. And if felt is punched properly, then it is very strong, and it can be used in a rough manner also.
Very nice. Congratulations. Are there any other questions for the team, IIT Roorkee team? We have had 3 papers. Wonderful contribution from IIT Delhi and IIT Roorkee today in the session. If there are none, then Yogesh, we are through with this session.
No comment.
Yeah, Professor Bhadoria, would you like to conclude?
It was nice talk. I like that.
Yeah, thank you all for your wonderful presentation, and we look forward to the next session. Next session starts after lunch. We have the next session is on water management, and it will be chaired by Professor Pradeep Tiwari, who is currently the head of chemical engineering department at IIT Jodhpur. Prior to joining IIT Jodhpur, he was at BARC, and he was a distinguished scientist at BARC, and he was also a professor at Homa Viva. And he is an expert in the area of nuclear desalination, membrane technology, nanocomposite membranes. And then we have Dr. Anandkrishnan Properly, who will be the co-chair. He's an associate professor and head of Center for Emerging Technologies at IIT Jodhpur. And he works in the area of water energy nexus, wetland hydrodynamics, rural technologies, and material modeling, probabilistic modeling and engineering design. Thank you very much. And please join at 2 o'clock for the next session. Thank you very much.
So,
yeah, I will go for it. Yeah, now, we are having lunch session right now, and we will also have parallel poster session before the next session. Okay, so so we would like to invite the posters. So we have selected around 7 posters have been selected for this particular conference, and I would request the template for the poster presentation be shown. The rules here are that every presenter gets 5 minutes time and then 2 minutes of question answers. So this should be strictly followed. The first poster is by Vijay Mudgal and Shilpa Vats from which is the first poster? Is this the one? Hello, Yogesh?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. This is ours, and this was in the first poster.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am. This is by Pallavi Joshi Kapuria and Gunjan Anand from Prestige Institute of Management and Research. Go ahead, ma'am.
Right. Thank you so much, everyone. Very good afternoon to all the panel members, all the participants. So here we are. I'm Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria along with Dr. Gunjan Anand. We are from Prestige Institute of Management and Research, which is in Indore, Madhya Pradesh. So it's our pleasure to present our work, which talks about how we can actually unleash the rural economy and we can find avenues to connect the rural economy to the mainstream economy. So we have tried to do a literature review and analysis on various initiatives which have been taken by various brands, various individuals, and the ways wherein you can develop some kind of avenues to connect these people, empower these people, enable to them to and access to the technology and empower them in a way that we are able to extract the potential out of these areas and the rural population. So Gunjan ma'am, would you like to take it over? You are on mute, ma'am.
So the paper mainly focuses on the 4E framework, that is engage, enable, empower, and economy. And the impact is reviewed at 360 degree in terms of decent work components covering job creation and different aspects of rural economy which support or impact rural economy. And mainly we have taken few renowned brands who are working in rural economy as HUL, ITC, Mahindra, Flipkart, and Amazon. And we have taken their case studies and we'll be analyzing and interpreting their impact in unleashing the and empowering rural environments. So I'll be reading result and discussions. So the gradual exposure of urban lifestyles, access to improved infrastructure and enhanced connectivity has transformed rural from the landscapes to a greater extent. We all know this. And we are trying to understand the impact of different factors and different dimensions on rural economy. This is still in process and we'll be exploring this with few more avenues, few more corporate involvements in rural areas.
And with the help of those corporate involvements, with the out-of-box thinking, which like if we take the example of ITC, eChopal, which actually they have brought the entire agriculture facilitation on an internet platform, and they're trying to empower the farmers and the agri economy through giving them an access to the high quality of fertilizers, the market rates, the trends, and information which talks about the weather predictability. So they have tried to add internet and the technology to the farming and the agriculture aspect, and they're trying to empower the farmers. Similarly, there's an initiative by Mahindra, which is Tringo. Tringo is basically farm rentals. So they try to create a platform wherein these farmers can have an access. That's an application. So through an app, they can a simple app. They can actually get an access to the high quality, the modern farm equipment. So these are the things which big brands, they have set an example. So what we think that an individual on an individual level or on an institutional level or on strategic level, certain initiatives can be thought of and can be planned, and there can be avenues to actually empower these rural population.
Yeah, and this further encourages our youth and helps our different decision makers and educational institutes to plan and strategize accordingly. That's it from our side, sir.
So, thank you, everyone. Yeah, we are open for suggestions and the questions.
Am I
Anybody
audible?
from the audience?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Okay. So yeah, this forum is open for the audience to ask the questions. Any questions?
So,
Yogesh, can you see the chat box whether there is any questions or not?
Yeah. Let me ask one. You have consulted various big brands. Okay, so what will happen when this rural market is taking help from these brands like Amazon and ITC and others. So how much do you think, how much they can reap back, benefit they can reap back? Because they pay a lot, they pay a part of the money that they are getting. They are paying a part for the services that they are getting, right? Yes, this particular thing has happened in, if you take the example of, food processing, the MSME sector, which is there in Tamil Nadu, you can see that at least 30% of their money is taken away by these brands, right? Do you have any solution towards that?
So what we feel, these big brands, it's absolutely not a CSR initiative. Of course, they would be making money out of it, but we feel that they are able to use the unutilized potential and tap the unexplored potential, and thereby they are able to at least find avenues to create some economic activities in the areas where there was no activity at all. So probably they are making money out of it, but a lot of that is being given back to the rural economy as well. That's what we felt, that these are not purely money making initiatives. They're genuinely trying to circulate that money or the economic activities actually happening and adding on to the rural development, because it's brands are reaching out to the rural areas. Reason being, it's not only the push initiative that there's a saturation in the urban areas, but there is a pull factor as well. There's a lot of potential and which is untapped. So if they are able to explore that untapped potential and they are able to kind of make a movement in the economy, and it's actually adding on to the rural economy as well.
Yeah. So there is one more question that is coming all to my mind. So it relates to the time gap of the delivery of a product, which actually may reduce the packaging cost and other costs that can be possibly coming when, for an example, let's take an example. Okay, let's take an example of a copper vessel, right? I am going to try to buy a copper vessel which is of pure copper, and it is sold by some big brand. Let's imagine that big brand, right? But that particular copper vessel is very closely available in a nearby store near to me, and I'm using a maybe I'm using Amazon, right? Or Flipkart, right? And suddenly, within no time, as soon as I send, I buy the product, within 2 hours, 3 hours, the product arrives us. So who is there a thought process on that particular thing, that particular type of thing, that whether transportation, whether the person who is who is dealing with Amazon, is he getting his right amount of money, or is there some financial breakaway points or break points that are coming to others who are not getting that opportunity?
So this can be understood from the perspective of handling, like the unending debate which we already have regarding the farmers. We can relate it with that also, that the producer is not getting his fair, we can say, remuneration or return. So in that case, involvement of these kind of brands, we can say, though they are earning, working for earning better, or they are expanding their markets, but these kind of networks or their involvement or entry in rural areas might or may, or we can say it will, somewhere somehow obviously is going to contribute in better transportations, better networks, better employment, better generation of economy for rural people, and all this jointly will contribute in betterment of the areas, and it will help end user, whether it is a farmer or a copper producer or a copper vessel producer, to get better returns.
Thank you, ma'am.
No, I have one question.
Hope
Dr. Bindra and Dr. Pallavi. Hello?
Your question was rightly answered. Hello, am I audible?
Audible, ma'am. Professor Ravindra wants to ask a question.
Yeah, I have one question. It's often said that inviting people, Walmart was invited to India. They said it will improve the cold chain infrastructure of the country. I have one specific question related to Indore. There is this Khargone mega food park. Has it helped any employment generation that you're talking about in terms of what you are talking about, empowering rural India?
So we had, I think, some loss on the connection part. Can you please repeat your question, sir?
Yeah, I'm just trying to justify the debate that you talked about. Introducing Walmart was justified because we did not have cold chain infrastructure in the country, and Walmart, they said, will bring in cold chain infrastructure, and that way we will have less post-harvesting losses. But on the other hand, in near Indore, there is this Khargone mega food processing center.
Yes.
And has it, if you take it as a case study and see the involvement of these big brands and employment generation, is it a positive outcome, or what is your view on that? Has it involved any rural India as part of that mega park?
So if we talk about a few brands, like we have even quoted about the Amazon and the Flipkart. If you see from the strategic level, there's a scheme in Uttar Pradesh that is one district, one product, which is a great scheme. And there is a tie-up, there is an MOU between Flipkart, Amazon, and ODOP, wherein they are actually empowering the local artisans. They are actually trying to give a platform to the MSME workers, and they are able to showcase their products on the various online platforms.
Okay, so traditionally MSMEs have depended a lot on the public sector, and payments have been an issue with MSMEs. So now what you're suggesting is MSMEs will be better off with e-commerce platforms, e-commerce vendors than public sectors. Maybe future will tell us what happens here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then we will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will move forward to the next poster.
Yes.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, this is in-house development
Yes,
of
you're
smoke
audible.
tower.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir.
Who is this speaking? Who is this speaking?
Sir, good afternoon. Myself, Surendra Kumar Saini.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
am Surendra Kumar Saini. So, thank you so much, sir, for this great opportunity. And the title of this poster presentation is In-House Development of Smoke Tower. So, we develop a smoke tower in our lab, Mechanical Engineering Department at Polymer Polytechnic in Jaipur. The basic objective of this smoke tower is before going detail, the purpose is the smoke and air pollution is a major challenge in front of human beings. So, and these address many health issues like irritation in eyes, nose, throat, head, and lungs disease. So, keeping in this view, a small tower design and developed. So, developed device is able to control pollution near sensitive zones like hospitals and college and schools where pollution is very high. So in this in settings, first three figures are shown the CAD model, and after CAD model, we use a 24 gauge sheet, then cut this sheet in a square shape. Then we use three things: first a exhaust fan, then a cloth and a air filter, then assemble all these things and then test it. Then this device can be used for this device measure the AQI less than 100. Less than 100 means 100 to 50, and the PM level is less than 10 PM 10. So this device is efficiently purify the air of a 110 square meter, and the life of the filter will be 1.5 years for when it is working at hour per day. So now I am coming in conclusion. So the working smoke tower is based on filter based device, and it is a height of a square shape, and it has a inlet through which a polluted air is sucked, and on the top it out a purified air from the top, and weight is very less. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. What was this reason for making this smoke tower? Is it for households or for industries?
Sir, we can use for household. Basically, our objective is near a college or hospitals where mass is wet mass. So there is so much pollution. So to reduce that pollution, we can keep this device, this tower inside the mass canteen where student take food. So the purpose of this, the development of this device is for colleges and for the hospitals, nearby the hospitals where pollution is very high. It is not for the industry where pollution is very high.
Okay. Anybody else would like to ask anything? Thank you then. Thank you so much.
Then we should move forward to the next poster.
Go ahead for the next poster. Yes. Yeah, this is on the development of intelligent virtual assistant and information systems for government-sponsored schemes to rural beneficiaries. Okay, this is by Jyoti Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and Loknath S, Gaurav M, Purnima, and K Satya Priya and Rashmi K.S. Who is presenting? Go ahead.
I think none of the author is present here, sir. So we
So we will skip it. Yeah, please skip it. Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry for the delay. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello.
Who is this?
Sir, this is Loknath S. of.
Lokanatha. Lokanatha, please present. Yes. You have 5 minutes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Sure, sure. So basically, Indian population consists of 60% of rural population, as we know. So the main objective of developing our project was from the time of independence, there had been many schemes that had been introduced by the government of India to upbring the rural population and also the rural areas. So when we look to the researches done by the scholars, it shows that the schemes which have been introduced by the government are going under utilized due to the information dissemination in the rural population. So basically, our project inside is that it targets the rural population and informs the rural population about the schemes and what are the benefits they are getting from the government to them and that are not reachable basically. So what our main objective is, we are developing a system that logs on to the every authenticate government websites and collects the daily update about the schemes and other information. So when it collects the information, so it logs on to our database, and the virtual assistant, which keeps on track of the database, checks on to the updates and sends the messages to every registered users. So we have also seen that many message schemes like recently we can see the LPG booking and also the BPL card holders get their monthly updates on what are all the items they get that are available for monthly that is ration or anything. So this have been proven that the messaging or the information propagation to many tiny technologies like messaging or automated calls have been really benefiting modern India. And we can see a drastic improve in our digitalization. Like, hello. So yeah, as I was saying, digitalization is really rapidly increasing in India. So I think this project. Hello. Hello. Okay, continuing with so our project mainly does is gives the update about the schemes to the users, and so in this way the rural population will be updated about the schemes, coming schemes. So it will be very uh, improving the India from the core, sir. So that's it from our side, sir. Thank you. And we are really looking forward for the suggestions and inputs from you scholars as the project has been initiated but is under process.
So is there any question from the participants?
Yes, I want to ask one very simple question. May I?
Yes, sir.
Dear Loknath, can you?
Hello.
Yeah, Miraj, your voice is breaking. Miraj, are you audible?
Yes, yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
May I repeat my question again?
Yes, sir.
Please.
Loknath ji, I want to know, do you have any data, particular data, that how many rural people got benefited from this particular idea?
Sir, as you can see, we have stated in our references, there have been many researches on this, what are all the benefits they are getting, who are all getting it, and what is the total redemption rate. So according to this, and we have also planned one survey in the mentioned the Gram Panchayat, that is Tarolu Gram Panchayat, near our college. We are going to take up the survey in next week or something, since we are busy in our college commitments. So we were not able to take up, but we'll be taking up that survey, sir.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So Loknath, I have a question. So you have a huge data. So have
Yes,
you
sir.
thought about the privacy?
Sir, for recent thing, we have not thought about the huge data. We are only focusing on the underrated schemes, like the people who are not aware of. Recently, the Prime Minister schemes are really going well. As we can see, the redemption rate is also not so low. So we'll be focusing on the underrated schemes, sir. So all this information will be also only targeting the rural people. So there'll not be more of information. So for the as on for the privacy of data, we'll have only private access to our members. We'll be only managing the system, sir. So it will not be open to any users or something like that. The users are only getting the updates as of on the daily updates or the monthly updates. But all the data that we will be collecting will be privately accessed only for the that is the super users.
Even so, you should keep in mind of the privacies.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I would take that as a suggestion, sir. As we go for the rural population, the users' data is also very important for us, and it should also be protected from the like in a good way. So I would take that as a suggestion, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So anyone else have any questions?
I'm Dr. Anand here. Chandan, are you coordinating from the head CTC host thing?
Yes, sir.
So see, we are having 10 minutes to go for the next session to start, right? So we should request the other presenters to be available at 5:30, right? The rest of the presenters for the poster, I request their presence at 5:30 in the water session, right? Because all the posters are related to water and agriculture. So we will be having Professor Badoria and Professor Tiwari and others during the panel discussion section. where Professor Badoria will be just before the panel discussion itself. Professor Badoria will be presenting a case study, as he had mentioned, such that all the participants, as well as NGO people, as well as industries, can understand how to actually take up a problem, understand a problem, use once you understand the problem, how you can present that problem to the root tag centers, such that and how that interaction between the root tag as well as the people take place. So at that time, I will request we will learn a lot from Professor Badoria's speech, and further, and we will also learn how the other posters. I know that Ujjwala is there. There is a agriculture and water management project also from Dr. Virendra. So those projects, and as well as a water project from Mr. Manon, right? So uh, so those projects will be taken towards the 5:30 p.m. Is it fine, everybody? Will you be able to join? Hello?
So that means all the balance posters will be covered in 5:30. That's what you
5:30
mean,
p.m. Yes, 5:30 p.m. Yes,
including the
yes.
one
Because
that
we are
we are
having
seeing right
only
now,
yeah. We are
the
having
waste
only 10
management
minutes. Yeah,
poster
yes,
also,
yes,
right?
yes, yes. Also, yes, yes.
Okay. So
Yeah,
5:30,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And the same
Yes,
link will
yes.
work there, right?
Yeah. The same link, everything remains same. The first thing that you will get is that we will get a clear picture from Professor Badoria on the holistic view in which we are going to look at a problem and how we are going to deal with all these, because he is an expert in water and agricultural aspects,
Yes.
as well as
Yeah.
waste management and various other aspects. So it will be amazing to
Right.
listen, and it will be great to get his comments on your thought. That is what our decision is. Great, thank you
Wonderful.
all.
Wonderful.
Yeah. We will
Perfect.
wait for the next 10
So we
minutes
are
and
breaking now, right? So we are
yeah.
not continuing with
No,
the
we are not.
presentation.
We are just for this session we are not. We
So
are breaking because in next 10 minutes our next session is going to start. Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
So we can go
Thank you.
for a lunch, right? Quick lunch. Fine.
Sure. Please.
Thank you
Yes.
so much,
Okay.
sir, and
Thank
really
you.
Thank you.
apologize. We dropped the connection and we could not really finish off with our presentation, but it was lovely being here, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Pallavi ji. It's amazing that you have brought in the connect between the various high-end big brands and how the rural economy will survive in their presence. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
So, Professor Anand, am I audible? Just to confirm.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Yes,
Can I
sir.
start
Yes, sir.
now?
You are audible, sir. Yes,
Sure.
sir.
So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the session on water management. You know, water management is very important, particularly from the perspective of our country. We have very unique issues with respect to water. In 1950s, around that time, we were water abundant country. Now we are known as water stressed country, as per United Nations guidelines. The issues we have is with respect to water availability, water quantity. Water tables are going down across the country. Whatever water is available, in many places there is water contamination issues and different kinds of contamination. It is fluoride contamination, somewhere it is arsenic contamination, some places you have iron contamination. Microbial bacterial contamination is very common in many parts of our country. New contaminants are emerging. So that's why what is proposed in the country is there is need for integrated water resource management. There is need for water conservation, water harvesting, need for water purification, even desalination in the coastal area. We have long coastline, 7,000 to 8,000 kilometer long coastline. Even in the inland areas, we have brackish water. The need for water recycle and reuse. The issues are, more challenging in the rural areas, in rural context. Because water is required by all, by resource-rich users, resource-poor users. And challenges are more in the rural areas. And that's why in this session, we are particularly addressing the rural areas. And that's what the total conference is meant for. Rural technology development and delivery. We have three presentations in this session on water management. So the way we will proceed further is, let me brief you, we'll invite the presentation presenter, will confirm. There will be recorded video that will be played to avoid any disturbance in between. In case video is not available, recorded video, we will confirm from the co-authors if anyone is present attending the conference, so he can present. This will be followed by the question answer session. You can ask questions, you can give your comments. If you want, you can write in the chat box and the question will be taken up. Comments are also welcome. Comments are also most welcome. Total time duration, including question and answer, will be about 20 minutes. So first presentation is on Artisan nilogen and fluoride nilogen. Do-it-yourself rural technologies for removal of fluoride, arsenic, and heavy metals from drinking water. The co-authors are Robin K. Datta, Asadullah Ali, Rituparna Saikia, Tushmita Das, Shamiran Baroy, Saranga Bashya from Tezpur University, Assam, As the recorded video for this talk is not available with us, may I request if any of the co-author is present in the audience so that he can present it. Is anyone present? Any co-author? If he wants to present orally or he wants to share, he or she wants to share the presentation, it's most welcome. Please confirm if there is anyone present. I think there is no one present for this. I'll just brief you on this technology slightly based on my knowledge. Nilogen in Assamese, Nilogen means Nilogon, means removal. That means technology deals with arsenic removal and fluoride removal. It deals with the technique of filtration, technique of filtering, particularly when we talk of Artisan Nilogen. Arsenic and iron contaminated water is filtered in this and you get the drinking quality water. And you know arsenic contamination is very common, particularly in the northeast, arsenic and iron contamination both. Assam, Nagaland, Manipur, Arunachal Pradesh, Tripura. In fact, arsenic contamination also is in West Bengal. It's further along the Ganges belt in the Jharkhand region, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh. In many places that water along the Ganges belt, water is contaminated with arsenic. And when arsenic is more than 10 parts per billion, as per WHO and IS 10500, it is known as arsenic contaminated water. This gives rise to, white patches on the skin. It's because of the arsenic contamination in water. It is carcinogenic. It may lead to cancer, skin cancer or kidneys, liver cancer, lungs. As far as this technique is concerned, Artisan Nilogen, it is basically a filtration technique and it uses baking soda. It uses KMNO4, potassium permanganate, as oxidizing agent, which converts arsenic 3 into arsenic 5. It also uses FeCl3. So this particular formulation that this team has worked out, and that formulation is a patented technology by them. It can be used at domestic level, can be used as community level. They have the systems. And similarly for fluoride nilogen, they have developed the technology using the limestone treatment process, crushed limestone with phosphoric acid addition. Useful for rural areas, very simple technologies, good for rural areas. That's the claim. The challenges they face is with respect to commercialization and with respect to also there is awareness needed. So I just briefed you from my side on behalf of the authors. I might have missed something. I'm not sure. But based on my knowledge and just looking at this technology, I thought whatever I know I can share with you.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Anand, you can proceed.
Yes, sir. Yes. Thank you so much, Professor Tiwari, for this elaborate, rendition of and elaborate knowledge on Assamese language also. So I was not knowing the meaning of Nilanjan. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Moving forward, the second the paper is on development of mobile app for groundwater level management. It is from IIT Delhi, Davinder Pal Singh, and all others on the podium are from IIT Indore, Anjali Gupta, Deepali Sukhija, Deepika Sukhija, and Dr. Aruna Tiwari. Go ahead, ma'am. The volume is low. Please increase the volume, please.
IIT Delhi. Dr. Aruna Tiwari, Associate Professor in Computer Science. Good afternoon, respected sir, ma'am, and all those who are present here. I am Anjali Gupta from IIT Indore. I would like to introduce my teammates Deepali Sukhija and Deepika Sukhija. We are currently pursuing BTech in Computer Science and Engineering Department from IIT Indore. We have been working under Subir Kumar Saha, Rutak Coordinator and Professor in Mechanical Engineering Department at IIT Delhi. Dr. Aruna Tiwari, Associate Professor in Computer Science and Engineering Department at IIT Indore, and Mr. Davinder Pal Singh from IIT Delhi. We are here to talk to you about the topic development of mobile app for groundwater management. Groundwater is a vital resource for drinking water, industrial, commercial, and the agricultural uses. In today's time, water conservation has become critical for our environment. So, it is important to know the current water level to observe the fluctuations and take measures regarding it. Data regarding groundwater levels are already been taken to become aware of the current groundwater level and compare it with the past year data. The methods followed to do so in Rajasthan area is first the NGO people measures the water level data by a device, and after that they store these data in Excel sheet and maintain it for keeping records of the water level information of different location. After that, they use those data to visualize the month-wise and year-wise fluctuations in different area water level data by making graphs.
The process of storing and maintaining the data in Excel sheet requires a lot of time and it is also not handy. NGO people faces a lot of problems in doing so, like when the NGO person wants to see the data of other villages, they have to contact the other NGO to mail them the Excel sheet. Mailing and contacting again and again made the viewing process difficult. Second, as the data is huge, there are chances of having duplicate entries in the Excel sheet, which may create problems in analyzing the data. Third, comparison of data of two different villages becomes difficult as first they have to get the data by mailing and contacting, then they made graphs using the Excel sheet. So there is a need for some kind of application that can help people to manage and visualize the water level data. As we can see, here is the picture of a common person with a mobile phone, and we know that nowadays all types of users like farmers, villages, etc. have access to mobile devices. Hence, we decided to develop an app because it is convenient for all types of users. Groundwater management app can be used for monitoring the water level data in various areas, maintain records of the entered data, the registered users, and analyze the data. Features of our app are as follows: authentication and supervision. Only the authorized person can access the app. This will remove the chances of fake entries and to protect the data. Data entry and search. To maintain and analyze records and to view the data of different villages easily. This resolves the issues of updating, searching in Excel sheet, which is a time-consuming task. Now we can directly add or update or search the data for a particular village. Third, multilingual. App is available in 2 different languages, English and Hindi. Fourth, water level visualization and comparison. User can see graphically month-wise and year-wise water level fluctuations for different locations and can also make comparisons between them. Earlier they used to make graphical representations by plotting the values, but now in just one click the user can view the graphs for both month-wise and year-wise fluctuations and can also compare them. Project status. We have completed the work and the application is ready for use as it meets all the requirements stated by the NGO, and we are about to handle the app to the NGO.
Here is the user manual for installation of the application. The hardware specifications are: Android version must be greater than equals to 5.0. Android version above 8.0 is more preferable. Second is, it requires at least 25 MB of free disk storage to be installed on the mobile phone. And third is, installation from unknown sources should be allowed. Following steps can be used to run the developed application in the Android mobile phone. Download the .apk file and then allow installation from unknown apps in device setting, and then install the application by clicking on the APK file. Since we have used the free plan for Firebase for developing the application, the quota for sending the OTP verification code for login is limited to 50 SMS per day. This limit can be changed by changing the plan for Firebase project. These are the references which we have used to build the application.
Thank you.
Great. Who is present here from the group?
Sir,
Yes,
we are present.
we are present.
All are present, right? Okay. So I would like to again ask, can you again clarify on the methodology of groundwater level? How you are assessing it once more. Can you showcase that or tell about that?
Sir, from the device, the farmers or the NGO person will measure the water level and then they will, earlier they used to write in the Excel sheet the water level and do the analysis, but now they
Yeah.
will only enter the data from in the app and then they can analyze from the app only. The
Okay.
device will measure the groundwater and they will enter the data.
So how the device is going to measure the groundwater level, aquifer level? It's aquifer level, right? Yes.
Sir, our app will not measure that level. The device, they already have that device to measure.
Okay. What is that device? Which sensor they use?
Sir,
Any
we
idea?
don't know. IIT Delhi has only created that device earlier.
So
They were using since years.
basically the device is created under Rutag project
Yes.
and before only, and that device is used to measure the water level, and it has some type of sensor which just beep. There is a beep sound when it touches the water. There is a sensor in that, and that is very cheap, which was developed by Rutag thing.
Yeah.
And then that those NGO people were facing problem in analyzing those things, because those data should be written in Excel sheet, and then they have to analyze it by writing it on the paper, and then they have to make the graphs and take analysis
Okay.
from that. So that was the harder part. So
Okay.
that's why it's the this app is for that.
Okay, okay, okay. So, so do you? So, what type of application? What type of mathematical framework is used within your app?
So basically, we have used Flutter for developing the this app, and within that we have used Firebase for database thing, that for storing the things. And this Firebase, like it is private to the person whose email ID is that. So
Okay,
it's
okay,
basically protected. We have protected the data in that.
okay. Anybody else has questions? Please go ahead. From the audience, we welcome questions from the audience. If someone has questions.
Yeah, I have a just wanted to understand from
Sure,
the
ma'am.
developer.
Yes, ma'am.
See the data, how long the farmer has to the data storage, how it will benefit the farmer or any other thing? Why the app he should use it?
Ma'am, basically, like the analysis should be done. Like the farmer have to decide the which crop they are going to do like in that season. So basically, it's some of these things are like most of these things are dependent on the water level data. So basically, these data, those NGO peoples, they were having problem. So they came to Dr. Saha, that is Dr. S.K. Saha, and then we developed the application. And basically, the NGO people, what they do is they take the water level data and then they analyze, and then they create awareness in those farmer or in those area in Rajasthan district. So this will help in that way. And other thing is, if this app will be upgraded more and more, then there will be chances of like we can do something like that, that if there is if data is of data of some village is given, so we can suggest the farmer that which crop you should do for this year or for this season. So basically, as of now, it is only for like management purpose.
Okay, so this is the first kind of exploratory app, I would say. I would also request Dr. Tiwari to comment on this, because here I would see a lot of potential, and for that reason only I'm just thinking and just sharing my views to you all, that how best we can use this water measuring device. Very beautifully IIT Rohtang has developed that, and which is actually we can everything can be put together, and then we can request ministry also to help. So for that, if you need any verification or any validation for your app, that I think your team may like to take some other advices and built on that. Another thing is the data, the stored data would be very useful. In also, it will reflect on climate change or any other the usage and other thing. Very rightly you said the crop rotation and other things. So, lot of other coordination would be very useful. So, how should we take it up? Let us hear from Dr. Tiwari also. And for Rajasthan or for any other geographical area, can we use this kind of a setup? So that is what I thought I'll share my thoughts. Thank you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, basically this is only for Rajasthan as of now, but like in different state the problem is different. So we have to analyze those problems from different NGOs of different
See,
states.
1 minute. The problem is the same, because you are measuring the
Ma'am,
ground level, na, and
yes,
with your device and your app. So these two things
yes,
can be constant. Let us hear from sir, and we will discuss offline. Thank you.
okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ketki, for your comments and meeting you online after a long time. We have worked together for the Vaishno
Yes.
Devi Mata.
Yes, yes, yes. I
PSAs of
really
yeah,
delighted to see you.
yeah, sure.
And how best, Dr. Tiwari, we can make use of it. your
Yeah.
inputs and your directions, because I have been actually advocating this device, because which is already, I mean, which is very cheap, you know, and just 10,000-15,000 only it will have. A very minor sensor is there. Easily one can measure those things, and I am trying to push it with Panchayat Raj Ministry. They are also very receptive, and with the app kind of a thing now, e-panchayats, they are also having lot of good initiatives. So how to gel everything together, and that will be your directions, and your suggestions are also very valuable.
In fact, I see a lot of potential, and like in the first phase, it can go only for groundwater level management as the team is presenting. The second level can go to this app, can have the water quality data also embedded into it. So you have the water level is one, then water quality also embedded in it. You have three kinds of devices the team can look into. One is groundwater level, other is it is giving groundwater quality, third one it is giving both groundwater level and groundwater quality. Now, my one query to this team is, do you think that such apps are available, or what is, have you given a name to this app?
No, sir, not as of now. Like, we haven't given any name.
Because
That's
it is
groundwater
one
management we
app.
have done.
Please continue, please.
So, sir, like, it's not handed over yet. So we have to hand it over to the NGO after some days. Like, we'll do so. So
There
we
is
haven't
one
given
app
any name.
called My Well app. Have you come across that?
No, sir.
Yeah, so just look into that part, My Well app, and how your app is different from that, or it is similar, or just look into the USP points also. Okay?
Okay,
And
sir.
yeah, this app, as I told you, and Dr. Ketki Bapat has already told few things, few important things to you. This has a lot of potential. You can go from, grades 1, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, like this you can come. Even rainfall can be, you can take note of. And in the villages, particularly in the rural areas, this can play very important role. One is groundwater level, other is rainfall itself in the different places. You also have the water quality data. So it has a lot of potential if you work in the right direction.
Sir, if you allow, I thought I'll just make one suggestion to this group. See, what I would request Anjali and your group, I mean, you know, so you can give a good, as a brochure kind of a thing, one pager with Dr. Saha and other team. You just write one brochure or one pager to me, and requesting that, so that, you know, we can request ministry to take it up, or we can take somebody's other opinion also. So make a very attractive, as Dr. Tiwari said, you go to My Well app also, see that, analyze it, because this data, then server will come, all those storage of the data, cloud, all those things we need to work out. But at least initially, to test in other different geographical locations, we can request ministry to test it, you know. So that we can initiate, but you need to give me the proper attractive, I mean, details in a very attractive form, like a brochure. Thank you.
And IIT Jodhpur can
Sure,
help
ma'am,
a
we'll
lot
do
in
so.
this direction, along with Dr. Anand. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Sure,
great,
ma'am.
great.
We'll
Yeah,
do so.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other question anyone has, please?
We can move on to the next one, sir. Okay.
The next presentation is on farmers' perception and adoption behavior of agricultural machineries and empirical evidence from Kaveri Delta, Tamil Nadu. Authors are M.R. Naveen Kumar and M. Jagdishan. from ACRI, Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. We have the recorded version of the video presentation, so we'll be presenting that, please.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. M. R. Navin Kumar, working as a research associate in Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. Here I'm going to present on a topic farmers' perception and adoption behavior of agriculture machineries and empirical evidence from Kaveri Delta, Tamil Nadu. First, agricultural machinery. As we all know, agricultural machinery is meant to ease out the pain which farmers are bearing in their day-to-day farming activities. But in using agricultural machineries, there are several constraints and there is a pattern of using it. This research study is going to examine what are all the patterns being followed in usage of this agricultural machineries, with the objective that it is to understand the agricultural machineries usage behavior and its direct and indirect effects on the livelihood of the villagers in Kaveri Delta region of Tamil Nadu. Why Kaveri Delta? As many of us came across the word Kaveri Delta, this Kaveri Delta is having a historically important place for this paddy cultivation. In ancient Tamil literatures, which was wrote thousands of years ago, it has quoted that the Kaveri Delta region was the rice bowl of Tamil Nadu, in which the paddy cultivation is predominant. Still, the tradition exists. So, because of that reason, the Kaveri Delta region was selected for this purposely for this research study, in which we have followed the methodology of research design. Followed was ex post facto research design, because we are just examining the effect of the agricultural machineries in the livelihood of rural people in the localites of Kaveri Delta region. So, which has happened before. So, we are just examining it. So, we have selected this ex post facto research design, in which the 4 villages of Thiruvarur. Thiruvarur is meant to be one of the important city among the Kaveri Delta region, in which the paddy cultivation is predominant. So the Thiruvarur district of Tamil Nadu was selected, in which the 4 villages of Thiruvarur district was selected based on its area and the cultivation pattern, cropping pattern, and the intensity of agriculture. These areas have been selected. Household survey. Our aim was to assess the people, assess the agriculture machinery usage pattern by using different variables. We have collected data. We just tried to collect the data based on agriculture, rural employment, labor statistics, and then agricultural implements and schemes. Agriculture schemes implemented by the State Department of Agriculture, and the rural interventions. So, and then gender-wise information, their occupation-wise information, and then their education-wise information. So, we have tried to collect the maximum amount of information. For that reason, we just convinced by this household survey. So we have just went through this household survey, so in which 104 households have been surveyed. Our aim was to see this data, examine this data with almost 100 households. But due to the voluntary participation of the people of the Thiruvarur villages, we have collected all the 104 volunteered respondents' data. The findings, some of the very much interesting findings we have found out of this study is, the main thing is Thiruvarur district, that is the Kaveri Delta region of Tamil Nadu, is mainly said as suitable for sustained paddy farming because of two main reasons. One is Kaveri Canal, and the next one is the three-phase power. Kaveri Canal, in which the most of the months it used to give water, supply water, because of our Mettur Dam. And then our government of Tamil Nadu has announced the free current, three-phase free current for farming. So that two reasons for the sustained paddy farming. And another major findings we found out was the farmers in this region are no more relying solely on the income generated out of the farming alone. So that we found that 90% of the farming households relying on some other income, supplementary income, that may be a non-farming income or off-farming income. So they are very much relevant to the supplementary income because of the fact that the same reason, the Kaveri Canal, because we are having a dispute with the neighboring state in sharing this Kaveri water, and also there are several constraints, hindrance in selling the produce to the government or to the private rice mills, where farmers are not getting enough remuneration. Sometimes they are facing floods. So because of these several factors, they are depending on supplementary income. The next is the fact we found is even though the farming is not giving a handsome amount, but the farmers are very much willing to provide a good educational opportunities to their wards. So in which we found that almost 1/4 of the households are having at least one collegiate, the postgraduate levels also available in their household. Next is even though the agriculture is not so promising and not so economically benefiting, but they are not leasing out or not selling their lands. It is because of the local social stigma that the social status of the family is directly proportional to the proportion of the land holding of the farmers. So that may be the reason for this finding. Then we have extended our study to understand what are all the prominent agriculture machineries in use of the locality, in which the first rank goes to the combined paddy harvester and tractors, in which the tractors are owned by several farmers of this region, but combined harvester is totally leased in, that is outsourced. The next is straw baler. Straw baler also shares the second rank, and the condition is same. It has to be leased in or outsourced from the nearby regions, nearby main city capitals. It may be due to the cost of the machines and very less time, less days usage in the region. So the next third ranks goes to the hand operated sprayers. Finally, it goes to the fourth rank goes to the paddy transplanting machines. Our main aim is to find out whether the agricultural machineries are economically benefiting the farmers. For which we have to collect the data, relevant data pertaining to the classification of the farmers, that is the marginal farmer, small farmer, medium and big farmers, in which we found that almost as per this graph, it depicts that almost marginal farmers are saying that they are saving at least or minimum of 25,000 rupees of cost by using this agriculture machineries over the traditional paddy cultivation practices. When it comes to small farmer, they belongs to the category of less than 50,000. They have said that they are saving almost 50,000 rupees over the traditional cultivation practices. When it comes to medium and big farmers, they said that they are saving more than 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh and above because of using this agriculture machineries, which proves that the agriculture machineries are economically benefiting the farmers. There's no other doubt in that. But even though the agriculture machineries are benefiting, there are several insightful constraints which we have to address. The first thing is, unanimously farmers said that paddy transplanter leaves one foot gap between one set of planting and another, which needs manual filling up. So for that reason, the farmers are once again going for hiring the person for filling the gap. The next is machine transfer in case of flooding, because as we said, it's in a river basin. In case of flooding, the machine transplanting field is getting worst affected comparing to the manual transplanting field. It is due to the seedling age which we are using in both practices. The next is in manual harvest. Agriculture produce retrieval rate is around 90%. Whether it is in machine harvest, it is only around 70%, which many farm scientists are working on it. We have to speeden up the process. The next is the farmers are very much interested in using sprayers, that is hand sprayer and battery operated sprayers in the study region, not the power sprayers, due to its diesel dependency and mobility constraint. Then another unanimously quoted problem is the workers, the drivers of the combined paddy harvester and combined paddy harvester, they are charging per hour than the per acre, which farmers are feeling bad, or farmers are feeling not profitable. So that are the reason, that are the constraints which we have to work out for making this agriculture machineries fully adopted by the farming community, and get the most fruit out of it. By this research, I would like to conclude that agricultural machineries prove an economic benefit, but its adoption is in slower pace. In spite of all the constraints, paddy growers continuously relying on agricultural machineries due to the prime reasons such as more labor cost and timely unavailability of labor. Thank you very much for your patient listen.
Thank you. So for question and answer session now, who is present, Dr. Naveen Kumar or Dr. Jagdishan?
Good afternoon, sir. Dr. Emma Naveen Kumar is present, sir.
Sure, Dr. Naveen Kumar. Yeah, it's a good work and good presentation. You know, the rural areas, the issues are affordability, acceptability. Yeah, the system should be simple and robust, should be low cost, because you have to address the resource poor users. I think you are addressing those aspects in your presentation. Open for discussion for any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any question from the audience?
Yeah, only
Dr.
one
Bapat,
suggestion to them, sir. They may be asked to, are you aware of our RUTAG IIT Madras or about RUTAG? Are you aware of this? Shri Naveen Kumar, are you aware of our Rural Technology Action Group or different IITs work in this direction? Are you aware?
Yes, ma'am. I'm aware, ma'am, but I'm not that much knowledgeable in that topic, ma'am.
Okay, then may I see what I will suggest? You know, there is IIT Madras which is nearby to you. You may like to pose your different, very nicely you have carried out the study for agriculture devices or the machineries. Pertaining to your area, which are the machineries you have observed which are required to be, looked upon or modified, or any other suggestions? Can you be in touch with IIT RUTAG Madras?
Sure, ma'am. I will make effort. Sure, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Suggestion, ma'am.
Yeah.
Any other query or comments? It's very important comments what Dr. Ketki Boppet has given you. I think you must get in touch, because the presentation part is qualitatively it is coming up. But now you have to get into the hardware part of it, hardcore part of it. Then only it will be, it will be meaningful.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I
any
want,
please.
I wanted to ask a question, like Mr. Naveen. In this, when you are telling about this, is about a paddy cultivation where lot of water is used, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Right. Now, I know that Kaveri Delta recently has got saline water, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
So that's a problem. You never mentioned about that problem. You should have mentioned, because the adoption behavior and the farmer perception basically will be dependent upon the quality of the water it is getting used in order to produce rice. Because one important thing is that there are like several different types of rice that is grown in Kaveri Delta, since it is known as the rice bowl of Tamil Nadu, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So there is a big effect of salinity inside in the water, that is because of the lowering of the groundwater levels as well as the amount of water that is flowing out of the Kaveri Delta. So you have to have in this when I was reading through this particular document, I found that it would have a very important aspect of this salinity that is rising and the puddle formation. You might be knowing, you might have taken a survey that there are a lot of puddle formations in the Delta region, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
I wanted to know about that thing much more in a relevant manner. And Dr. Ketki has said that I think you should take this particular problem and sit with Professor Abhijit Deshpande's group and discuss, because they know that Professor Deshpande works with a lot of people out there, and the group, IIT Madras group, is huge. Aishwarya was here yesterday, but I don't know. In the morning also, I saw her, but she is not here. But yeah, I will surely, want you to study that particular perspective, because farmer perception and adoption behavior depends upon, you just said it, that they want to leave their lands for open, right? They don't want to, and they are telling that they will not even cultivate that. Yes, you said that, right?
No, no, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No,
Yeah.
sir. I didn't quote that
You
point, sir.
said that, yeah, you said that the
Yeah,
large
uh,
land,
yes, sir.
large
Only
land
five
is
percent of
required for the status, right? Large land is required for the status, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir. The social
Yeah, yeah,
status of the family
yeah, yeah.
directly proportional to their land size, sir. Yeah.
Yes. That's where I am coming. So that's what I wanted to tell. So basically, it is the water management perspective you should have brought here. And agricultural machinery will be dependent upon the type of the amount of water that is existent on the land.
Yes,
Right?
sir. Yes, yes, sir.
So it's very good to see that you have received a very good suggestion to, you should be consulting IIT Madras also, RUTAG IIT Madras also for taking it forward.
They have
Sure, sir.
also developed one very nice pressure, which is
Yes.
so you may like to be in touch with them. You will know any other development also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much, sir. I will surely get in touch, sir. And I want to just develop my research, sir. So these inputs will be very, very good catalyst for me to move forward, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Also, one very important thing is, one is we talk of low cost, other is affordability. Low cost, even the lowest cost may not be affordable. So this one has to keep in very mind when we talk of rural areas, rural development. We may talk that we have brought down the cost, this cost is less, but whether that lowest cost is affordable, because if it is not affordable, technology will not penetrate.
Really, sir. Really, sir. It is again, sir, a relative term. So it depends on region. Every region, the cost differs. One may feel it's a low cost. One may feel the same cost is a high thing. So yes, sir. We will work on it, sir. We will work on it, sir.
Yes. Okay, Dr. Anand.
I think, we are coming in for the next session here after 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the podium will be taken up by Professor Barun Pratihar as well as Professor Badoria. You all know about Professor Badoria. He has been one of the great contributors to RUTAG in sense of his whole last 30 decades, as well as he has been a champion who has been encouraging all of us here to take up RUTAG projects as well as work for the rural development. He is a recipient of many national and international awards. You may would like to go and search so many to list both Humboldt Fellowship and other things. And he has more than 170 publications and more than machineries of more than 36 patents and copyrights in his belly. And his research is on rural transfer of technology, sustainable agricultural production. Similarly, as I said, water management as well, and product design and innovation. Right. And Dr. Barun Pratihar is from our mechanical engineering department here at IIT Jodhpur, and he is a bachelor's in engineering from Jaipalguri Government Engineering College in northern Bengal, and he has a master's from Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology, Howrah, and he has a PhD from Guwahati, IIT Guwahati, and he has worked in various locations, including IIT ISM Dhanbad, assistant professor, and presently he is professor here at the mechanical engineering department. So his interests are in mechanical vibrations, flexible robotic systems, nonlinear dynamics, rotor dynamics, and dynamics of flexible systems. So they both will be chairing the next session on agriculture technology for small farms, and we will break out for 10 minutes now for the next session to start off. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Dr. Barun Pratihar has also joined. Can we start? Hello, is Professor Bhadoria also here? Dr. Barun, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Professor Bhadoria, can you hear me? Yes. Yeah, I'm unable to get Professor Bhadoria. Professor Bhadoria is logged in from 2 locations, but Professor Bhadoria, are you there? Okay. So, okay. So, can we start? Miraj, is it time? Yeah. We will wait for another 5 minutes.
Hello, sir. Good evening, Dr. Hans.
Yes, Vishwa. Yes,
So
Vishwa.
we will wait. Yes, sir. We will wait for them.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, we will be waiting for them. Na 3:10, na?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the
We can
time is
start from
3:10. Na? We are having
Yes,
3
sir.
more minutes to go. Huh? We'll wait, right?
बात करो इससे
Hello, sir. Shall we start? It is time now.
Yeah. Professor Bhadoria has joined. Hello? Professor Bhadoria will join in a minute. Yes, he has joined. So the session can be taken forward.
Dr. Anand, What
What happened? Yes, Professor
there is
Bhadoria.
some echo.
There is an echo. Let me mute all. Yeah, hello. Yeah, Dr. Barun, you can go ahead.
So still
By
there is echo.
no. What I advise is that I will unmute. I will mute all. You can unmute yourself. Okay.
No, I already.
Okay. Let me try to make you host. I don't know why the echo is coming. Okay, Professor Bhadoria has logged in from two locations. Professor Bhadoria, are you able to hear?
Yes, I'm.
Okay. So, will you be able to mute one of your connections? Chandan, can you check this? Chandan and Vishwa, can you please check this?
Yes, checking.
Dr. Anand, shall I start? Vishwadeepak, still there is a problem in sound system.
So we can hear you clearly, sir.
The problem is resolved now.
Sir, Barun sir, can you check again?
Okay, so I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible and
Okay,
clear.
now
sir.
it's perfectly okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Can I proceed?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear
Go
you.
ahead.
Sir. Yes.
Okay, please. Actually, please. Let us start with the first presentation. Okay, so the presentation is automatic connector given by Chandrasekhar Mohan and Keshav Pagar from Guru Gobind Singh College of Engineering and Research Center, Nashik. So annual fund from Guru Gobind College of Engineering and Research Center, because we have not
No, there is no
person here.
This we haven't received anything
Right?
from this particular group from Nashik.
Yes, sir. We have not received any video or anything. Sir.
Next one, please.
the next topic is on ideation to small natural farmers for making a low cost ball making unit to maintain sustainable economy. So is given by RJ Kanandhan, Anna University. So I think we have received recorded video and we can proceed with that.
Greetings to all. Present over here for third international conference on rural technology development and delivery 2022 at IIT Jodhpur. I am RJ Vivekanandan, Assistant Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, RVS College of Engineering, Dindigul, Tamil Nadu. Ideations to small natural farmers for making a low-cost seed ball making unit to maintain sustainable economy is the topic that we are going to discuss. The struggles faced by the small farmers are climatic change, water scarcity, mechanization, and fertilizer cost, etc. On the other side, natural farming is an ancient method of agriculture adopted by small farmers for maintaining sustainable economy. The main part of human involved natural farming agriculture is the dispersion of seeds to the topsoil of the land. Without opening the land, without plowing, dispersion of seed could give you a good germination in natural farming. So to make this method easy, preparation of seed balls. Seed balls prepared with the seeds covered by the soil can be easily dispersed by hands in the appropriate places, which could result in a good germination. Handmade seed balls, many foundations, schools, and very importantly children are very eager of making hand balls nowadays, but it could take a more time and leads to a hard layered coatings according to the hand pressure. And very few designs and ideas were proposed on mechanical devices for seed ball preparations. Hence, an idea for a low-cost seed ball making unit with easily available materials which could be easily fabricated and utilized by a small farmer is proposed in this project. Farming. We all know that farming has taken up many phases and we cannot name them exactly. All the farming what we are seeing till today are the mixed or combined form of ancient and modern methods. One side, natural farming is done with very less human activity or human skills and technology. Other side, modern methods depends mostly on mechanization to give a higher yield or higher productivity. So farming with nature. Understanding how nature functions is very important for us to live a peaceful and sustainable life. Understanding how nature functions. So understanding how nature functions can be obtained by a patient's observation and following the laws of nature. On all other occupations, farming is the only occupation that brings us very close to the nature. So starting from its days, farming grows the cultured society along with satisfying the food needs. It satisfies our food needs along with growing the cultured society. It is not the society grows at farm, it is farming grows the cultured society. Natural farming is the process of farming by nature with less human activities or less human intervention. So after a good observation or being a good observer and a follower of nature, a natural farmer avoids maximum human disturbances in his or her farm. Natural forming procedures follows the nature, laws of nature in bringing up the form. It is all in the hands of doer who follows the natural forming. Based on his understanding and experience along with various influencing factors, the doer follows the suitable forming methods. That could be a combination of natural methods or modern methods. So modern technology can be implemented on natural ancient methods, or ancient methods can be implemented on modern methods. Also, the sizes of the form plays an important role in selecting the methods of forming. In agriculture geography, we could find there are small sized farms are widely seen and are owned or lended by the small farmers. Most of the small farmers lend small farm and they maintain the small land for their sustainable economy in addition to satisfy the food needs of the society. At his will, after all understanding of nature, a small land farmer can follow natural farming. So important thing is sowing seed without opening the land. One such approach in natural farming is sowing seeds using seed balls, seed ball technique. The seeds are covered by soil and made into balls that can be easily dispersed by human hands on the places where we need a good germination or yield. Seed balls was rediscovered by the natural farmer Masanabu Fukuoka, and his famous book, inspirational book to the natural farmers, is One Straw Revolution. Seed ball techniques are used widely for land reclamation, restoration and revegetation. So many studies and papers are available in land reclamation using seed ball techniques. One simple attempt is done here to construct an unit. A seed ball making unit is done here. So first, initially soil preparation, the selected soil is clay. So raw clay is selected from the nearby farm and is sieved into fine soil at the right side. So at the bottom picture shows the waste such as stone and very rarely glass pieces and land debris, etc. So fine clay soil is obtained after sieving. So this is the seeds. 4 type of seeds has been selected: black gram, papaya, broad bean and tamarind. This is selected based on the suitability to the clay soil, and also it has different geometry. 2 types of seeds here, black gram and papaya, are very small comparable to broad bean and tamarind. Tamarind has a very shiny outer cover with which if we get a good soil coating, then we can easily get a good coating at different seeds. So black gram is a small plant type, papaya is a small tree type, broad bean is a climber, tamarind is a big tree. So based on this all consideration, these 4 seeds has been selected, and also for maintaining a sustainable economy by a farmer, these four food seeds may be very useful to him. So seed ball making unit is a simple schematic which is having two types of movement. One is sliding as well as rotation. This can be fabricated or constructed with a very low cost material. This is the final fabricated unit, cylindrical drum, diameter 300 mm, height 600 mm, opening with 200 mm, GI sheet, and the drum inclination given is 30 degree. Supporting frame has a height of 900 mm, 1 inch square pipe is given for the support frame, and mild steel, material is mild steel. Rotating arm is a rod of diameter 15 mm, length of 900 mm, mild steel. So this is the fabricated design, that is the rotating arm is given diagonally throughout inside the drum. One joint at the top left and another at the bottom right of the circumferential portion of the drum, it can give a very good mechanical support. So this is the formation of seeds. So multiple seeds is taken for checking whether the coating is happened on seeds. Multiple seeds plus soil plus water, getting a good rotation and sliding will result like this. This is the soil coating, that is we call as seed balls. So a seed ball average size is between 1.5 to 2.5 centimeter. And here we have got the seed balls, very smooth outer coating that could be able to help us in germination. So this is the right side picture, shows the checking of whether the seeds are present inside, because the soil balls we will also getting from the rotation. So this is the discussion what we have got from our experiment. Formation of soil coating was better for comparably bigger seeds. So smaller seeds we could not find after rotation. Bigger seeds given the better result. Free rotation and sliding of the seeds inside the drum is to be ensured at all time. So we have to ensure that whether the seeds are keep on rotating and sliding. Supply of water and dry soil wherever required should be done alternatively and according to the seed ball formation. The coatings formed were smooth, which could enhance germination. So other than hand-made seed balls, the coating formed here was very smooth. So conclusion, finally, ideations can be given to the small farmers for the construction and functioning of a small, simple seed ball making unit. Small farmers can select the seeds according to their soil in their farm and also based on the germination of seed balls. Suitable manure can be selected by the farmer, and the mixing ratio can be find out easily by the farmer after many trial and practice. Small modification and further improvement can be done in the devices by themselves if needed. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity given by IIT Jodhpur in presenting this paper in the 3rd International Conference on Rural Technology Development and Delivery. Thank you all.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, Vivekananda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Why do you want to make a seed wall? Farmers can directly have the seed plant in the soil. This is the additional cost to him. If he has to mix soil, fertilizer, and make walls, and this is mainly for food crops, not for the cereal crops. This is additional cost for him.
Sir, your voice is echoing, sir. No, my question is why do we have account for making of seeds? Let me.
No.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello. All audience who would like to ask questions are requested to enter in the chat or speak. Now, little resolution has been brought in.
Professor
Am I
Bhattacharya?
audible?
Yeah. Dr. Anand, you
Go
are
ahead.
audible.
Go ahead. Yeah, it's ready.
Okay.
It's resolved. Go ahead, Professor Bhattacharya.
Professor Bhattacharya, so you have some questions, no?
I'm just wondering why you should mix seed, food plants with soil and mixture and other thing, and then to sow. Why not you do it directly? There's an actual cost to the farmer because he has to buy a drum, rotate, fabricate. What is the advantage of this?
Yes, sir. Actually, the small farmers going for sowing the seed has to make ready the land, plowing, and he needs manship, etc. This seed ball making is a very ancient and a very easy process of getting and a long time. So it's compared to the agriculture.
Are you able to hear us? Again, mute. Again, this echo problem is coming.
Dr. Anand, go ahead. Dr. Vivekanand.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm audible.
Audible, sir.
Okay, fine. Professor Madhura, so you want to ask any question, please? So you wanted to continue?
Sorry, still.
Still, there is a problem. I don't know.
We can put it in the chat box.
No, still echo exists. Okay. Okay. For your presentations and actually it was interesting facts. How did you actually just develop the low cost seed while making it okay to maintain the sustainability? Thank you for your presentation. And now we move to next presentation. This topic on value addition of groundnut for the economic upliftment of rural community and nutritional security of children. It is from the Hello, and I think Dr. Deepika will presenting this lecture.
Topic is value addition of de-oil groundnut cake for the economic upliftment of rural community and nutritional security of children. Our group members are Logesh R, Yogesh K, Harita P, and Madhumita M. Our group facilitators are Dr. S. Babu, Dr. Paul Mansingh, and Dr. Nisha. According to the survey of situation assessment of households and land holdings conducted in rural India 2019, it states that the average monthly income of individual agricultural household is around 12,000 rupees. The concept of value addition of the produce could create a demand as well as fetch better price for their produce. To develop the value addition process, the Government of India is insisting FPOs to concentrate on value addition in order to double farmers' income by 2022. It is said in the survey conducted by Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare. Status of malnutrition in India. Implication of child and maternal malnutrition is responsible for 15% of India's total disease burden. Also, India has lost up to 4% of its GDP and around 8% of its productivity due to child malnutrition. This problem can be tackled by improving the quantity and quality of dietary intake of the children. Nutrient bar or chikki can be prepared from de-oil groundnut cake to tackle this problem. In India, more than 33 lakh children are malnourished. In this program, the de-oil groundnut cake, which is a leftover after extraction of oil, can be processed and value added to make it as a human consumable product. The cost of groundnut cake, which is sold in the market, is around 35 to 50 rupees per kg. If that is added value into a protein-rich food, it is expected to increase their income. It is done by introducing food processing centers in FPOs for value-adding groundnut oil cake as a nutrient bar And also it can generate employment in unorganized sectors, and it will also lead to sustainable growth of rural people. The problem and nutrition status of groundnut oil cake. To tackle this issue of malnutrition, the de-oiled groundnut cake, which is rich in protein, can be an excellent source. It contains 45% of crude protein, 4 to 8% of crude fiber, and around 4.6% of minerals in it. But the problem is the prevalence of rancidity and aflatoxin, which makes the product unfit for human consumption. Also, it causes digestive problems if consumed due to carcinogenic products produced by the Aspergillus species. According to the survey conducted by ICMR, around 21% of groundnut cake in India is non-consumable due to aflatoxin contamination. By detoxifying the aflatoxin and by reducing the rancidity levels, it can be used for human consumption. Now, what is aflatoxin? Aflatoxin is produced by Aspergillus species, which causes greater economic impact during both pre and post-harvest processes. These toxins also cause health hazards and economic losses. Aflatoxins are mostly produced from Aspergillus flavus, Aspergillus parasiticus, and Aspergillus nomeus. Around 20 aflatoxin species are known. Out of that, 4 races of aflatoxins, namely B1, B2, G1, and G2, is widely studied because of its toxic effects. The FDA has provided a limit for the aflatoxin content in both food and feed, which is around 20 parts per billion. Detoxification of aflatoxin. Certain tests has to be conducted, like mycological analysis, which is used to identify the type of Aspergillus present in the product. Aflatoxin analysis is conducted to determine the percentage of aflatoxin level in the contaminated product. Also, physiological conditions and moisture content in the product should be tested. Isolation of Aspergillus species. This is done using modified dichloran rose Bengal medium, and in the Zappel-Dox agar, it will appear as blue-green and its surface will have conidiophores. This indicates the presence of Aspergillus in the product. Coming to the methodology, there are 3 different methods, namely physical, chemical, and biological method. The physical method makes use of radiation, and chemical method makes use of ammonia gas to detoxify the aflatoxin, but it has high risk of toxic residue in the final product. Biological method offers effective detoxification by low or no change in their physicochemical structures. The biological method makes use of bacteria to detoxify aflatoxins. Rhodococcus erythropolis, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Lactobacillus delbrueckii subspecies bulgaricus are used for this purpose. Here is the flowchart of procedure. First, we have to prepare 3 treatments, T1, T2, and T3 in 250 ml flasks by preparing a slurry of groundnut cake and sterile water. Before that, Rhodococcus erythropolis, Pseudomonas, and Lactobacillus should be grown from their mother culture under aseptic conditions. Then, the grown bacteria should be inoculated into the flasks, Rhodococcus should be inoculated into the T1 flask, Pseudomonas into T2 flask, and Lactobacillus into T3 flask. Once it is done, the flask should be agitated for 24 hours using agitator. Then, de-oiled groundnut cake in the flask should be separated and shade dried. Aflatoxin extraction and cleanup method is adopted to extract the aflatoxins in the flasks. It is done by weighing and extracting the de-oiled groundnut cake with methanol water of 8:2 ratio, hexane in 500 ml flasks, shaking at 150 rpm for 1 hour. Then the extracts need to be filtered and diluted with pH 7.4 using phosphate buffered saline solution. High performance liquid chromatography is used to determine aflatoxins in the extracted de-oiled groundnut cake. Compared to physical and chemical method, biological method is more effective, and it has no toxic residues in the final product. Coming to rancidity, it is a condition produced due to aerial oxidation of unsaturated fat present in food products. It is also characterized by unpleasant odor and flavor. There are two different types of rancidity. One is hydrolytic rancidity, which occurs when triglycerides present in oily foods reacts with the water. It will result in the glycerol and free fatty acids, which make it unfit for human consumption. Another one is oxidative rancidity. It occurs when oily foods are exposed to oxygen, light, or heat. As a result, it produces peroxide derivatives that are toxic and also have bad flavors. The type of rancidity prevalent in the oil groundnut cake is oxidative rancidity due to the presence of polyunsaturated fatty acids in it. There are two methods to prevent rancidity in the oil groundnut cake. One is by addition of antioxidants, like we can use natural antioxidants like mixed tocophenols and extracts of rosemary. And the effectiveness of antioxidants could be increased by addition of oxygen scavengers such as ascorbic acid and citric acid. Another method is by proper storage of oily food. Rancidity can be prevented by packing the products using aluminum materials, which will reduce the effect of rancidity. So once the aflatoxin is detoxified and the rancidity levels are reduced, we can consume the de-oil groundnut cake. Our conclusion is that the suggested methodology will be effective to detoxify aflatoxins and reduce rancidity levels in the de-oil groundnut cake. So a nutrient bar or chicky can be prepared to tackle the problem of malnutrition. We can provide it to school children through midday meal schemes. At the same time, it can generate employment in unorganized sectors, which will lead to sustainable growth of rural people. Thank you for one and all present here, and also for the opportunity to participate in Third International Conference on Rural Technology and Delivery 2022, organized by Rural Technology Action Group and IIT Jodhpur. Thank you.
Thank you, Deepika. Now the platform is open for questions and comment.
I'm wondering.
Hello.
Yeah, someone, any experimental data on talking about theory?
Sorry, your voice is not clear.
Yeah. Okay.
Barunji, some echo is coming from your side. Please check if something is on.
Hello. Now it. Hello. Dr. Anand.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This echo is continuing. Yeah.
I request Professor. Can you actually write down the questions in the chat box so that the presenter will understand and provide the outcome accordingly.
Hello. Hello. Now it's fine. Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
But this echo is still there, right?
I stopped
Now? Now I have actually muted Professor Baron, but then also the echo is. Now. Now. Oh, again, the echo is there.
Can everyone
Hello. Am I audible now? Can anybody respond?
Yes, you are audible. And the echo is not.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have resolved. I have actually, taken off a person with mobile phone with the name LAM. So, as per the advice of Dr. Raj Lakshmi. Yeah. So now we can continue. Yeah. So, an update on the next session? Can the students update that? Anybody? On the
I'm Logeshwar from the.
yes.
Is there any question and answer session for us?
Oh, Logesh, yes.
Yes, sir.
You just presented, right?
Yes, sir. Our group only.
Okay. So this is on the groundnut,
Yes,
right?
addition of groundnut oil.
Yeah.
Yes,
So I would like to know one. Yeah. Go ahead, Professor Barun.
Actually, I just wanted to understand, is there any further question from the audience? Okay. Because
Okay. So let me ask one question.
Manjunath. So there are actually a number of basically the research groups are presenting here. Okay.
Yeah.
So they are available and they would be happy to take some questions and comment. Okay, from the audience.
Okay. So yeah.
So
Audience, from anybody from the audience would like to ask any questions? I have a question. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please. Then
Yeah, in your whole presentation, you haven't shown any data of any sort, right? Whether it is whether it is anything, any chemical addition or any variation in the microbial activity. Maybe you could have showcased something on the log removal aspects or log removal aspects or something like that. You should have shown something, right? So I did not find anything. So I also did not find where the value is coming. That value addition should be shown in the manner that it is beneficial. So therefore, a cost benefit analysis can be important, right? So that things are missing from your presentation. Can you discuss about that?
Sir, actually, is this the final year project for our sir? We are the fourth year agriculture students. So as we are doing, it is an ongoing project, sir. We are working on this.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. So I will request that whenever you are whenever you are doing such things, you should make sure that you should have enough data, at least some data to present, right? Whenever you are doing some experiments, like you added several different types of chemicals with each other, right, in order to enhance the de-oiled groundnut cake, right? So what happens later on? Is there a chemical change to that or something like that should have been presented? Okay. So that's very, very important when you are doing some research. You should show some observation. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult for us to, actually tell what is right and what is wrong.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Logesh?
Yes, sir.
So I just wanted to continue the same as Dr. Anand said it, because so your topic says the number of actually is understanding regarding economic upliftment
Yes,
and
sir.
nutritional security for the children. But when anyone actually just going through your presentations, those points are hardly being touched. Okay. Because
Yes.
no data have actually has been provided which can give you some sort of economic upliftment and nothing. There is no comparisons in terms of there are three actually methods, like physical methods, chemical methods, and the biological method. And we need some comparisons so we can understand what is the nutritional security for the children and what gives you the betterment for the children. Yes or no? So
Yes,
those
sir.
things are missing anyhow. So I think the upcoming actually days you will be actually filling those voids. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you for your presentations and taking part of this platform.
Thank you, sir.
So,
Thank you.
any further questions from the audience? Okay. Okay. Thank you, actually, Logesh and your team. Thank you. Thank you for the presentations. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. So, Dr. Anand, we are having any the plenary talk right now, or
Actually, I would like to update that Dr. Saumitra Kar will be unable to present his lecture because of some medical emergency at his home. We would be taking a break or now for at least 10-15 minutes. Yeah.
or then we can start the poster session at 4:30. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then followed by plenary talk from Professor Anand Rao from IIT Bombay. Am I okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, okay. So we are having a break. Then we can go with the poster sessions. Okay. Please. Okay.
So the schedule will be updated and shared with you right away in few minutes.
Biswadeep? Deepak?
Sir, yes.
Okay, just please place the appropriate slide for a break.
Can you repeat?
Hello,
Hello, sir.
Yes, Vishwa.
Sir, Dr. Barun sir was saying something.
No, right now we are having a break. No, please put that slide.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
some time. Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Remains lame though. Remains. Remains lame.
Hello. Hello. We will resume our session for poster presentation in next 5 minutes.
Cheers. So we can resume our session.
Yes. This is the second poster session, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This second poster session will deal with issues of water management, waste management, and other aspects. And we will be able to hear from 4 different speakers. Please put up the slide for the first speaker. The first topic is on waste management in rural environments by K.C. Sabat and S. Menon, Alliance University, Bangalore. So whoever is here present, if somebody is present here, please tell who is present and please go ahead. Is there any speaker associated with this? Is anything audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Dr. Menon, are you available? Dr. Anand?
Dr. Satish Menon, are you available?
He has logged in.
Yeah, he is there. I feel that he is there, but yeah.
He's there.
I think since he is unavailable right now, let's go to the next presentation, please. This presentation is on Ujjwala reusable wastewater using low-cost water purifier, Hira Bhadrecha and Nikhil Dave. Are you here? Hira Bhadrecha and Nikhil Dave.
Hello. Hello.
Hira Bhadrecha, are you
Yeah,
there?
this side is here, Badrich. And
Yeah,
my
yeah. Please go ahead
colleague
and
is
present
joining.
it. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead. Hira Bhadrecha, are you presenting?
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, sir. So that is the our project. Our that is the poster is based on this usual. So it is on. Yeah.
Hello.
It is on rural. Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Yeah. Nikhil. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Nikhil Dave, with Hira Badrecha as my buddy. So basically, we are from Rajasthan and working in Bangalore as IT professionals. So during the COVID times, we got a chance to visit our native, which is mainly a rural area near Jodhpur. And we not just found, but we felt the water crisis present there. Getting the sufficient water will always be a challenge, and we know there is no definition for the sufficient need. So our team Ujjwala is having a vision for the contribution towards conserving water at lower level, as we have a firm belief in energy saving is equal to energy producing. Our main idea is focused on grey water recycling product to be installed in rural areas at very low cost. In cities, we have STPs where recycling can be afforded, but it is not the same in remote areas. Instead of calling it a wastewater management, I would rephrase it as a smarter use of water resources. Recycled grey water have many benefits as it gives the same water twice for different purpose. Also, it helps to make the water bills half. And unlike STP, we can prevent this polluted water to go to some lakes from frothing and catching fires like this kind of issues. So the process and the method, I would like to ask Hira Badrecha to explain this and conclude on this summary.
Thank you, Nikhil. So, yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So, we know that the grey water is only a part of the liquid waste. So, it is coming from kitchen, bathroom, cloth wash, and vessel wash. So, what is the important? Because if somebody use fresh water 100 liter, so grey water we can get 80 liter from 100 liter. So, in rural areas, that is the 1,000 people is staying, and 1,000 people in one house it is using 50 liter. So 50 liter into 1,000, that is 50,000 liter total world fresh water we are using, and put like 40,000 it is the grey water. So we can say that is the 80% we are getting the grey water. So that what is the what is the we how we can manage the grey water? There is the three things that one we can go uh, reuse and reduce as the recharge. So reduce is the we can use the less fresh water will give to the minimum result of the quantity of the grey water. So other things is the reuse of the grey water purpose, so that whatever the grey water is coming, so what we have to keep, that is the it is the similar to the RO container. Okay, so we have to it will go through the whole process, like screening the screening the plastic, paper, and peels of this all these vegetables and bathrooms, and then it will go to the aeration, then colloidal separation and chlorification, and then it will go to the different sand gravel filter. So then we have to get the that is the grey water to we can get grey water that is the reusable, so that we can use the like gardening, we can use toilet flushing and car washing, that type of we can use. So this the Ujjwala, it is we can say that is the simple, it is the low cost product, it is simple, it is a low cost product, so we can affordable, and you can say that the rural person can affordable, and it will take the less area. It is like RO water purify, so it will like we are working on this RO this Ujjwala product, so it will be proof of concept, it will be released soon. So that is the kind of our project it is going on. So mainly we are working on this grey water, because grey water is having different mishandling of grey water if we are not using perfectly. So it is our environment is the dirty, then it will be health implications, disease, and pollution of the water bodies, and we can say that is the loss of the precious our natural resource, water. So that is the our product. You can say that is the low cost purifier we are.
Thank you, Hira Badrecha. Thank you. If anybody has questions,
yeah, I'll just ask. Yeah. So, what treatment you are giving to the grey water so that it is reusable?
So here you can say in the material methodology design. Okay, so this is the main tank. If it is water is coming from main tank, then it will go to the different processes there. Like it first is the screening. So all solid waste, like peels of these vegetables, because grey water is come from kitchen and the bathroom. Okay, so that it will come from solid wasted. It will be screening, that is the one you can say that is the net. So it will be in incline format. Then it
No,
will be
आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं, आप हिंदी में बात कर सकते हैं क्या? हाँ, आप हिंदी में बात करिएगा, प्लीज गो अहेड।
हाँ, पहले हम स्क्रीनिंग जो भी स्क्रीनिंग करेंगे, जो भी पानी आएगा उसमें जैसे पिल्स वगैरह हो गई और भी मतलब सॉलिड वेस्ट हो गया, उसको स्क्रीनिंग करेंगे। उसके बाद एरिएशन करेंगे। एरिएशन क्या होगा, जो इसके अंदर हम एयर पास करेंगे, जो बीच से क्या होगा कि लिक्विड जो भी होगा एरिएशन के दौरान, तो जो भी बड़े बड़े पार्टिकल्स और हो गए जैसे इसके बबल के थ्रू और डिफ्यूजर के थ्रू।
तो ये आपका कॉन्सेप्ट है या इसको करके देखा है आपने?
नहीं, हम ये अभी वर्किंग कर रहे हैं, इस पे काम कर रहे हैं
अभी, मतलब कॉन्सेप्ट स्टेज पे है उसका।
हाँ हाँ, प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट अभी इट इज
क्योंकि
इन
उसको
स्टेज।
कॉस्ट देखिएगा कि कितना कॉस्ट आता है, तो
कॉस्ट इसका
वो
देखा हमने
इम्पोर्टेंट
लगभग
रहेगा।
ऑलमोस्ट 7 to 8,000 पड़ेगा।
नहीं, उसके बाद वो जैसे कि आप एरेशन बोल रहे हैं, तो उसमें कुछ कंप्रेशर या कुछ पंप लगाना पड़ेगा इस तरह का। आप एक
हाँ जी।
छोटा सा सिस्टम लगाइए,
हाँ
देखिए
जी।
वो कैसे काम करता है, तो इट इज गुड। ओके,
हाँ हाँ,
श्योर,
Yes,
थैंक यू।
thank you, sir.
थैंक यू।
The next one, the next one is on the contribution of water management to agricultural productivity and economic development by Dr. Virendra Singh, Vikash Pavaria, and Balkishan. They are all from the Chaudhary Devilal University at Sirsa in Haryana. And thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Virendra. Dr. Virendra Singh, are you here? Dr. Virendra Singh, or anybody, any of the co-authors, are you there for this particular poster? We may go to the next one. Nobody is speaking for this. This particular abstract number 61, it's energy, economic and environmental analysis of integrated renewable energy systems for rural communities. Vijay Mudgal and Shilpa Vats. Whoever is there on the podium, please go ahead. I think there is nobody from this particular team. I would like to invite the next poster.
So this is our this is our last poster. So after this, we can resume with our next session, sir.
Okay.
Sir, just excuse me. This is Kalicharan Sabat.
Yeah.
So we
Yes.
just
Yes.
yeah. I was under the impression that this will start at after 5. And no, I
No.
just missed.
After 5, you will be given a chance. Yes, if it was there, you should have said to us, right? So we will give
We
you a
had
chance
said
after 5 also. There is no problem on that. But you should have said that if you are here, you should have said, right?
no. I've just joined, so that's what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
So which
I was,
is yours? Which is
mine
yours?
was the waste management. Yeah, this is the one.
Okay. Okay. Great. Then go
So,
ahead and enlighten
okay.
us with
Thanks a lot.
the work. Yeah. Go ahead. Bye.
So this is Kalicharan Sabat, and my co-panelist, co-author is Dr. Satish Menon. So we both are present here. And the topic here that we have taken is waste management in the rural environment. And if you remember the discussion that was going on in the same panel around the 2 o'clock time, one of the presenter also made this information shared that the majority of Indian population, it's living in the rural part of the country, right? 65% of them, they are living. But when we see the efforts that goes in the waste management, that is taking place mostly in the urban part. So if we take on this, the whole idea of, basically we have tried to implement the circular economy concept, and we thought, yeah, why not to take it forward, right? The idea of circular economy in the rural part of the country where the majority of the population are living. So we came out with a framework here, which is named as the stimulus organism response theory. So widely used in environmental side, how we can trigger the stimulus to bring some changes which are very significant as response. So if you look at the model that we are presenting here, so we know there are variety of drivers in the country, and what we assume to be the very prime driver is the regulatory bodies, okay, the government regulations. But again, coming to the rural part of the country, we have not seen a great effort which has come from the regulators in terms of the waste management. So that's where we have also studied, and we went for a very in-depth literature review to identify what else could be the other drivers or the significant factors which can lead to this circular economy in the in the context of the Indian rural market. And in that, we identified why not the local public of that, or those people who are supplying various goods in the part of the countries, the hinterlands and the various rural part. So we had conducted surveys. We are in the process of further conducting the survey to understand to what extent the rural waste can be remanufactured, recycled, or reused. And that is what is we have borrowed the circular economy theory here for that. And we're still in the process of data collection, and we're quite hopeful that we can find something really significant amongst the three factors, like the ones we have taken under the 3 Rs. Those are reuse, remanufacture, and recycle. So there are different theories which have even talked about 9 Rs also, right? So there are a lot of recycling and remanufacturing concepts which are coming up. We just want to apply, and we want to see how those concepts can be used in the rural part of the country. So that's the whole objective of this research work that we are doing. So that's all from our end to present. So any questions, any advice, any suggestions, we are most welcome for that.
This is again the concept, or are you planning to have a small setup and work on it in a rural area?
Sir, we have developed this conceptual model. We have already into the process of data collection here. So we have taken the theory of SOR, where we are considering the various drivers. We have taken broadly five drivers here. One is regulator. The second one are the rural suppliers. The third one are the consumers in the part. Then the fourth one is the public, and the fifth driver is everything other, like the NGOs, the media, and all together as the other drivers. We have taken it as a collective construct, and then we are taken the organism as the concept of, or the framework of, circular economy at all the different levels of supply chain. We are just seeing how we can control the waste. So not
So
just at
what
the
I will
consumer
suggest
point,
is,
but
what
if
I
the
will
waste can
suggest
be
is,
controlled at the very.
what I'll suggest is,
Sir,
like,
please.
because you are talking of rural environment, and so take a, a government of India has got major
Right, sir.
program on Har Ghar Nal Se Jal, and there is, it is to be completed by say 2024. Government is committed to that. That also means that wastewater will be generated in the rural areas,
Right, sir.
and that is to be, if you can take a small village somewhere in
So
nearby locality
great
or
suggestion, sir.
elsewhere,
Right, sir.
and then do an experiment there itself. That will give you the total feel of the
Yes.
whole thing in a rural area. So I'd suggest have a small experimental setup in rural environment and have the feel of the total thing. Work on it, particularly because you are talking of circular economy. That means recycle and reuse of the wastewater. So that will give you a total hands-on experience and feel of the whole thing. Thank you. Good work.
Anybody else would like to comment? Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. K.C. Sawat.
Good evening, everyone. I think there's an echo.
Now, can you try, Professor Prasenjit?
Yes. Am I? Has the echo gone?
Yes,
Hello?
there is no echo now. There is no echo. Well,
Okay,
clear,
great. Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you, ma'am. So, good evening, everyone. And we are pleased to have Professor Anand B. Rao for a plenary talk here. Professor Rao is a professor and head at Center for Technology Alternatives for Rural Areas, or Sitara, at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. He received his PhD degree in Engineering and Public Policy from the Carnegie Mellon Institute, Pittsburgh, USA. Professor Rao's research focus is on energy and environment, climate change mitigation, carbon capture and sequestration, and renewable energy efficiency. Professor Rao's work covers and expands
echo is coming now.
rural households to helping large coal-fired manufacturing industries reduce their pollution output. And he works on even larger scale. I invite Professor Rao to take it from here.
Namaskar. I'm not sure if audio is okay. Are you getting any echo?
No, we are not getting any echo.
Audio is
sir.
okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for the kind invitation and kind introduction. So actually, I'm on one hand, I'm happy to be here as part of this gathering and then speaking to all of you. On the other hand, I'm a bit hesitant because I mean, a lot of things have been already presented over the last 2 days, and I may not have much to add or keep you interested towards the fag end of the day. I'll try my best to present few ideas in the theme that was kind of suggested to me. So the title I have chosen mentions that challenges in development and dissemination of sustainable solutions, and specifically focusing on energy sector. So sustainable energy solutions. So that is what I'll try to talk about, some of the issues in this regard. So to begin with, let me first put on record my sincere gratitude to the organizers, Professor Anand Plapalli, Professor Sudipto, and of course, Director Professor Santanu Chaudhary for this opportunity to talk to all of you. And of course, my research collaborators, colleagues, and students whose work I'll be referring to in this talk, and all of you who have been patiently sitting through this conference. So I attended the 2018 and 2020 episodes in Delhi and Madras. That was, I think, the Madras conference was the last one in the BC era, the before Corona era that we attended. And we're hoping that this Jodhpur one would be kind of an end of Corona, and then we'll have another physical gathering, but probably it wouldn't be possible. But nonetheless, happy to be here amongst everyone. So just briefly, one slide about Sitara, from where I come. Sitara stands for Center for Technology Alternatives for Rural Areas. It is a small independent academic center in IIT since 1985, 84, 85. I say small because we are just about 10 faculty members in about 700 odd faculty at IIT Bombay. We have been working on the theme of basically catering to the technology requirements and needs of the larger sections of the, or in the larger interest of the society. The mandate is looking at the bottom 80% and unorganized sectors of economy. And we felt that there has been a need to work on interface of what we call technology and development. So our MTech and PhD program, it started in 2007. It has been titled with a specialization called technology and development. And we give a lot of emphasis to this and, which tries to connect the two, because often the people with technology background may not know enough about the ground realities and development sector, and vice versa. So those who are working in the development sector, they may be unaware of the capabilities of technology or the limitations of technology as well. So we hope to train development professionals who can work, so who basically come from technology background and who work in the development sector. So Sitara has a niche within the IIT system, IIT Bombay, and it anchors both the RUTAG and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan and similar initiatives like we have Unnat Maharashtra Abhiyan. So this is from where I come from. So to begin with the discussion on energy, so just wanted to remind everyone that so throughout the evolution of human civilization, so this is the kind of pattern that we see how the overall per capita energy consumption has evolved over several centuries. And we see that there has been a phenomenal increase in the amount of energy consumption as the human civilization, what we call as progressed over a period of time. And then more and more chunk of energy is now required for the production systems, the manufacturing sector, the transportation, and the services. And all this has been possible also because of the kind of what we have found is somewhat cheap sources of energy in the form of fossil fuels, which were sitting underground. And as we see this kind of a huge bulb of energy that we found and have been using or consuming. So the coal and then oil and then gas. So that has been the kind of a progression. And then we are more and more dependent on these fossil fuels for our requirements. And that has also enabled all the kind of technological transformations or progress that we have seen over these last couple of centuries. And today now we are again talking about renewables, although the share of renewables in the current primary energy mix, or especially the final energy mix, is kind of very small. In this backdrop, it is important to understand the linkage between the consumption or utilization of energy and the developmental status of various communities and societies. And we see that there is a kind of a fairly tight linkage between the two. So if we see on x-axis, we have the energy use per capita for various countries, and then on y-axis, we have the Human Development Index, HDI, which is a very commonly used indicator to denote the kind of a developmental status of any society. And then most of the developing countries are towards the left of this plot, within the range of about 0.6 to 0.7, India being no exception. And then we find most of the developed countries are kind of spread across this orders of magnitude higher amount of energy use. So one of the intriguing question is whether there is only a kind of a straightaway causality in terms of the energy consumption and development, or there is kind of a two-way correlation. So as we know, so the higher amount of or availability of energy drives many things like availability of or access to better education, health facilities, then also productive activities, higher incomes. And then that leads to some better standard of living, which again drives into higher amount of energy consumption. So as we see the HDI improves, that also reflects in higher amount of energy consumption. So it is not a single way, but it is kind of a two-way relation between these two parameters. And as India is kind of a progressing on this path, where we see that having access to energy is currently helping in terms of development of various regions, but we have to also keep in mind that as the society goes up the kind of a development ladder, it is also possible or it is going to fuel into higher energy demand for the society. So we have to consider how we can meet that kind of an unmet demand. So So the first point is energy and energy consumption and development are interlinked. And now we are not just talking about energy, but we want to also ensure it is a clean energy, which is not causing environmental externalities. So that should be considered as a fundamental need of economic and social well-being. And as the SDG says, SDG 7 mentions, so access to this modern energy, both electricity and for cooking, is a fundamental kind of a right of these. And so energy access causes economic development. That has been kind of a given in most of the cases. And more than any other form of energy, electricity is considered the most convenient energy carrier, and it plays an important role in human development. And we find that this has been one of the catalysts in the process of development. And that's why there is a lot of emphasis given in terms of providing this basic energy service. In all this backdrop, so one of the key issues that I'm looking at and has a lot of interest in terms of the future, both in terms of the energy pathways and the climate, is what is whether we have access. And access is a kind of an acronym where we can see abundant, clean, and cost-effective energy system for sustainability. So this is one way to break that acronym. But A can be not just abundant, but we have to also ensure whether it is affordable, and more than that, whether it is acceptable, it is cheap and convenient, not just clean, and it is eco-friendly, efficient. So that kind of an energy service or solution we should be aspiring for. And then we also find there is a kind of a good amount of effort being made in terms of providing this kind of energy service through various means. And it would be helpful to understand the kind of a level of acceptance to these and what are the field issues in terms of providing these solutions. So when I look at the energy research for sustainability as one of the research themes, often I come across this paradox that in spite of having kind of a good set of technology solutions available, why the energy research or technology improvements that are available are not solving the problem. We still find a lot of people still dependent on solid biomass fuels, for example. So what keeps people away from the so-called sustainable energy solutions? So that is something that we need to pause and look at. And what are the field issues and experiences with these technologies? So, and I mean, I'm just mentioning few, but you are aware that there is a whole set of solutions which have been available for last several decades. And even today, people are developing many such solutions. So, for example, biogas as a technology solution, solar PV based electrification, improved cook stoves of variety of kinds. So these are all different technology solutions that are available today in terms of technology package. But what is the level of success in the field? So that is something that we need to look at. Also, the other aspect of this is whether today we need to find a radically new solution to the kind of energy solutions. We always, nowadays, we talk about, say, moving to hydrogen economy or something like that. So whether some kind of an incremental improvement will bring us good mileage, or what we need is a radical shift or solution. So that is also something that we need to pursue. So in this overall theme, I'm trying to also understand how far the renewable energy and energy efficiency as two-pronged approach, how far they can contribute towards the climate mitigation, which is also an urgent need of the day. So so earlier, as it was mentioned, I was working in the field of coal-based power generation and carbon capture and sequestration. So when I moved back to India and joined Tara, I was wondering how I can now shift gears and start looking at energy-related aspects related to especially rural economy and village life. So one of the sectors that caught my attention is brick making. Brick making is a kind of a large informal industry which engages millions of people in this country. And a lot of energy is also consumed by this. I mean, after coal-based power generation and iron and steel industry, brick making is one of the biggest industrial sectors to consume energy, both in terms of coal and as well as biomass in various parts of the country. And there are various technology interventions now being made, trying to understand how we can mitigate the impacts of the energy usage in this industry to have climate mitigation. So I looked at two aspects related to the efficiency improvement in brick making. So it so happened that as soon as I joined Sitara, and I was kind of new to system, and so there was a kind of an initiative of demonstrating a new technology called vertical shaft brick kiln in Maharashtra. So this technology was actually originally developed in China, and then it was being propagated through some SDC and some other agencies in India. And there were some successful demonstrations of this technology in central India and some other parts of India. So idea was whether it will work in the Western Maharashtra or Konkan region, and if it does, then it has huge potential in saving the energy consumption, coal consumption in the brick making sector. So we got this project to implement this and demonstrate this technology in the tribal block of Konkan region. And I'll share some insights about that in a minute. However, I mean, what it led to was some revelation in terms of how to look at technology dissemination, and especially what are the ground difficulties in propagating or deploying technology on kind of a rural and especially tribal area. So parallelly, I mean, I also try to understand the traditional way of making bricks. I mean, the picture on the left that you see in peninsular India, we often find these kind of clams roadside. One might have observed this. So this is a kind of a batch process of making bricks, and often tribals make these bricks for their own consumption or sometimes even to sell. And this is a popular technology, and it has been often quoted that it is a highly energy inefficient, and it has been always blamed for air pollution and many other problems. So we also try to investigate what is the kind of a ground truth, whether it is really bad. And we found that it is actually, if we do the scientific measurements, we found that it is not as bad as it is portrayed. So that was one part of work. And then we could also suggest some ways to marginally improve the efficiency. But there are limitations because it is a batch process and not much can be done about it. However, when we say that vertical shaft brick kiln is a much more sophisticated and energy efficient way of making bricks, this was the kind of a first such project that I handled, and also first demonstration of this technology in Konkan region. So Sitara with a local NGO partner named Rural Communes, and then we got funding from the Rajiv Gandhi Science and Technology Commission. So that was implement this project. And then we found that we had a lot of trouble on hand in terms of right from getting a piece of land to build this kiln, because nobody was willing to experiment. Land is very, very precious, especially when we're talking about within 100 kilometers from Mumbai. And then we wanted to ensure that there is some kind of a cooperative build of cooperative of tribals, which will kind of so if we build it, then there should be somebody to own it and operate it. So we tried through rural communes, we tried that and had finally success in terms of making the cooperative. But then the main learnings were like the field projects are tough. We need to plan carefully, and then also handle unexpected situations. So a variety of times we faced in implementing this project. One of the things that we kind of took for granted, and especially since the NGO we are collaborating with, we thought that they will help us in this regard. But it is very crucial to have the local people with you. And then more than that, we have to understand what is their real need, and whatever intervention that we are proposing, whether it is going to be of their interest and going to help them to a very large extent. So although the project was projected mainly to help the tribal communities to make the bricks in a more energy efficient manner, which will reduce some of their operating cost and the load of emissions, that is environmental well-being in that region. But then there was a major shift in terms of the way the people had to work for brick making. In the conventional clamps, they had to just organize this clamp. They used to fire it and then forget about it, and then they used to go for Holi and some other festivals and come back and their bricks were ready. The VSBK was more of an industrial operation where it was a continuous fired kiln, and then so they had to work in like a batch shift mode. So every 8 hours, new people have to come and take over. They were not used to this kind of a lifestyle that they have to be awake throughout the night. So if they miss it, then the fire will move, and then the whole purpose of making this kiln is lost. So there were a lot of hurdles in terms of inculcating this new work culture in the tribal community, which was, I mean, beyond their kind of a habits to understand why we are doing this in the first place. So that was a kind of a failure on our part to bring people on board in terms of convincing that this is good for them as well as the environment. And then, I mean, from their perspective, I think they never understood the kind of utility of such a technology intervention. So, so I started off with this kind of a early lesson in my career at Sitara, that we should not take people for granted in terms of whatever projects or whatever technology interventions that we are proposing. And moving on, so so it was very clear that cooking energy is a sector which is very important. If you look at the overall energy consumption in the rural areas, most of the energy consumption is related to cooking only, because they have very minimal amount of any other type of energy consumption in their lifestyle. But today, even today, we find that majority of rural and some part of urban households are still dependent on solid biomass fuel, and they have their own externalities in terms of air pollution and also in terms of the health hazards. So, on this backdrop, we often consider biogas as a technology solution, which has kind of win-win opportunity, that we do waste management. We also get good clean gaseous fuel, which can help to tackle lots of issues together. And I have seen very successful examples of some NGOs, like for example in Konkan we have Bhagirath Pratishthan. In many other places, there are some sporadic instances where biogas has made a dent in terms of solving the cooking energy problem in India. But we have to also look at the other part of the reality, that some way through the government schemes, the biogas was pushed. And then we have a large number of defunct plants in villages. So we undertook a survey of the nearby Thane district, and we found that about 60 to 70% of the biogas plants are not functioning anymore. And nowadays it is very difficult to even build a new biogas and penetrate, propose or propagate this technology, in spite of the technology being very mature and there is a huge potential. Why it is so? So that was the question. And then I came across, I mean, when we conducted this survey, we came across a variety of reasons why the plants were defunct. I mean, one was when something went wrong with the plant, there were no trained manpower available in the vicinity to correct it. So in spite of a small kind of a maybe leak or some small fix that could have been possible, the plant was not corrected in time, and then there was loss of interest. Mostly they were made available at a very subsidized or for free, and that's why this households did not have a direct interest in using them. I mean, as long as it worked, but otherwise they were not interested in repairing those. And then always it is a case that we take it for granted that those who are owning the biogas plant, somebody from that house will put in the labor to operate it. I mean, mainly the feeding of the biogas plant, typically it is expected that the lady of the house will maintain it, as they are maintaining the kind of a cattle, they will collect the dung, feed it into make it into slurry and feed it in the plant. But often when the next generation came in, the new daughter-in-law did not have probably that background, and that was a kind of a resistance or reluctance, and many of these cultural aspects were not considered at all while proposing this as a technology solution for cooking energy. One of these aspects is very, very important, that now, on the other hand, we have the policy push to provide LPG to every household. So wherever the biogas plant was operational, when the LPG became available, then people thought that is much easier to get it and connect it in the kitchen rather than dirtying your hands every day. So we have to see that whether it is possible to provide it as a service through a community biogas plant rather than insisting that every household should own a biogas plant. And we have a few successful case studies of providing biogas as a service through a pipe network in a village. But I think there is a huge opportunity that is waiting there, and some business models can be evolved. But there is a need for kind of a policy push and some political will to promote this technology. And then today we find it completely opposite, that we are now promoting LPG in rural areas, and we find that replacement is an issue. So often it becomes like a stacking solution rather than the communities climbing the energy ladder. And then there are also long-term concerns about use of LPG at such a large extent, given the GHG emissions and the energy security issues related to this imported. So on the other hand, there have been numerous examples of improving the cook stove efficiency, and there are again a lot of successful models, but again we find that it is not disseminated everywhere, and there are limitations in terms of propagating it and people's acceptance to these solutions. So both biogas and improved cook stoves have proven to be having limited success, and then people continue to use biomass using the traditional way of making chulhas. On this backdrop, there is also thinking whether it is possible to leapfrog and then use electricity to certain extent. Of course, it cannot replace all the energy requirements in kitchen because the kind of a cultural practices that we have, but whether this can provide. And then we are currently involved in an experiment in a village where we are trying to provide all the three solutions and try to see how people make choices and decisions in terms of which technology they prefer. So one more example I'll give and then try to wind up is about portable water purifiers. One of the enthusiastic students, we came up with a model where ultrafiltration unit based on the bicycle. So it is portable, it is movable, it can go from door to door in a village if required, or in a kind of a calamity prone area. And then the same bicycle mechanism can be disengaged and used for providing pressure for providing this filtration. So, and then this unit was developed also. I should admit that this was just made out of enthusiasm and through basic literature and some basic preliminary trials in the lab. And then when we took it to a village with some enthusiasm, so we found very lukewarm response to this. And people asked, oh, do we have to pedal and put in so much effort to clean our water? Then why do we have to do it? I mean, there are other Tata Swatch and some other advertisements they have come across. There are many other technology solutions. So we said, oh, this one doesn't require electricity. This is like yourself, independent to use this. But so we have to also be aware of what are people's aspirations and requirements. So again, I learned the lesson that it is very important to have people on board in terms of whatever technology interventions we are trying to develop. And first, we should understand what is the problem that they're facing. So we cannot be in our ivory tower to develop solutions, and we have to understand the ground reality. We have to be also aware of the rosy picture painted for some of the sustainable solutions. We have to look through the thin line between these. And then we have to deal with various barriers. Maybe it is cost, maintenance, apathy on the part of the beneficiaries. And it might be frustrating at times that we may be thinking that we are doing good job, but we are not getting enough response. But we have to think it from people's point of view. And then we have to maybe also come up with some long-term business models to propagate this technology, which also require some consistent policy support. So I'll just wrap up in a couple of minutes talking about the challenges in technology dissemination that we often face. So typically the successful technology development in the lab or in the field station is only part of maybe half of the battle won, because the rest of it is in terms of disseminating the technology, taking it to larger number of users and looking at their acceptance and use record. So effective adoption of technology is something that we have to target. Now, there are several barriers to overcome in order to do that. So many effective and efficient technology never reach their targeted beneficiaries. That is the first thing. Even if they reach, they don't get accepted on a large scale. And even if they accept it, or it may be disseminated through some subsidy or some other mechanism, often we find that soon they get into disuse or misuse or sometimes disrepair. So we have to ensure that the technology solution we are providing has a complete ecosystem and it does not end up being such monuments of technology failure. So the kind of major determinants for adoption of technology or the successful dissemination, I'll just list here. I'm sure all of you can relate to this: the relative advantage, compatibility, complexity. We should have solution with least complexity, so that they are easy to handle. They should be flexible, and there should be some visible impact people can perceive from them. So this is very, very important. So we need to think about dissemination not as a afterthought, but upfront in the innovation process. And that is what something that we always have to. So I learned it in a hard way, but this was a good lesson learned. And this is something that we have to always keep in mind. So participatory development of technology is very, very important, and it will ensure the participation of the targeted group of people whose perceived problems are being addressed. And it also helps in the overall understanding, multidimensional understanding of the reality, which will try to address the real needs of and priorities of the intended users. And that's why it is helpful in developing the relevant and effective solutions. So that's why, I mean, whatever work now we undertake in Sitara, we ensure that there is a direct stakeholder engagement, and we undertake something like a need-based or demand-driven research. And that has been the kind of a part of the RUTAC framework at IIT Bombay, which started in operation in 2010. I have been involved with RUTAC since 2014, and now RUTAC is kind of entering a new phase, I would say, from technology development towards dissemination, and all these lessons are very, very now under the leadership of Professor Satish Agnihotri, who is this fellow in Sitara. So we are also leveraging through his wide network to find out co-funding mechanisms to propagate these technology solutions to various scales. And convergence of schemes and funds is also helpful in terms of taking the proof of concept to wider scales of dissemination. So early focus on developing gadgets that was there in RUTAG. Now we are slowly moving towards providing or enabling end-to-end solutions or services, and that is, I think, a very welcome change, and that will also ensure kind of a long-term sustainability of these technology interventions. So with that, I'll pause and stop here, and be happy to interact. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anand Rao. It was nice. We heard a lot from access, abundant, clean, cost-effective aspects. We went into brick production. You also said about the paradox, which was between why such an energy solution, even though if you have several energy solutions and people are not having, that nature to actually use that. And then you also mentioned about the radical shift that we require. It's amazing that yeah, this thought process will surely just comes up about, I have to use a lot of energy at some point of moment. It's perfectly, you are correctly telling about this radical shift. The other thing that you touched upon is the energy efficiency part, and that's another important thing we have to clearly understand. That's correctly said. The other thing, as you said about the Ujjwala scheme, it's like a storage. You mentioned it to be a storage, and when it goes to the rural areas, I never thought about it, but when you said that, I started imagining. It should be, it is perfectly point on, that comes out to. And we are providing people those things when they are unable to actually access. So that's a real. I don't know how to explain that, but you have brought it out, and I liked the way that you put together this thing. Wonderful, thank you. It was enlightening.
Thank you so much.
Anybody else would like to comment? Okay, I think we move forward.
Yes,
So,
sir. Myself, Bhopal Singh. I want
yeah,
to.
go ahead. Yeah.
Bhopal Singh, sir.
Yes, Bhopal Singh ji, बताइए.
Yes, sir. I am a farmer, and
Oh,
I
okay.
want.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah.
Are
Go
you
ahead.
seeing me, sir?
Yeah. You want to ask a question? Yes.
Yes, sir. So I
Go
want
ahead.
to use the animal power uh, in the field of agriculture. प्रीवियस मतलब पहले से सर जो खेती हो रही है उसमें जो है वो एनिमल पावर का प्रॉपरली उपयोग नहीं हो पा रहा है, और हम इसमें अगर एडवांस रिसर्च करें तो जो है वो इसमें हम जो है बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. एनिमल पावर का उपयोग होना बहुत जरूरी है सर. तो मे आई स्पीक इन हिंदी सर?
नहीं, आप हिंदी में भी बोल सकते हैं. Yes.
ओके सर.
Yeah, so
हाँ
I
सर.
think this
सो
question
एनिमल
is
पावर में
towards
जो है सर
Professor
हमने.
Anand Rao. Yeah. Go ahead.
हाँ सर.
हाँ, चलिए.
तो जो है वो हमने एक ड्रम टाइप में सर कल्टीवेटर डेवलप किया है. तो वो ड्रम टाइप कल्टीवेटर मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा था, तो वो हमने सोचा है उसमें जो है वो ड्रम टाइप कल्टीवेटर से जो है वो कल्टीवेशन आसान हो सकती है. और दूसरा सर ये जो है वो एनिमल पावर का अगर हम कंप्रेस्ड एयर से उसको कंप्रेस करके टंकी में डालें और फिर उसका जो है उपयोग करें, तो उससे सर हम पावर जनरेशन है, आटा चक्की है और ये ऑयल मिल है, छोटी ऑयल मिल, ये हम जो है वो चला सकते हैं. और जो किसानों के लिए एनिमल पावर बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है सर, क्योंकि जैसे कि डीजल की कीमतें बहुत ज़्यादा हाई हो गई है, फ्यूल चार्जेस बहुत ज़्यादा हो गए हैं, और किसानों की जो इनपुट कॉस्ट है वो बहुत ज़्यादा हो गई है. और क्लाइमेट चेंज के बाद में तो स्थिति और ज़्यादा बिगड़ जाएगी, क्योंकि जो आउटपुट है वो बहुत कम आएगा और इनपुट जो है वो बढ़ता जा रहा है. तो इस तरह से एनिमल पावर का बहुत जरूरी है, उस पर रिसर्च होना. आपके आईआईटी कानपुर ने रिसर्च की है इस पर थोड़ी बहुत, और वो उन्होंने, मैंने इंग्लिश में था, मुझे अच्छे से समझ में नहीं आया, तो उसको अगर हम एडवांस, मेरे पास बहुत सारे आइडियाज हैं, उन आइडियाज को इम्प्लीमेंट करके अगर हम एनिमल पावर का उपयोग करने लगे तो बहुत ही जबरदस्त फायदा मिल सकता है किसानों को. सर इसमें जैसे कि आप हिस्ट्री में देखिए, पहले 24 बैलों को काम में लिया जाता था, तो 24 बैल आज भी आप देखिए यूट्यूब पे बहुत सारे वीडियोज हैं जिसमें कि बैल नहीं वो तो घोड़ों को काम में ले रहे हैं। तो इस तरह से हम बैलों को और गाय को भी, मतलब फीमेल गाय को भी हम जो है वो एनिमल पावर जनरेशन है, कल्टीवेशन है और छोटे मोटे जो किसानों के काम है उनमें काम में आ सकती है। तो इस तरह से सर ये गाय पे रिसर्च होना, उसके पावर मसल पावर का उपयोग होना बहुत जरूरी है। और मतलब एक तरह से जो छोटे किसान आजकल हैं उनके लिए ट्रैक्टर तो बिल्कुल भी नुकसानदायक है। तो ये मेरी सर आपसे विनती है कि इस पे आप थोड़ी स्टडी करें और हमारी हेल्प करें इसमें। हम भी और कुछ नई नई चीज़ें बनाना चाहते हैं, तो आपकी हेल्प चाहिए हमें टेक्निकल। और इसमें जो है ये बहुत ही एनिमल पावर एक मल्टीपर्पज चीज है। एनिमल को हम अगर मोबाइल के स्मार्टफोन के जितना एनिमल पावर का जो है हम स्मार्टफोन के जितना उपयोग करने लग जाएं तो बहुत सी समस्याओं का गांव में समाधान हो जाएगा और जितने भी किसानों की पॉवर्टी में एक कमी आएगी और बहुत अच्छा उपयोग होगा। तो इसमें सर मैंने एक आप शिवदर्शन वैदिक का वीडियो है, मुझे आता नहीं है आपको शेयर करना, गजानंद अग्रवाल एक करके है, वो यूट्यूब पे उन्होंने बनाया है, आप वो देखना, आप यूट्यूब पे उनका चैनल है। और शिवदर्शन वैदिक है हरियाणा के, तो वो बहुत अच्छी उन्होंने एनिमल पावर पे सर रिसर्च की है और हम भी कर रहे हैं। हमने वो कल्टीवेटर बनाया ड्रम ड्रम टाइप का। अब खेती में जो है वो एनिमल पावर का उपयोग इसलिए नहीं होता सर, किसान के सबसे बड़ी समस्या है कि वो फास्टनेस चाहता है। जैसे वो ट्रैक्टर लाएगा तो ट्रैक्टर को फटाफट वो 2-4 घंटे में वो पूरा उसका काम कर देगा, और जो एनिमल पावर का जब उपयोग करता है तो उसमें उसको टाइम लगता है। तो हम अगर ऐसी टेक्निक डेवलप करें कि उसमें फास्टनेस आ सकता है, एनिमल पावर का उपयोग करते हुए भी कल्टीवेशन में फास्टनेस आ सकती है, तो वो अगर हम करने में सफल हो जाएं तो किसानों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा माइलस्टोन हम सेटअप कर सकते हैं सर। तो आजकल जब खेती का जो कॉस्ट बढ़ रही है उसमें ये सबसे बड़ी समस्या है, और ट्रैक्टर जो है एक तरह से किसान के लिए बहुत बड़ा सिरदर्द हो गया है। तो प्लीज सर आई वांट योर हेल्प फॉर पावर जनरेशन एंड यूज ऑफ एनिमल फॉर द कल्टीवेशन। तो आई ओके सर, थैंक यू।
May I say something?
हाँ यस मैम।
या गोपाल सिंह जी, आपने अच्छा मुद्दा उठाया है और बिल्कुल आप सही कह रहे हैं। और इस तरह से जो ये रिसर्च किया गया था जिसमें जो गियर बॉक्स होता है एनिमल ड्रिवन किसी कनेक्शन के लिए या मल्टी फैक्टर को जोड़ने के लिए, तो ये आईआईटी दिल्ली ने ये काफी काम पंचल पंप के साथ में किया था। और ये दाहिना विलेज में भी उसका काफी सारा उपयोग हो चुका है। तो अगर आपने आपकी जो डिमांड है, जो आपके मन में जो विचार है, ये मंच पे आप अच्छे से और बाद में भी साझा कर सकते हैं और हम मिलके इसका सॉल्यूशन ढूंढने का काम कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
हाँ, मेरे यहाँ लाए थे, कहाँ डाल दिए जी, मैं यहाँ दे देती है सब। हैं?
यस हेलो, हेलो सर, हेलो।
हेलो या
हाँ सर, ये आवाज कट गई मैडम की, मैडम बता रहे थे।
अच्छा, मैडम की आवाज कट गई है, ये तो पता नहीं
हाँ
है। मैडम,
नहीं, मैडम ने
हाँ
इतना ही
मैडम,
बताया कि आईआईटी दिल्ली में इस पे काम हुआ है और ऐसे
हाँ
पैकेज बनाए हुए हैं। तो
हाँ सर,
वहाँ से उसके बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन पा सकते हैं। आईआईटी दिल्ली के बहुत से डेलीगेट्स हैं यहाँ पे, तो उससे आप
हाँ सर,
कर सकते हैं। एक एक्चुअली इसमें एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज ये है कि ये रासायनिक खतों आई मीन उर्वरकों का जो इस्तेमाल होता है, दोबारा हम ऑर्गेनिक खेती
यस
की
सर,
ओर बढ़े तभी पशुधन रखना इकोनॉमिकली वायबल होगा और ये पूरी साइकिल चेंज हो सकती है। क्योंकि आज हम देखते हैं कि ट्रैक्टर्स और इसका ज्यादा यूज है क्योंकि एनिमल रखना ही वायबल नहीं होता. So I think there is a larger need of intervention in the agriculture sector which will enable many of these things.
सर उसका मसल पावर का उपयोग होना जरूरी है, मेन चीज है मसल पावर. जो एनिमल की जो मसल पावर है, इट इज नॉट, वो उसमें एडवांसमेंट चाहिए टेक्नोलॉजी में, so that the farmer should able to use those
Expectations should be realistic. I mean, you cannot expect that दो बैलों से आपको ट्रैक्टर से जितनी शक्ति मिलती है उतनी दो बैलों के इसमें से मिले. So you have to be reasonable in terms of expectations. That would feel. Anyway, I think this is a very different debate.
Yeah. So, actually, प्रोफेसर आनंद राव जी ने जो कहा है उसके वैसे ही सोचना पड़ेगा, पर हम जो भी हो सकता है हम आपके लिए वो करेंगे, है ना. रूटैक की तरफ से हम 6-7 सेंटर्स हैं भारत में, और जो हो सकता है यहाँ पे बहुत पढ़े लिखे प्रोफेसर्स हैं, जो हो सकता है हमसे हम पक्का आपके लिए कुछ ना कुछ करेंगे और आपको उसका सॉल्यूशन भी देंगे. जैसे केतकी मैम ने कहा था, तो केतकी मैम तो उनका तो टेलीफोन कट हो गया है शायद, बट हम बताते हैं कि ये हो सकता है. ठीक है. सो वी विल श्योरली हेल्प यू सर. Professor Bhadoria, can you hear me? Hello?
क्लाइमेट चेंज का जो सबसे बड़ा वर्स्ट इफेक्ट होगा वो किसानों पर ही पड़ेगा सर. तो इसलिए इसका जो इनपुट है, जो इनपुट कॉस्ट है, उसमें कमी लाना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है सर.
Yes. Professor Anand Rao, you would like to answer?
Yeah, I mean, that is a fact. We have to worry about adapting to the new ways of doing agriculture. खेती में नए तरीके अपनाने होंगे और
yes sir. Now sir, tractor is highly costly. Tractor is increasing the high cost of farming.
Right.
And the small landholding farmers have to remove the tractor from his land.
Correct. Yeah. So we need to find solutions for the small farmers, especially.
Yes, sir.
Dependence on fossil fuels, we have to minimize anyway.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, sir. ये टेक्नोलॉजी में सर या क्या हेल्प मिल सकती है हमारी?
देश के साथ करने वाले हैं.
I request Rajkumar Gupta to speak out, such that a website detail for the bullock cart thing can be provided right away.
मेरे ख्याल से अगले सेशन का भी वही विषय है, मतलब
Yes. Yeah.
शायद इस पे चर्चा हो.
Yes. So, Professor Bhadoria, are you there?
Hello?
Professor Bhadoria, you can
I can start because I'm not very much comfortable with online. I have some student with me who can help me.
Okay. Sir, you are online, you are fine.
Start my presentation.
Yeah.
Sorry to disturb you in between, but anyway.
Sure,
this
sir.
is a project which we did it at farmers level in a village called Kantia near IIT Kharagpur. So, this whole area is barren. They're not going any crop last 5-7 years. No crop is grown on this area, and they just left blank. So then I had a meeting with the farmers and talking to them why you are not using this area as such an area, and you can make it productive. And finally they said there are two things. First is water is not available during off season, and the second is labor is very expensive. And plot size is very small. So I said they cannot operate the machines. So what I suggested, instead of labor, why don't you use machines So this is what the project side we near that. So what we did, we merged the small plot to make it bigger plot, so machine can be operated, and so labor problem can be solved, because no labor is not available, and it's very expensive now in Bengal also. So then they agreed to merge their plot, small plot to larger plots. It was possible to operate machinery tractors, then leveling all that. Finally, we did soil testing also to know what is the status of soil of that place, and finally found that soil is about is acid in range, and it has very low carbon. And so we had installed a tube well also, because they say we want to make sure that we go for second cropping, we must have water. I said okay, we can install a tube well, and this tool tube well was installed, and then we have started puddling the soil, and then we measuring the groundwater level, how it is really fluctuating with our own student, to know that whether it is being recharged or not recharged, because you don't want to deplete the level, because you have a problem of arsenic in Bengal level. So we don't want to go too deep, and so we leave monitoring the water table, and now see the fluctuation of water table. It comes down to very low level, and then finally it gets recharged. It's depleted too long, comes to 22 meter, all that, and then finally it gets recharged, fully recharged. So, and this is 2 years data, and we concluded that there's no worry, because you are fully recharged, so you are safe to use tube well, no problem, because it's depleted, but it gets recharged during rainy season, and it's fully recharged. So it's safe to use tube well in that area, and there will be no arsenic problem. And anyway, this is innovation. Then we have divided plots in different cropping systems. So we introduce a power tiller to people, and then we have the ground nursery, and we made them to make of use of organic fertilizer, because we wanted to make sure that you don't spoil the soil health. So you go for organic fertilizers, and then we the women generally works in rice in Bengal, and they transplant the seed, and then we introduce a systems rice intensification method, SRI method, where you don't have to give much enough water, you have less water and less nutrient, and it's mostly organic based. The water requirement is reduced by 70%, 40%, and seed requirement reduced by 70-80%. And then we have introduced a system where you can beat the plant, which was done by manually. So we said, okay, you can have it, because there has to be a compromise between man and machine, because if you employ machine, you are displacing labor. So we said there has to be compromise. Where you can use labor, where you cannot make use of labor because of too expensive, no time short is there, shortened period, so you can use machines. And then we grew different varieties of rice, they were growing only the traditional, and some IR36 we introduced several varieties with organic, with different treatment rice, with nitrogen, with organic, all that. So this variety, and finally variety laws in the evening. And what we did, we told them we will not give all the cost of the production. That 50% cost should be borne by farmers. Now, if you give them everything free of cost, then they are not bothered. Whether it get 10% or 20% hardly matters for them. So said you have to provide all the labors from planting to harvesting to maintenance, everything, all labor cost to be borne by the farmers. We will give you the input, technology input like fertilizer or seed and water. Okay. So then, so when the crop loss, they started worrying, started calling, sir, something went wrong. When something goes wrong, they will start calling, sir, aisa ho gaya, help, please come help, because they are investing money in that technology. And then finally, the crop are mature and be harvested, and introduce the power small machine for harvesting, and then bundling was done by the farmers, and then threshing by farmers. So that means because there is very short period, so you cannot employ labor to harvest, to thresh, to burn, all that. So we said, okay, you can do some job by labor, some by machines, and then we introduce new course, sesame seed, which they have only one crop. They grow rice after rice and after rice, which consumes a lot of water and really misspelling the soil. So we said, okay, you have to have different cropping system. Introduce the sesame seed, and it was beautiful. Such a nice crop. They never see this crop, and at flowering stage, and then they harvest anyway. This harvesting, then use potato system, then the maize. Maize was very good. The crops were selling like hotcake. No, crops were in the restaurant, in the market. They were selling about 10 to 12 rupees per piece, and it was very, very neutral, very tasty and nutritious quality. And sweet corn was grown, and that they really earned good profit from sweet corn. Instead of growing rice in the second season, I said grow only rice in the rainy season and grow other crops in the Kharif, Rabi season, like mustard, like this maize and sesame, and that beautiful maize. You know, the soil is very sandy, loamy soil. You know, have 60-70% sand. And then was very healthy because we have. Then we introduced soybean, because soybean we all know is very nutritious, and then we get a lot of nutrient from them, and protein is 40%. So they should eat protein. And this beautiful crop of soybean, and then we introduce different varieties of soybean, and finally we also introduced ladyfinger. So this is the farmers using the method of and then peanut also. We have groundnut, you know, peanut, which is very healthy. You know, such a beautiful crop. They were not even knowing that these crops can be grown here actually. And so I said you have to diversify, because if you diversify the crop, you takes less nutrient, it takes less labor, it's less expensive, and you get better profit. So that demonstration helped them to understand the cropping pattern and diversity crops. And then finally the farmers. So finally we concluded yield in terms of tons. We got 5 tons in case of chemical fertilizer, but under SRI we say it was 5.3, not big change. But farmers' practice was we get 2 to 2.5 tons, but it was almost more than 2 times in the first season. And it took some time to make them understand that you can change the system, cropping system also. And then this is different yield, sesame yield and kernel yield. Okay. Then with this was second season we said you now have different varieties like Basavo, Darun Basmati. Then we have this hybrid Bio 799, which is very high yielding. So we have introduced at least 7-8 different varieties, so they can know which one is good for them. So then, you know, we have introduced a planting system, you know, seed, so that they don't have to use labor. This is a system they are growing, planting seed, and the seedling anyway, the seedling. Then we have this introduced. Then we have also a transplanter. Provide them with transplanters which can transplant the seedling very nicely and in less time. And that was also done. And you see this transplant and growth. Okay. And next, this is the crop of rice. Now this fellow is our MTech student. This is a Bio 707 variety. You know, it yielded 7.09 tons per hectare at farmer's field. We did not believe that. Boy, he said, how come we got such a high yield? And then we ourselves measured it yield. Ourselves went to the farmer and measured it. It was 7.2 to 7.5 tons, which is very good at the farmer's field. So this is, then we harvested ourselves. We got harvested. We measured. And this is the system we introduced the student. And finally, yes, we measured ourselves. You know, we wanted to make sure that what he is reported 8 to 9 tons yield at the farmer's field. Then we measured. What he did, he harvested the rice, which is no, just at the corner, not in the middle of the field. So that's why you got maximum sun, maximum yes. That's why you better yield. But you go in the middle of the field, then you get less. So on average, it was 7.5 tons. Then we had a meeting. Why don't you introduce a other system like mustard? I said, you use mustard. Mustard is very, you know, nowadays oil is very expensive, and so we said okay. They wanted to make sure that we have market, and then we can process for oil. I said yes, definitely you have very good market for mustard. And see the mustard crop, nothing. They just broadcasted it. They don't even went for line sowing, because generally it is done line sowing. But since it was very short term period, so I said okay, go ahead. They did it. Now they're such a nice, beautiful crops. They had mustard, and now we had discussed the farmers, and they were very, very happy, because you know, you need take less time. You have to only go 2 irrigation. In case of rice, you need 100 centimeters of water, but in case of mustard, you need only 15, 16 of water, which is 10 times less than what we use in rice. So we want to make sure that you must change your cropping pattern, and you better run less expensive and less labor expensive also. Introduce wheat also. a bit different system, but they were not very happy with the wheat because wheat did not yield as they were expecting about 4 to 5 tons, but it was about 3.4 tons. So, but anyway, you can have wheat. It depends on the choice of the farmers. They want to, now they eat chapati in the evening. Bengal, they eat rice after rice on rice. So they prefer to go rice, but now they are starting eating wheat also, most of them. So then we introduced a sensor-based irrigation system. So you don't have to worry much. When soil is dry, you can irrigate. And this is wheat, and then harvesting, and then okay, this is second crop. Then this thing was line sowing. It was beautiful, sir. The farmers, we had a discussion with the farmers, and this bio 799 is that. In fact, then we got a lot of queries from companies. They wanted to get certificate from us, and so want to sell it anyway. So this then we introduce a sprinkler system because we were wasting more water. So I said, okay, we go for a sprinkler system. You just have pipes, introduce this system, and it was really very nice for them. Now it's not very much expensive also. You can place the pipes then in different stage croppings in maize and also that. So what we compared the yield, hybrid 799 costed 7.5 tons as compared to Swarna 6.4, and other Dehradun Basmati is costed about 4.18 tons per hectare, which is very demanding and get very good price, and it's not broken while during threshing. Then we have there was improvement in soil properties after growing these crops, and we calculate the benefit cost ratio. It was maximum for mustard, 2.77 for mustard. We had two different varieties, so it was 2.7, and for let's say for bio it was 2.4, and for IR30 it was 1.87, and for wheat was 1.21. And so it was minimum for wheat, but maximum for mustard crops. So they were convinced, and they are now continuing. So anyway, this is the second year experiment, going different cropping systems, paddy. We have started a rain gauge to measure the rainfall there also. And we in fact involve a lot of students. I think involvement of students is very important. As a project work for their project work for BTech, MTech thesis, they are more sincere than labor class, and they are more diligently. So anyway, then we had a farmers day at the at the site, and invited people from government, from IITs, and then they were there. So this was a case study for IT, and it was really beautiful. And anyway, and then we introduced for vermicomposting also, because they have a lot of vegetable wastage, and then the grasses also, waste material, weeds, all that. So we converted them into, we purchased the earthworm, and then we finally introduced this system, and it was really, they were making tons of vermicompost, and they were using for their in their field only. And then finally we had a meeting, we invited farmers and discussion on that. Okay, that's the practice we. And then the team came from Dr. Panjab Singh, ICR Director General, and then other Vice Chancellor were there. They wanted to really see it, that you have done it at farmers. So I said you can come and see. So they were there for some work, so they went to visit our farmers field, and then had discussion. And this is the other people are coming from other places. Yeah, then we introduce a student are generally visiting our plots, because they are trained, they are told how to go crops, they should understand the system, they should talk to farmers. So we in fact take our student BTech, MTech to the field. This is vermicompost. Yeah, this is regarding the aqua pond. Aqua pond, there's no water after December, January. So what we told them, that we dig the pond, but digging is to done by farmers. I told them you have to bear all labor costs to be borne by the farmers. We can give you the technical advice. So now then we spread the bentonite clay on the ponds, and ponds. So finally you see this pond fish culture. So we have got some fund from Munat Bharat Abhiyan, so we use that fund for fish culture pond. and the farmers were very happy because now the water can stay for longer time and they can grow fish, and they use this water for bathing, for every purpose. In Bengal, open ponds are used for fish culture as well as for bathing, for cleaning utensils, everything they do it in the ponds, which every house almost have pond, but it gets dried after December, there is no water. So we have given this treatment, and water could be stored for longer time. And see this, they were using fish culture, now big farmers, beautiful fish. Then we installed the solar powered system, to light in the house. But we now came to know that this system is no more working. They have batteries are discharged, so it's not working. But first institute they work.
Sir.
Then we said you have to have groundnut growing, so groundnut decodification system we provided them. Then they like to have a storage system because they want to store the additional rice during off season. So they are storing rice, paddy ground storage, install the farmer's feed, and then this is storage. Then we introduced some of the machines. This is puff rice machine because we wanted to have a production and processing also. So this fellow was selling eggs earlier, so we gave them this puff rice machine from the Rootec only. The Rootec, the developed product. And finally, see, so many people are left their rice, for puffing, and this fellow is making big business. They leave the rice the night, and the morning he start making puff rice. Then we have introduced a
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Have
Yes,
we
sir. मैं
lost?
गोपाल सिंह. Yes, sir.
Have we lost प्रोफेसर भदौरिया? हाँ, भोपाल सिंह जी.
Yes, sir.
आप वेट करिएगा. हाँ हाँ, आप सुनते रहिए.
Okay.
हाँ हाँ.
Okay. Okay,
या
sir. ठीक है.
आप सुनते रहिए. यस यस, हम ये प्रोफेसर भदौरिया जी से कहेंगे कि हिंदी में वार्तालाप करें. हाँ
ठीक है सर.
हाँ. हेलो प्रोफेसर भदौरिया. यस. ओ, लाइट चली गई है. अच्छा अच्छा. ओके सर, देन या ओके सर. ओके सर. या टुमारो. ओके सर. ओके सर. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. ओके सर. या sure sir, sure sir. Okay sir. Yeah. So Professor Bhadoria has lost his electrical connection there, so the internet is away in his village, so I think he may not be able to continue. Let's move forward.
Yes, sir.
हाँ.
गोपाल
सिंह जी.
Yes, sir.
हम आप यहाँ पे जो है हम ये आपसे कहना चाहते हैं कि हम आप पहले से ही निकल गए थे. आप
Sorry,
हाँ,
वो
जल्दी से निकल गए थे, तो हम
Sorry,
ये
sir,
कहना
sorry.
चाहते हैं कि हम जरूर जो है आपको सारी सुविधाएं और जो जानकारी आपको चाहिए वो हम जरूर प्रदान करेंगे रूटैग की तरफ से. ठीक है ना?
ठीक है सर.
हाँ. तो आप बने रहिएगा अभी. अभी
Thank you, sir.
मुझे लग रहा है कि प्रोफेसर भदौरिया अगर वापस आते हैं तो उनके साथ भी आप बात कर सकते हैं. हम देख सकते हैं कि अगर वो वापस आते हैं तो हम बात कर पाएंगे उनसे. तो थोड़ी देर के लिए और बने रहिएगा.
ठीक है सर. ठीक है सर.
थैंक यू.
Okay, sir.
So anybody, Professor Sudipto, are you here? So can we move forward with that, with the other, if there are other panelists around or other people who want to ask questions? Is there anybody? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Audible.
you are audible.
Yeah. So I think if nothing is there anymore, then we can close this session, right? So it's so we is Professor Prasanjit here?
Yes, Dr. Anand.
Doc, Professor Sudipto, can we end this session for day 2?
Yes, I think so. If we are done with this panel discussions, and I think it was a overall nice presentations and nice talk from Professor Badoria also. So I think we can end it here for today. If there is.
How could I able to talk with Badoria, Mr. Badoria?
वो आप कल भी आ सकते हैं। कल के लिए आपको निर्मल गहलोत आपको कांटेक्ट करेंगे, है ना? आपको कांटेक्ट करेंगे वो, और आपको वो जो ये आज जैसे आपको लिंक दिया गया है वैसे ही हम कल भी आपको लिंक देंगे। कल सुबह
10 बजे पैनल
10
डिस्कशन।
बजे, हाँ जी, 10 बजे को आप आइएगा।
9:40 से स्टार्ट है एक्चुअली, तो अराउंड।
हाँ,
एक्सक्यूज मी सर,
या
एक्सक्यूज मी, मुझे निर्मल गहलोत जी ने पैनल डिस्कशन के लिए 5:30 to 6:30 का ये दिया था, बट यू नेवर टुक माय नेम आल्सो एंड नाउ यू आर एंडिंग द सेशन.
No, actually I didn't know that if there is somebody else, because your number is coming. It is not coming as Dr. Pragati Gokhale, ma'am. So that's why.
That is not my mistake, sir. I joined exactly at 5:30.
Okay, so ma'am, you can go ahead and speak to us. Actually, I had already said
You
to
are
Professor
closing
Anand
the
Rao.
session, then how I can speak?
No. You can continue, ma'am. It's fine, ma'am. हम तो चाहते हैं कि आप बात करिएगा, क्योंकि हमें कोई रेस्पॉन्स नहीं मिला, इसलिए हम कह रहे थे। तो
नहीं, मैं बराबर 5:30 I joined as per my discussion with him, and I have even shared a video with him. If you can share the video, it will help.
Yes,
क्योंकि
sure,
यहाँ
ma'am.
पे मैं देख रही हूँ कि बहुत सारे किसान लोग हैं और वो हिंदी में भी इंफॉर्मेशन चाहते हैं, एंड आई थिंक इट इज देयर राइट आल्सो कि हम लोग उन्हीं की भाषा में बात करें। तो ये मैं हिंदी में ही बोलूंगी। और ये जो हमारा इनिशिएटिव चल रहा है IIT मुंबई रुटेक के साथ, जो हम पैन इंडिया उसको स्प्रेड कर रहे हैं, मिशन मेरा मोबाइल मेरा मार्केटिंग वाया मार्केट मिर्ची, जो किसानों को सीधा डायरेक्ट मार्केट के लिए ले जाता है, एब्सोल्युटली फ्री, इसमें कोई मूल्य भी नहीं है। तो आप अगर इसका वीडियो प्ले करेंगे तो यहाँ जो किसान है उनको सही में फायदा होगा।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your video is getting played.
सबको मेरा नमस्कार। आज हम सीखने जा रहे हैं marketmirchi.com के साथ हम अपना फ्री डायरेक्ट एग्रो एंड रूरल मार्केटिंग कैसे करेंगे। पहले ये समझ लो कि marketmirchi.com ये कोई ऐप नहीं है जिसको प्ले स्टोर से डाउनलोड करना पड़ता है। तो ये एक वेबसाइट है और आप गूगल या किसी भी ब्राउज़र के साथ इसको खोल सकते हो, और आपको गूगल एक ऑप्शन भी देता है। राइट हैंड साइड पे 3 वर्टिकल डॉट्स आपको दिखेंगे, जिसके ज़रिए आप इसका आइकॉन आपके मोबाइल के होम स्क्रीन पे भी परमानेंटली बना पे रख सकते हो। तो आइए देखते हैं हम marketmirchi.com का इस्तेमाल करके हमारा एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल मार्केटिंग टोटली फ्री कैसे करेंगे। सबसे पहले तो हमें ये समझना है कि ये वेबसाइट बहुभाषिक है, यानी राइट हैंड कॉर्नर पे सिलेक्ट लैंग्वेज का जो ऑप्शन है उस पर क्लिक करके हम इसकी भाषा बदल सकते हैं। जैसे ही मैं वो ड्रॉप डाउन पे क्लिक करती हूँ और हिंदी सिलेक्ट करती हूँ तो वेबसाइट के सारे ऑप्शंस आपके मोबाइल पे हिंदी में दिखने लगेंगे। marketmirchi.com वेबसाइट की विशेषता यह है कि यहाँ आप आसानी से आपके कृषि और ग्रामीण उत्पादन बेच भी सकते हो, खरीद भी कर सकते हो और आपको जो जॉब्स चाहिए एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल सेक्टर में उसके लिए आप जॉब ढूंढ भी सकते हो। आप अगर जॉब देने वाले हैं तो जॉब की ऐड भी दे सकते हो। और ये सारा करने के लिए आपको शुरू में रजिस्ट्रेशन करने की कोई आवश्यकता नहीं। अभी आप देखेंगे कि marketmirchi.com के होम स्क्रीन में आपको आसानी से 3 विभाग दिखाई दे रहे हैं। पहला है सेल यानी बिक्री, दूसरा है बाय यानी खरीदारी और तीसरा है जॉब्स। तो हर एक सेक्शन में आप देखेंगे जैसे कि सेल सेक्शन में आपको एक बड़े पीले कलर का बटन दिखाई दे रहा है और जिस पे लिखा है पोस्ट फ्री सेल्स ऐड। मतलब क्लियर है कि आप इस पे क्लिक करके आपके सेल्स ऐड पोस्ट कर सकते हैं और एड्स पोस्ट करने के बाद आपको तुरंत खरीदारों के कॉन्टैक्ट कॉल लिस्ट के साथ दिखाई जाएंगे। ये आप marketmirchi.com से ही उनको कॉल करेंगे। हम ये विस्तार में बाद में देखेंगे। दूसरा सेक्शन है बाय यानी खरीदारी। यहाँ भी पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड पे क्लिक करके आप आपकी ऐड पोस्ट कर सकते हो। और जॉब सेक्शन में अगर आपको जॉब पाना है तो आप पोस्ट फ्री बायोडाटा पे क्लिक कर सकते हैं और अगर आपको जॉब देने वाले हो तो पोस्ट फ्री जॉब ऐड पे क्लिक कर सकते हैं। अभी जो सवाल आपके मन में आ रहा है वो मैं समझ गई हूँ, वो है कि मैं फिर रजिस्टर कहाँ करूँगा। तो इसमें एक सिंपल सी चीज़ है कि जब आप पहली बार आपकी ऐड पोस्ट करते हो, चाहे वो सेल ऐड हो, खरीदने की हो या बायोडेटा हो, तो उसी में आपको आखिरी में 2 ऑप्शंस दिखाई जाते हैं, ओल्ड यूज़र लॉगिन या न्यू यूज़र रजिस्ट्रेशन। जब आप पहली बार marketmirchi.com पे ऐड पोस्ट करते हो तो आपको न्यू यूज़र रजिस्ट्रेशन बटन क्लिक करना है और उसी समय आपका यूज़र नेम और पासवर्ड बन जाता है और उसी में आपको यूज़र नेम आपका मोबाइल नंबर ही देना है और कोई भी सिंपल सा पासवर्ड चूज़ करना है। उसके बाद जब भी आप सेकंड टाइम थर्ड टाइम एड्स पोस्ट करते हो, जैसे कि सपोज़ पहली बार आपने सेल के लिए ऐड पोस्ट की, दूसरी बार आप कुछ सीड्स खरीदना चाहते हो, तो सिंपली आपको पोस्ट बाय सेक्शन में मूव करना है और पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड देना है और इस समय आपको आखिरी में जो 2 ऑप्शंस दिखते हैं वहाँ ओल्ड यूज़र लॉगिन पे क्लिक करना है। चलिए हम एक ऐड पोस्ट करके देखते हैं, यानी आप आसानी से 1 मिनट में आपकी फ्री मार्केटिंग कैसे कर सकते हैं ये क्लियर हो जाएगा। चलो सबसे पहले हम हमारी बिक्री की ऐड देते हैं। तो क्या करेंगे, हम बाय डिफ़ॉल्ट हम सेल सेक्शन में ही है तो हम यहाँ पोस्ट फ्री सेल्स ऐड पे क्लिक करेंगे। अब आपके सामने ये जो सारी कैटेगरीज दिखाई जा रही है, टोटल आप देख रहे होंगे कि 26 कैटेगरी है। उनमें से एक कैटेगरी आपको सिलेक्ट करनी है। कैसे सिलेक्ट करनी है? जो प्रोडक्ट आप बेचना चाहते हैं उससे संबंधित जो कैटेगरी है उसी पे आपको क्लिक करना है। मुझे मक्का बेचना है यानी कि मेज़, तो मैं कौन सी कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करूँगा? जाहिर है कि मैं ग्रेन्स एंड पल्सेस कैटेगरी पे क्लिक करूँगी। अगर मुझे सब्जियां बेचनी है तो मैं वेजिटेबल्स पे क्लिक करूँगी। अगर फल बेचने हैं तो फ्रूट्स पे क्लिक करूँगी। अगर सीड्स बेचने हैं तो सीड पे क्लिक करूँगी। अगर मैं कोई बचत गट की महिलाएं हूँ और मेरे कुछ ग्रामीण प्रोडक्ट्स है, अचार, मसाले, पापड़, तो मैं रूरल प्रोडक्ट्स पे क्लिक करूँगी। एग्रो प्रोसेसिंग पे क्लिक करूँगी। तो इस तरह से आपको जो कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करनी है वो आप थोड़ा पहले देख लीजिए। और कैटेगरीज देखना कैसे है, तो marketmirchi.com जब आप खोलेंगे और जैसे मैंने बताया आपको पोस्ट फ्री सेल्स एड बटन आएगा, उसके नीचे आपको 26 कैटेगरीज की सारी लिंक दिखेगी होम स्क्रीन पे ही। और वो अलग अलग कैटेगरीज पे आप जब क्लिक करेंगे तब आपको भारत के सभी जगहों से अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में अपने प्रोडक्ट्स बेचने के लिए लोगों ने डाले हुए, यानी आपके जैसे किसानों ने और बचत गट की महिलाओं ने, ग्रामीण उद्योजकों ने डाले हुए एड्स दिखेंगे। तो आप समझ जाओगे कि आपको कौन सी कैटेगरी में एड्स पोस्ट करना है। सबसे पहले ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप आपकी ऐड डालने के पहले वो सारी 26 कैटेगरियों का थोड़ा अवलोकन करें, क्योंकि आप जिस कैटेगरी में ऐड पोस्ट करेंगे उसी कैटेगरी से रिलेटेड बायर्स आपको दिखाए जाएंगे ऐड पोस्ट करने के बाद। तो ठीक है, आपने आपकी कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट कर ली। अभी कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करने के बाद हम ऐड पोस्ट करने के मेन पेज पे आ गए हैं। जैसे कि यहाँ आपको 4-5 रोज दिखाई दे रहे हैं। एक में लिखा है हेडिंग, यानी हमारी जो ऐड पोस्ट हो रही है उसके लिए क्या हेडिंग देना। यह सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि आपकी ऐड पोस्ट होने के बाद वो जो लोग सर्च करेंगे उनको वो हेडिंग दिखेगा। यह सिर्फ 50 अक्षर तक सीमित रहता है। अभी जैसे मुझे मक्का बेचना है तो मक्का के लिए मैं हेडिंग दूंगी कि डायरेक्टली फ्रॉम फार्म या बल्क क्वांटिटी में अवेलेबल है, ऐसा जो भी मुझे उचित लगे। ऑर्गेनिक है तो मैं ज़रूर नमूद करूंगी कि ये ऑर्गेनिक मक्का है। डिटेल्स में मैं मेरे पास जो मक्का बेचना है उसके सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन दूंगी, किस क्वालिटी का है, कहाँ पे है, एक्सेट्रा। यहाँ पे मुझे मेरा कॉन्टैक्ट नंबर देना नहीं है। नीचे चलते हैं, यहाँ पे प्राइस है और क्वांटिटी है। प्राइस यानी मूल्य, आपको जो चाहे वो मूल्य रख सकते हैं, लेकिन वो रुपीज़ वगैरह लिखना नहीं है, सिर्फ नंबर में लिखना है। अगर आपकी प्राइस निगोशिएबल है, यानी भाव ताव किया जा सकता है, तो आप सिर्फ वहाँ 0 लिख दीजिए। यानी आपकी ऐड जब प्रदर्शित होंगी तब उसके सामने प्राइस इज निगोशिएबल, भाव ताव किया जाता है, ऐसा मैसेज डिस्प्ले होगा। उसके बगल में है यूनिट, तो आप जो भी आपके माल के लिए उचित यूनिट है, जैसे कि क्विंटल, टन, वो आप सिलेक्ट कर सकते हैं। बस इतनी ये 4 चीज़ों की इंफॉर्मेशन भरने के बाद आपको नीचे दिखाई देंगे 2 बटन। एक है ओल्ड यूज़र लॉगिन और दूसरा है न्यू यूज़र रजिस्ट्रेशन। आप पहली बार अगर आप ऐड पोस्ट कर रहे हैं marketmirchi.com में, तो आप न्यू यूज़र रजिस्ट्रेशन पे क्लिक करेंगे। वहाँ पे आपका नाम, शॉर्ट में एड्रेस, डिस्ट्रिक्ट सिलेक्ट करना है, वहाँ पे कॉम्बो है, और आपका मोबाइल नंबर जो सबसे ज़रूरी है। आपके पास ईमेल है तो आप ईमेल के कॉलम में ईमेल लिख सकते हो, लेकिन मोबाइल नंबर देना अनिवार्य है और वही आपका यूज़र नेम रहेगा। उसके पासवर्ड, और वही पासवर्ड आपको कंफर्म करना है। इतनी इंफॉर्मेशन देने के बाद जब आप पोस्ट ऐड पे क्लिक करते हैं तो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट इस ऐड पोस्टिंग का शुरू होता है। आप जैसे ही ऐड पोस्ट करते हो, आपके सामने मोबाइल के स्क्रीन पे जो कैटेगरी आपने सिलेक्ट की, जैसे मैंने ग्रेन्स एंड पल्सेस के अंडर मक्का सिलेक्ट किया था, तो मक्का लेने वाले जो बायर्स है, मेज लेने वाले जो खरीदार है, उनके सारों के एड्स मेरे सामने स्क्रीन पे आते हैं। और हर एक के आगे कॉल बटन है, वो बटन पे क्लिक करके मैं डायरेक्टली वो marketmirchi.com से ही वो बायर को, खरीदार को कांटेक्ट कर सकती हूँ। बैक बटन से पीछे आके मैं लिस्ट में जो दूसरा बायर है उनको कॉल कर सकती हूँ। इस तरह से मैं जितने बायर्स को कॉल करती जाऊँगी, मेरी एक्टिव रैंक, मेरे ऐड की एक्टिव रैंक उस वेबसाइट पे marketmirchi.com पे बढ़ेगी। जब मैं पहली बार मेरी ऐड पोस्ट करूंगी तो मेरी एक्टिव रैंक है 1। मैंने 5 खरीदारों को कांटेक्ट किया तो मेरी एक्टिव रैंक बढ़ गई 11। अब मेरी एड देख के जो बायर्स खुद मुझे कांटेक्ट करेंगे, जैसे सपोज मेरे को और 5 बायर्स ने, खरीदारों ने मेरी ऐड देख के मुझे कांटेक्ट किया, तो मुझे मिलेंगे 10 पॉइंट्स और मेरी ऐड की एक्टिव रैंक होगी 21। इस तरह से आपकी एक्टिव रैंक इस वेबसाइट पे बढ़ जाएगी। अभी आप मुझे पूछेंगे कि एक्टिव रैंक का फायदा क्या है, तो आप होम पेज पे आप देख रहे होंगे कि वहाँ पे 2 लिंक्स है, सर्च एक्टिव सेलर्स एंड सर्च सेलर्स। तो जो एक्टिव सेलर्स में जो एक्टिव सेलर्स है उनको प्रायोरिटी लिस्ट में दिखाया जाएगा और इसका फायदा आपको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा खरीदारों तक पहुँचने के लिए होगा। और ये सिमिलर मॉडल, ऐसा ही मॉडल खरीदारों के लिए भी एप्लीकेबल है। खरीदार पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड पे क्लिक करके जब अपनी ऐड पोस्ट करते हैं, उनको सारे उस कैटेगरी के अंडर जो सेलर्स है, विक्रेता है, उनके सारों के कॉन्टैक्ट लिस्ट विथ कॉल बटन्स दिखाए जाते हैं। नंबर ऑफ सेलर्स, जितने लोगों को वो कॉल करते हैं marketmirchi.com पे कॉल बटन पे क्लिक करके, उतने उनको पॉइंट्स मिल जाते हैं और वो भी सर्च एक्टिव बायर्स लिंक जो बाय सेक्शन में है उसमें आगे बढ़ते हैं और उनको ज़्यादा मार्केट लिंकेजेस मिलते हैं। क्योंकि हमारा ये टोटली फ्री, यानी इसमें हम किसी से भी प्रायोरिटी लिस्टिंग के लिए पैसे नहीं लेते, हम जो लोग एक्टिव है उनको हायर एडवांटेज एक्टिव रैंक के थ्रू देते हैं। समझ गए आप? तो जल्दी से जल्दी अपनी ऐड पोस्ट कीजिए और अपनी एक्टिव रैंक बढ़ाइए। ठीक है, अभी आप एक ऐड पोस्ट कर दी, आपको मक्का बेचना है, चलो आपको सीड्स भी खरीदने हैं, तो आप क्या करेंगे, बाय सेक्शन के तरफ मूव होंगे, बाजू वाला ही टैब है और वहाँ पे पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड पे क्लिक करेंगे और आपकी सीड्स कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करके आपको जिस टाइप के सीड्स चाहिए उसकी ऐड पोस्ट करेंगे। अभी यहाँ अभी इस समय आप समझ लो कि आपको न्यू यूजर रजिस्ट्रेशन पे क्लिक नहीं करना है, सेम प्रोसीजर है। पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड पे क्लिक करो, कैटेगरी सिलेक्ट करो, यहाँ सिर्फ पोस्ट फ्री बाय ऐड है क्योंकि हम खरीदना चाहते हैं। कैटेगरी सीड्स सिलेक्ट की, हेडिंग दिया, टाइटल दिया कि जो मुझे खरीदना है क्या है, उसकी क्या क्वालिटी चाहिए, प्राइस तो आप 0 ही रखेंगे क्योंकि प्राइस सामने वाला डिसाइड करेगा, या आप आपकी जो चाहे प्राइस है वो दे सकते हैं। और नीचे फिर से आपको ओल्ड यूजर लॉगिन न्यू यूजर रजिस्ट्रेशन बटन दिखाएंगे, क्योंकि आप अभी पहली ऐड पोस्ट कर चुके हैं। इस समय आप ओल्ड यूजर लॉगिन पे क्लिक करेंगे और सिर्फ आपका मोबाइल नंबर जो आपने यूजर नेम करके रखा है वो दे देंगे और पासवर्ड दे देंगे। वहाँ पे रिमेंबर मी, चेक योर पासवर्ड करके रिमेंबर मी का चेक बॉक्स है, उस पर क्लिक करेंगे तो आपका मोबाइल ये यूज़र नेम पासवर्ड हमेशा याद रखेगा। इस तरह से आप चाहे जितने एड्स पोस्ट कर सकते हो, बिक्री के लिए, खरीदारी के लिए और इवन जॉब्स के लिए। और हम सेलर्स या बायर्स जैसे आपकी ऐड है उनको कांटेक्ट करके आपकी एक्टिव रैंक बढ़ा सकते हो और पूर्णतः विना मूल्य आपका एग्रीकल्चर एंड रूरल मार्केटिंग marketmirchi.com के साथ कर सकते हो। अभी मेरी ऐड प्रदर्शित हो गई है। मैंने बहुत से खरीदारों को कांटेक्ट करके मेरी एक्टिव रैंक भी बढ़ाई है, तो अभी मेरी ये ऐड दिखेगी कहाँ? जाहिर सी बात है, मेरी ये ऐड आप होम पेज पे सर्च ऑल सेलर्स पे क्लिक करके देख सकते हैं और वहाँ पे लिंक है। और दूसरी, क्योंकि ये ग्रेन्स एंड पल्सेस कैटेगरी में पोस्ट की हुई है, तो ग्रेन्स एंड पल्सेस की जो लिंक है होम पेज में सेल सेक्शन के अंडर, वहाँ पे भी क्लिक करके आप मेरी ऐड देख सकते हो। अभी मुझे ये ऐड के साथ एक बढ़िया सा फोटो लगाना है, तो मैं क्या करूँगी, marketmirchi.com पे आप लेफ्ट हैंड साइड पे ऊपर देखेंगे तो 3 वर्टिकल लाइंस है, उसको मेन्यू कहते हैं। उस पर मैं क्लिक करूँगी तो वहाँ पे मुझे 4-5 ऑप्शंस दिखेंगे। उसमें एक है माय एड्स, उस पर मैं क्लिक करूँगी, मेरा मोबाइल नंबर और मेरा पासवर्ड दूंगी तो मेरी जो एड्स मैंने पोस्ट की है वो सारी खुल जाएंगी। और वहाँ पे ऑप्शंस मिलेंगे मुझे एडिट एंड फोटोज़। एडिट यानी मैं वो ऐड एडिट कर सकती हूँ, चेंज कर सकती हूँ थोड़ी बहुत, और फोटोज़ यानी मैं उसके साथ एक फ़ोटो अटैच कर सकती हूँ। तो मैं फ़ोटोज़ पे क्लिक करूँगी, मेरी मोबाइल में से एक फ़ोटो उसको अटैच कर दूँगी और अपलोड बोलूँगी। तो ये अभी मेरी ऐड फ़ोटो के साथ प्रदर्शित होना शुरू हो गया। तो इस तरह से आप आपकी ऐड को बहुत सुंदर तरीके से पूर्णतः विनामूल्य भारत भर ही नहीं, भारत के बाहर भी लोगों के सामने प्रदर्शित कर सकते हो। आपको जो तुरंत खरीदार दिखाए जाते हैं उनको कांटेक्ट करके आप अपना ग्रामीण उद्योग पूर्णतः मुफ्त में बढ़ा सकते हो। अभी जो मेन्यू की बात हमने की उसको फिर थोड़े विस्तार में देखते हैं, उसमें क्या क्या ऑप्शंस हैं। उसमें और ऑप्शंस आपको दिखेंगे। माय एड्स के नीचे है माय एड्स रिस्पॉन्सेस, वहाँ पे अगर आप क्लिक करेंगे तो आपके एड्स को जो रिस्पॉन्सेस आए हैं वो भी आपको दिखेंगे। आपको साथ साथ जब रिस्पॉन्स कोई आपके ऐड को देता है तो एसएमएस भी जनरेट होता है, वो भी आपको चेक करना है। एसएमएस पीटीजी से वो एसएमएस आता है और माय एड्स रिस्पॉन्सेस में भी वो लोग दिखते हैं। आप वहाँ पे रिप्लाई बटन पे क्लिक करके उनको कांटेक्ट कर सकते हो। उसके नीचे है हेल्प, यहाँ ये वेबसाइट किस तरह से अच्छे से यूज़ करना, कैसे वापरना, इसका बहुत अच्छा हिंदी और इंग्लिश में विश्लेषण दिया है। इतना ही नहीं, वीडियोस की भी लिंक दी है। उसके नीचे हमने हमारा ये जो मिशन चल रहा है, मिशन मेरा मोबाइल मेरा मार्केटिंग, उसके बारे में सविस्तर दिया है। और सबसे नीचे है सक्सेस स्टोरीज, क्योंकि जो भी बायर्स एंड सेलर, जो भी विक्रेते एंड खरीदार ये वेबसाइट का वापर करके बहुत अच्छी तरह से अपना फ्री डायरेक्ट मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं, उनके सक्सेस स्टोरीज हमने रिकॉर्ड किए हैं और वो बीबीसी न्यूज़ ने ब्रॉडकास्ट भी किए हैं। तो वो भी आप ज़रूर देखिएगा और ऑल द बेस्ट, इस फैसिलिटी का फ़ायदा लीजिएगा।
मैम,
हेलो
मैम नमस्कार। हाँ, बहुत
हाँ,
ये बहुत ही एलैबोरेट वीडियो आपने दिखाया। कल मैं जब बात कर रहा था, प्रोफेसर आनंद राव जी हैं यहाँ पे और उनसे बात कर रहा था, तो मैंने ये बात कही थी कि आप ये दिखाएंगी और हमें एनकरेज भी करेंगी। तो ये बहुत
सर
बहुत अच्छा
आवाज
लगा।
नहीं आ रही है ठीक से, आवाज
हेलो
मैं सुन नहीं पा रही हूँ ठीक से।
हेलो,
हेलो
इज माय वॉइस ऑडिबल? हेलो
It is
हेलो,
audible.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
It is audible to us, but
ओके, या
मैम,
कैन यू स्पीक मिराज, कैन यू स्पीक? या
यस सर, मैम आपकी भी आवाज क्लियर आ रही है और सर आपकी भी आवाज आ रही क्लियर फॉर मी।
नहीं, मुझे थोड़ा ब्लड सुनाई दे रहा है तो इसलिए मेरे को जो बात कर रहे हैं उनकी बात ठीक से समझ में नहीं आ रही।
ओके,
तो मैं एक बात कहती हूँ यहाँ, मेरी ये विनती है आरटीडीडी 2022 के ऑर्गेनाइजर से कि यहाँ जो एनजीओस के या किसान लोग पार्टनर्स हैं उनके साथ ये वीडियो का लिंक जरूर शेयर किया जाए। और साथ ही में मेरा नंबर भी अगर शेयर किया जाए तो वो मुझे कांटेक्ट करके मैं उनको और भी गाइडेंस दे सकती हूँ कि वो अपना फ्री मार्केटिंग कैसे करेंगे। और ये हम IIT रुतैग मुंबई से साथ प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं।
ठीक है मैम, ठीक है, श्योर, ये हम करेंगे मैम। ऑलरेडी इस सदस्यता में ऑलरेडी किसान लोग भी हैं, भोपाल सिंह जी हैं, पंकज जाखड़ जी हैं, काफ़ी लोग हैं जो किसान हैं और वो आपको सुन रहे हैं। भोपाल सिंह जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे?
यस मैम, बहुत अच्छा बताया आपने। और किसानों की सबसे बड़ी समस्या मार्केटिंग ही है, तो आपने बहुत अच्छा ये बताया। और इसमें आप पशुधन भी शामिल कर सकते हैं, पशुधन। हेलो
सर क्या बोले, मुझे ब्लड आवाज आ रही है,
मैम,
कोई
ये
रिपीट कर
आप,
सकते हैं?
हाँ यस, आपने बहुत बढ़िया बताया मैम, ये बहुत अच्छी
मैं
चीज है।
फिर से ज्वाइन करूं क्या? आवाज ठीक से नहीं आ रही है। भोपाल
नहीं,
सिंह
आप
जी
वो
कुछ
हेडफोन
बोल रहे
लगाइए,
थे।
हेडफोन।
हेडफोन लगाऊं
हेडफोन,
क्या? अच्छा, ओके
हाँ
ओके
हेडफोन
ओके
लगाइए।
ओके, वन मिनट। हाँ, अभी आप बोलिए।
हाँ मैम, तो आपने बहुत अच्छा बताया मैम। ये मार्केटिंग का जो है बहुत सबसे बड़ी समस्या है किसानों की। और ये है ना, जो गांव में ई मित्र बने हुए हैं उनसे अगर टाई अप कर लिया जाए तो किसानों की बहुत बड़ी समस्या सॉल्व हो सकती है मार्केटिंग की, और उसको अच्छी कीमत
सही
मिल
बोला
सकती है
आपने।
किसान को। और दूसरी बात कि उसमें पशुधन भी शामिल किया जाए,
आप
गाय, बकरी, भैंस,
हेलो
और इसको भी जो है वो शामिल किया जाए। हेलो, हाँ मैम।
हेलो, मैं एक काम करती हूँ, मैं मेरा मोबाइल नंबर बताती हूँ और जिनको
यस
जो भी क्वेरीज है मुझे मेरे मोबाइल पे कांटेक्ट करें, क्योंकि मैं थोड़ा सुनने में मुझे ब्लड आवाज आ रही है तो मैं ठीक से सुन नहीं रही हूँ। पिछला जो
यस
सेशन
मैम।
चल रहा था वो मैं ठीक से सुन रही थी, आई थिंक
यस
सम
मैम,
टेक्निकल
आपके
इशू।
नंबर, मोबाइल नंबर
तो मैं
दीजिए।
मेरा नंबर बोल देती हूँ, 9822719618। I repeat,
9822।
9822719618। तो जो भी लोग इंटरेस्टेड है या जो भी कुछ जानना चाहते हैं, श्योरली मेरे को कॉल करो। और उसके पहले थोड़ा मार्केट मिर्ची ऐप डाउनलोड करो या मार्केट मिर्ची वेबसाइट देखो, ठीक है?
Okay. Okay,
धन्यवाद।
ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for this elaborate description. Thank you.
ओके सर, टुमारो कितने बजे होगा
Yeah.
ये कल?
ये कल 9:30 बजे के बाद आप आ सकते हैं, 9:30 बजे ज्वाइन करिएगा, है ना?
ठीक है
So,
सर।
yeah.
ओके
Thank you
सर।
all for joining today, and we will go in for the third day tomorrow. We will start off by early morning 9 and with talk from Professor PMV Subbarao, and welcome back tomorrow.
ओके सर।
Thank you.
थैंक यू।
Thank you so much.